The droning of moose filled the night air as Rex took another hit of his cigarette. His marmalade-hued ember burned as bright as the morning sun. Dusk was setting in, and it was time to take the cows back to the barn. The wind swirled like whirlpools, surrounding and fluttering Rex's linen shirt. After throwing his cigarette into the dew-blanketed grass, he started to direct the cows in the direction of the barn. Rex was a farming man. He lived with his wife and 2 kids in eastern Washington, about 40 miles east of Wenatchee. Rex led a simple life, living mostly off of what the Mars-like terrain could muster. The occasional visit to the general store supplied his family with the little luxuries, such as toilet paper or the new Superman comic. Rex's son, Tommy, wanted to be just like his father and was set to inherit the farm one day. Rex's daughter, Mary, wanted to be a schoolteacher. The cows meandered into the dark and damp barn, huddling close together to shield from the cold November air. As Rex shuffled back to his homestead, he gazed up at the stars. There was little light in his town, resulting in beautiful galactical arrays projected into the night sky. The floorboards of his waterlogged patio squished and creaked as he shuffled to his front door. "Father, did you get the mail?" Tommy asked. "Not today, Tom. Say, will you go to town with me tomorrow? I've got to get a new hoe. Plus, there may be a surprise in it for you," Rex replied. The smile that waltzed across Tommy's face gave a calm pleasure to Rex as he retreated to his small study. Rex's study is where rest was had. Tobacco was smoked and drinks were drunk. In the corner of his study stood his most prized possession, the Cream Edison phonography machine, crafted by hand more than 30 years prior. As his music began to play, Rex sunk into his recliner and closed his eyes. The measly amount of light from a singular candle gave the room a calm atmosphere. Rex began to fall asleep. Rex awoke to a blood-curdling scream from Tommy and Mary's room, and then heard an even louder scream from his wife, who was now crying herself. Rex leapt upward unconsciously and began to sprint towards his kid's room. When he arrived at the door, he saw his 2 children and wife huddled in the corner of the room, pointing towards the window. "What the hell happened?" Rex asked. "They said they heard whistling. I tried to calm them down, but then I heard it too. We saw someone out there," Rex's wife, Sally, replied. "Stay here. Don't make any sound. I'll be right back," Rex whispered. Rex bolted to the closet and grabbed his rifle along with a boot knife. Still in his long johns, he peeked through the door with his eyes down the iron sights of his rifle. He did not see anyone. He stepped outside into the cold night air and started to walk towards his barn. In the distance, he saw a moving light drifting farther and farther away from him. It looked as if it was a lantern, bouncing up and down violently as if someone were holding it while running away. He called out to the figure. "Don't you come back! You come back here, you get a bullet between your eyes, you hear?" Rex yelled. The light stopped moving. Rex repeated himself. Now that the light had stopped moving, Rex could barely make out a cloaked figure holding the lantern. The faceless figure stared at Rex for about a minute before turning around and running the other way. Rex fired a warning shot to hasten the mystery figure. After about 2 minutes of standing there, Rex went back into his house. "Well, there was someone out there," Rex told his family. "Who, Father?" Mary asked. "I don't know, but they're gone now." "Let's go to bed," Rex replied. "Can we sleep with you tonight, Father?" Tommy asked, voice trembling. "Just tonight," Rex said. The family huddled into bed and laid quietly, thinking about what just transpired. As the fear began to drift away, the family fell asleep. Rex awoke, nearly falling off the bed, his arms sore. It was 6 a.m., and work was to be done. As he brewed a cup of coffee and prepared some eggs for himself, he noticed that the barn door was slightly ajar. He rushed outside in an instant with his revolver in his coat pocket. Rex came upon a scene so ghastly that he could barely keep composure. In the middle of the barn lied a skinned cow that was still alive. The cries from this cow sounded like no other animal, and it wailed as the sharp pieces of hay injected into the bare, bloody skin. The other cows were causing commotion, clearly distressed. Rex quickly grabbed his revolver from his coat pocket. He shot the cow once in the head. It screamed even harder. He shot it again. Still it was alive, screaming even more. He shot it 3 times, in the chest next. Still, the cow was somehow still alive. Nearly crying, Rex went outside the barn to grab his axe, still stuck in an oak stump. An adrenaline burst allowed him to free the axe from the stump, and he drove it as hard as he could into the middle of the cow's neck. That did the trick. Covered in blood, Rex lets out a wail. After sitting for a moment and reflecting on what had just transpired, Rex inspected the barn for further evidence of whatever was going on. In the back stable of the barn, Rex noticed that words had been painted on the wall. It wrote, "Give children or death awaits." What the fuck? Rex asked to himself.
Jesus, Rex, what did you do?
Sally yelled from behind him.
It wasn't me.
It must have been that guy last night, Rex replied.
This looks like a ritual or something, Rex. We need to grab Sheriff John,
Sally said with bewilderment. Let's go to town. I don't want to leave you all here, Rex said. Sally woke the children and gathered them into the Ford. Rex lit a cigarette to accompany his second coffee. He turned the radio on. In other news, the Department of Defense has listed new items that will be rationed. The long list includes steel, coffee grounds, and cigarettes, said a news broadcaster in a transatlantic accent. Now for your local news. Horror had stricken a small town in eastern Washington. Police said that last night a whole family was slaughtered brutally by an unknown perpetrator. Early details seemed to indicate that they were skinned and still conscious when police arrived. They all died shortly after reaching the hospital. Police do not have a suspect as of yet, but they are warning residents of the surrounding towns, Winterset, Sunland, and Clarktown, to stay inside their homes and report any suspicious activity to their local police department. The newscaster read. Rex and Sally looked at each other for a moment. There was a look of both terror and confusion. They looked at their children, who were playing tag in the back seat. Rex looked forward as they had arrived in Clarktown. He parked the Ford in front of the police department and got out of his car. On the porch, Sheriff John rocked in his wooden chair. A large clump of chewing tobacco stuck out like a hillside on a grassy plain. "Sheriff, how are you?" Rex greeted the sheriff. "About as fine as I can be, I suppose. About as fine as I can be, suppose. I heard it may snow soon, so I'll be getting the plows ready at about 3 or so. How about yourself?" John replied. "I wish I could say better." Rex looked at his family for a brief moment. "I came to speak with you about a man I saw rummaging around my land last night." "Did you get a good look at him?" John asked. No. He was wearing some sort of black cloak and running away from me. He stopped for a moment and I saw his figure, but then he started running again," Rex replied. "Well, I wouldn't pay it no mind. Probably some teenagers trying to pull a prank or something. Could be one of Tommy's friends or something," John said calmly. "I would have thought that as well, until..." Rex paused for a moment. "Until what?" "Until I saw what happens to one of my cows. It skinned alive. It took at least 10 shots, 3 to the head and 7 to the stomach. It wouldn't die. I finally had to use the axe to lob its head clean off. That's not all either," Rex whispered. "What else?" John asked excitingly. "Whoever did it left a message. It said, "Give children or death awaits," Rex whispered. There was a long pause as John and Rex looked at each other with bewilderment. Neither was breaking the silence as they thought about the next course of action. "I guess I could have some guys stay there with you for a couple nights. Do you think they could sleep in your barn?" John asked. "It sounds like a good idea. Whoever this is, I think this is more than just a prank," Rex replied. Rex and John shook hands and Rex left out the door. Upon entering his Ford, his family began to ask him what just happened. "They're going to send out some coppers to stay with us for a couple of nights. They got big guns and they'll keep us safe," Rex said confidently. The family all breathed a collective sigh of relief as the key turned the ignition over. Rex looked up in the sky and saw dark gray clouds. It was going to snow. It was just a question of how many feet. He hastened home to start chopping wood to survive the night. Perhaps he thought John's men wouldn't be able to make it. That would be the worst possible scenario. As night began to fall and the stars started glistening, only crickets could be heard in the snowy night. Silence had blanketed the town, along with a healthy helping of snow. Fog began to develop on the windows of Rex's cabin, and bright yellow candlelight painted the window against the dark and cold night. Sally was with the children making a pie, a cherry pie. Rex was in his study, thinking about what to do if the man comes again. In his head, he counted. 1, 2, 3, 4. We have 4 rifles. Tommy could handle 1, probably. I could carry the revolver and a rifle, 500 rounds of ammunition. In the midst of this mental counting, Rex's heart sank when he heard a call from Sally.
"Down to the last candle,"
she yelled. "Save it. It isn't the darkest yet." Rex yelled back. Rex had forgotten to get more candles. What good would 500 rounds of ammunition do if you cannot see your target? Internally, Rex felt a fear that was almost primal, a fear that was shared by cave dwellers who encountered large-toothed tigers in the dead of night. A fear that was ominous, almost as if the worst had yet come. A black mass of fear festered in the depths of his stomach and in the forefront of his mind. It was just past 8 p.m., 3 more hours of being awake, then daylight would come in no time. Rex tried to calm himself down as he went through possible scenarios. He dashed over to the window to see if John's men had arrived. They had not. Now they were late by almost 30 minutes. Stay calm, he thought. It's the snow. It's taking them extra long because of the snow. But deep inside the recesses of his thoughts was a dark voice that whispered to him his family's fate. Death awaits. Those words were laid in his head 1,000 times, each time louder and more ghastly. Rex sat down and placed his hands together. God, I do not know what will happen tonight, but I feel very fearful. Please protect me and my family. Please protect us, Rex whispered to himself. Right then, Rex heard a familiar call.
"Rex, come and eat. The pie is cooled and ready,"
Sally yelled.
"Just a moment,"
Rex replied softly, knowing Sally could never hear his reply. As Rex stood up from his chair, he looked outside the window one more time to see if John's men had arrived. They hadn't. Let's all pray, Rex said as he sat down at the table.
"Father, we never pray before eating,"
Mary replied. I know, but tonight is different, Rex sighed, explaining no further. The family linked hands and Rex began to say a prayer. Lord, here before you are 2 adults, a mother and a father. Here before you are 2 lambs of your doing, my son and my daughter. Tonight I ask you for your holy protection over my family and I. Protect us from the evil spirits, O Holy One. A tear began to roll down Rex's cheek. Amen, the family said quietly.
Father, what happened in the barn this morning?
Tommy asked. I had to put down Mushi. He broke his ankle and was suffering in pain. Rex replied quickly.
Father, what does awaits mean?
Mary asked. Rex looked at Sally and then back at Mary, his brow furrowed. Where did you hear that word, honey? Rex replied.
I read it in the barn. It said, give children or death awaits. What does awaits mean?
She asked again. It doesn't mean anything, sweetheart. I wrote that there. It's just a Bible scripture I was trying to remember when I was painting the barn. I didn't have a pen and paper handy, so I just painted it on the wall. I'll paint over it when I'm done. Rex lied.
I've never seen that in the Bible, Father,
Tommy said with confusion. It's in the family Bible. I haven't read it to you yet. When you become a man, I'll read it to you. Then I'll give it to you to pass on to your own kids one day, Rex said with a smile.
I can't wait until I become like you, Father,
Tommy said. The pleasure felt from hearing those words almost made Rex forget about the impending doom that hung over his head. His smile faded slowly as he took another bite of his cherry pie.
The policemen are here,
yelled Sally. My prayers were answered, Rex thought. Rex ran outside to greet his protectors. 2 big, fat police officers hobbled out of their Ford, the tip of their beards almost frozen from the cold. Are you Rex? One of the fat police officers asked. That's me, Rex replied. Well, I'm Rick. This here's Frank. Hello, Frank said stupidly. Hello, Frank. Well, let's not beat around the bush. I'll show you the barn, Rex said. The 3 men trekked through the foot of snow 30 paces to their left, towards the barn. Once inside, the men took their gloves off and began inspecting the scene. Wow, that's a lot of blood there, Rick said in amazement. That's what happens when you skin a cow alive, Rex replied. Shit, you weren't kidding. This is fucked up, Frank said. Well, check this out, Rex said, pointing to the back corner of his barn. Read over what it says, said Rex quietly. Give children or death awaits, Frank said out loud. So what, you think this is some pervert or something trying to scare you? Could be, but would some pervert go through all this trouble? Rex asked, already knowing the answer. This reminds me a lot of the case out in Shelton. You know what I mean? Rick said to Frank. Yeah, some sort of deal, Frank replied. What do you mean? Asked Rex. You never heard of the Whistler? Frank asked with wide eyes. No, never, said Rex. Story goes like this. Out in Shelton, there was a guy living about 2 miles out of town with his family. The guy kept to himself. He owned a small lumber collective. One night, while out on a walk through the fields, he heard a strange whistling. He paid no mind to it, as it was probably just the wind. Next morning, he wakes up to the same whistling, but louder this time. Must be a weird cricket, he thought. Well, that night he went into his barn to find one of his milk cows skinned alive. He had to shoot the thing about 15 times before it finally perished. Poor thing. Fella got freaked out and decided to lock his family in a room for the night. He sat on his porch with a shotgun. In the dead silence of night, once again he hears the whistling. This time it's almost deafening. Almost as if it was done millimeters away from his eardrum. And just like that, it stopped. He heard some commotion in the house and ran inside to inspect it. In that room, he found his wife skinned alive with her tongue cut out. His children were missing. He shot himself on the spot. They never found out who did it, Rick said with a crescendo of sadness. How do they know the guy didn't just go crazy and kill his kids and wife? Rex asked.
We thought that over. It's happened in 3 cities in Washington. Some say it happens in California as well,
Frank said. They all stood in silence for a while until Rex finally broke it. Well, holler if you need anything. Rex sighed. Will do, they said. As Rex shuffled back to his home, he heard an unmistakable sound. A faint whistle. Almost as if it were miles away. Rex awoke to a deafening whistle. He looked to his side and his wife was sleeping soundly. He covered his ears in pain and terror. He ran to his children's rooms, only to find them sleeping soundly as well. The whistling abruptly stopped. He ran out to the barn and opened the doors. "Kill me!" Frank screamed at the top of his lungs. He was now pink, having been skinned alive. Next to him lay a dead Rick, who had a stake driven through both of his eyes. "Fucking kill me!" Frank screamed again. Rex pulled out his revolver and shot Frank square in the head. For a brief moment, Frank stopped screaming and stared over at Rex. He was able to muster out a couple of words before croaking. "Just give him the children," Frank whispered. Rex kneeled over his dead body and began to sob. He grabbed a can of gasoline from the side of his barn and began to soak the bodies. He lit a cigarette, took a couple of drags, and then tossed it on the bodies. The barn began to catch on fire as well. Rex ran into his cabin to alert his family. First entering his children's room, he awoke them violently and yelled for them to gather their things. He did the same to Sally, whose initial anger subsided after realizing what was happening. In just 5 minutes, the children were in the cars with their suitcases, and Rex was the last out of the door. He took one final look at his homestead. It was ironic that he was the very man who built this cabin, and now he was going to have to watch it collapse in flames from his rearview mirror. They set out without a destination in mind, just anywhere away from here, thought Rex.
"Father, it's been 2 hours. When will we stop driving?"
Tommy cried. "This actually seems like a good spot," Rex said with urgency.
"What are we doing, Daddy?"
Mary asked with a tuft of fear. "Your mom says I need to be more spontaneous." Rex looked over at Sally with a fake smile. "So I've decided we're going on a surprise camping trip," Rex said with a false excitement mixed with dread.
"How fun! Can we hunt rabbits, Father? Please?"
Tommy yelled with excitement. "Of course, Tommy. But one thing that we have to remember, okay? No one can know we're here," Rex said sternly.
"How come, Father?"
Mary asked. "Why would we want anyone to know about our great camping spot, little Miss Mary?" Rex replied. "All right, team, let's get this tent pitched and the fire going. It's going to be a cold one tonight," Rex said, rubbing his hands together. The children began pitching the tent while Sally gathered dry sticks for kindling. Rex took out his revolver and set out to hunt for the night's supper. This time to himself also allowed him to think about possible plans of action. He was leaning towards just up and leaving. Sheriff John would never believe his story, he thought. He would be hung as a cop killer. Montana. Yeah, Montana. No one's out there, Rex thought to himself. I'll just tell the kids I got another job. The boss won't let me take it unless I'm there pronto. They'll believe that, Rex thought.
"Rex?"
said a voice from behind the trees. Yes, Sally, Rex replied.
"What happened to the barn?"
Same thing that happened to Moosey. I had to shoot him in the head to end it, Rex whispered.
"And the other one?"
Sally said with dread. Already dead.
"What's the plan?"
Sally asked hastily. The plan is we're going to Montana. I can't go back there. They'll think I killed them, Rex said.
"We can explain it, Rex. John knows you too well to think that of you,"
Sally pleaded. No. If they saw what that thing did to those men, they would want to murder anyone responsible. I don't want to be mistaken for that. Whatever the hell it is. Rex yelled while still whispering.
And what about money, Rex? What the fuck are we going to do for money? How will we eat, Rex?
Sally yelled. We will make do. I'll find a way. I always have, Sally. Rex replied with passion.
And what if it follows us?
Sally whispered with darting eyes. Impossible. It never saw us leave, Rex whispered back.
We don't know that.
I suppose we don't, Rex said. Sally and Rex walked back together, hands linked in silence, held within their hands with an undying love for each other and their children, as well as collective fear for what is to come. When they arrived at the campsite, they looked at their children as they played together.
I got you,
Mary yelled.
No, you didn't. I have a super shield ability. You can't hit me.
Tommy yelled back.
Not fair. Daddy, Tommy's teasing.
Mary yelled with sadness. Sally and Rex did not reply to their children's calls. They only stared at their creations. The innocence, the naivety, the kindness, warmth, all illustrated through their children. How loud would they yelp if skinned alive? Rex thought. Does this thing want to kill them? Or worse, thought Rex. He closed his eyes for a brief moment and sighed. It's getting dark. Let's call it a night. Sally, you and the kids are going to sleep in the tent. I'm going to keep watch for the night, Rex demanded.
Can I help, Father?
Tommy asked. Tom, you're going to be the man of the tent while I watch over you. Keep your mother and your sister safe. Tell them funny stories and extravagant tales. Use your imagination. In the morning, we can hunt for rabbits all day. Got it? Rex said quickly.
Yes, sir,
Tommy said with his tiny hand horizontal to his forehead. Rex leaned closer to Sally and whispered into her ear. Check for me in the middle of the night. If I'm not sitting right here, get the kids and run. Run until you can't anymore. Then find help. I'm going to leave a gun in the tent for Tommy, Rex whispered, giving a kiss to his wife's ear after speaking. She looked at him with tears streaming down her face. With a nod, Rex leaned over to Mary. Little Miss Mary, well, how do you do? Rex asked with a smile.
I'm scared, Father,
she replied quietly with her head down.
Why, honey? Because I'm afraid of that man. Will you keep us safe?
Mary pleaded. Little Miss Mary, I will be here all night, protecting you. I'll be like the Queen's Guard. And you know what? Rex said.
What?
Mary replied. I will probably never even have to use this thing. He smiled, pointing towards his rifle. Mary smiled and Rex tousled her hair. He told them to get in the tent, and they did. Rex perched himself down towards the fire, using its massive flames to light his cigarette. He grabbed his mug and poured some of his finest whiskey. His gun was perched against his chair, ready for a moment's notice. In his head, Rex began to recite an old nursery rhyme his mother used to tell him. If a boogeyman should come at night, when you're tucked in bed without a light, eyes like saucers give you such a fright. If a boogeyman should come at night. Rex's eyelids began to grow heavy. He began to drift into slumber with the warm fire roaring next to him, and the whispered prayers from the tent. Rex awoke to his eardrums nearly bursting. The whistle had almost turned into a disembodied scream, growing louder each second. Grabbing each ear and nearly pulling them off, Rex screamed as his head was banging in pain. Make it stop! God, make it stop! Rex bursted. Rex collapsed to the ground on his knees, sobbing violently. He looked upwards towards the tent and saw the door flap was fluttering in the wind. He let out a guttural yelp that sounded like it came from Lucifer himself. Anger, fear, dread, All of these words do not even come close to describing the state of his mind. He began to crawl out towards the tent, his tears creating rivers in the soil. When he finally made it to the door flap of the tent, he couldn't bear to look inside.
"Little Miss Mary, are you there?"
Rex sobbed so violently the words almost sounded like gibberish. He pounded the ground with such force it gave him upward momentum. Rex lifted himself up to his knees and began to peek behind the flaps of the tent. Inside was a ghastly sight. Sally laid there, skinned, still alive and begging for her mother. Rex shot her in the head quickly without looking. He had to take her out of her misery. After killing his wife, it had dawned on him. The kids were missing. Rex stood for a moment in silence. He began to cry even harder. With the little energy he had, he lifted the pistol up to his mouth and stared forward. Behind the fluttering flap, he saw a black cloak. The wind finally blew the flap open, revealing the Reaper. The man's white face hurt Rex's eyes. He pursed his lips and began to whistle. Rex clenched his fingers, the hammer firing with an orange flash. His body falls backwards, right next to Sally. In other news, a family was found brutally murdered in what the police think was a murder-suicide. Police are reporting that wanted fugitive Rex William took his family on the run with him after killing 2 Clark police officers. Hound dogs finally picked up William's scent this morning, leading them to, according to the responding officers, one of the most disturbing scenes he has ever seen. William's wife was skinned alive. William's 2 children were found about 300 paces away. Both were skinned alive as well. Police said that right next to his wife's corpse, Williams decided the guilt was too much to handle and shot himself once in the temple. It is safe to say that Clark has never seen an event as gruesome as this. Richard turned to another channel, one that was more upbeat.
"Wow, what an awful man,"
Richard's wife, Molly, said in disbelief. "Certainly not something you want to hear when you move to a new city," Richard replied. Richard settled in his chair, drink in hand, marveling at his new home.
"Honey, can you stop whistling?"
Richard asked.
"What?"
Molly replied.
Can you please stop whistling? I'm trying to read."
Richard said more sternly.
"I'm not whistling."
To be honest, I've never been a particularly motivated guy. Sure, I made it through high school all right. I never was in any advanced classes or anything, but I didn't really get held back either. When it came time to apply to university, I sat around and watched as all my high school friends got into their college of choice, or second choice, or third, but me, I didn't get into anything. I fooled around going to the local community college for a while, but eventually my parents started nagging me to pull my own weight around the house. You see, my family was never really all that well off, and to be honest, even if I had gotten into a university I wanted, I don't think we could have afforded even a semester. So, yeah, I dropped out of the community college and got a job. For a while, I took any odd job thrown at me. I delivered packages, I worked on a farm tending to animals, I even did a little construction work for a while, but never could really hold anything stable. Eventually, I thought maybe getting closer to the big city nearby might help me find a more desirable job. I'd avoided moving that way before because the cost of living was insane the closer you got to the city. All those tech bros just kept running the rent through the ceiling. But there was one city within commuting distance which still had fairly affordable rent, if you were okay with the possibility of your place getting broken into and your car being stolen. I figured, what the hell? Not like I had anything worth stealing anyway. My most valuable possession was my last-generation console with an outdated first-person shooter game on it. I figured I could weather a few thefts, so I took the plunge. For a while, things were looking up. I had gotten a place near the big city. I had a pretty well-paying and stable job at some hipster coffee joint in the city that seemed to think my rugged look was on point. I actually had some sizable pocket change for once, and To be honest, I really didn't know what the heck to do with it. That's when I discovered the big city's nightlife. I got so addicted to the clubs, the girls, and the drinking that I practically went out each night. Between the cost of drinking, ride shares, and late-night binge eatings, I barely left room for rent and day-to-day expenses. But somehow I just scraped by every month.
Jesus, Sean, you look like shit.
Amy, my co-worker, took a drag from her cigarette, looking me up and down with a mildly disgusted look on her face. We were taking a quick smoke break between the busy hours. I'll be fine. I just need another shot of espresso, I said, and gave a sheepish laugh. My voice was hoarse and felt all too dry. It was the telltale sign of another late night, screaming, "I love this fucking song," wasted out of my mind to some nameless girl on the dance floor.
What's up with you lately?
She asked. I sighed and took a deep drag of my own cigarette.
You're just barely on time to work. The circles under your eyes are so deep I could mistake you for a panda, and you have this soulless stare when a customer comes up to order.
She continued. I thought the soulless stare was part of why they hired me. Isn't it very, on point? I said. We both laughed.
Yeah, I guess, but I'm serious, man. You can't live like this. It ain't healthy,
she said. Oh, it ain't, huh? I said mockingly. Amy wasn't from around here. She grew up in the Midwest and moved all the way out here, leaving her family behind. She was following the dream to come tech macabre and get a 6-digit salary making obnoxious apps for lazy people. Occasionally, her Midwestern slang would slip out and I'd tease her relentlessly. She groaned and gave me a death stare. Her thick black eyeliner made it especially intimidating. I decided to change the subject. So, are you still taking that coding thingamajigger? I asked.
Hack Academy? Hell yeah,
she exclaimed. She balled her fist and shook it in a triumphant gesture, causing a few strands of her purple-dyed hair to fall into her face.
I'm almost done, but then I'll be out of this job, she said.
She did a quick glance around to be sure no one else heard her, then gave me a knowing smile. Good for you, I said. I threw my cigarette butt down onto the ground and stomped it out before heading back towards the shop to resume my shift.
Hey, you could, not litter, you know, she said.
Yeah, or I could just wait for you to come up with some app to get people to clean up my cigarette butts for me. I turned and walked away, lifting my hand in a lazy wave.
Asshole,
she said, barely audible. I glanced back and saw her bending over to pick up the butt I'd left on the ground. She was such a goody-goody sometimes. I went back to the shop. It was my turn on the espresso machine, so I zoned out and got into a rhythm of making coffee until the day ended. A few minutes into my walk home from the subway, I passed a giant church which seemingly been entirely made of wood and glass. During the daytime it wasn't particularly special, but during the nights they would light up the interior, causing the pattern on the glass window to shine through dramatically. On my way home from work, I'd stare at it regularly, absent-mindedly. But this evening, while I was looking at it, I felt a chill down my spine. The image was always a little fuzzy and hard to make out, but what had once seemed to me surely to be Jesus with his halo suddenly looked twisted and wrong. I stopped walking down the street and stared at the image. What had once been a halo around Jesus' head looked unmistakably like ram's horns, curling off either side of his skull. What had once looked like a serene smile now looked like a twisted snarl. His hand, once formed into a blessing, now looked like a claw reaching out to me. I stared at the depiction of the church's window, and it didn't change. I closed my eyes and rubbed them furiously, and looked again. It still looked wrong. "What's going on?" I muttered under my breath while staring up at the church from across the street. I was broken from my trance when a woman squeezed past me on the sidewalk, avoiding me like I was an unkempt hobo shouting about lizard people. I shook my head and realized how crazy I must look. "Okay, I'm going home and straight to bed," I hurried past the church, glancing at the image a few more times, hoping it would return to its old image, but it remained haunting and twisted. "I'm gonna go have a smoke. You want in?" I looked to Amy, who was just wrapping up cleaning the espresso machine.
"Yeah,"
she said. "Steve, you mind holding the fort?" I asked to our other co-worker, Steve.
"Yeah, sure. I'll stay at the register while you guys go ruin your lungs.
Alone. Again," he said with malice. "Thanks, bud," I said, patting him on the shoulder. He gave me a cold glance and watched as we walked out of the shop into the alley out back. "Steve's a real charmer, huh?" I said to Amy once we'd gotten out back. Amy gave me one of her signature glares.
"You should be glad he doesn't report us for taking so many smoke breaks, Sean,"
Amy said. I looked up into the sky. It was a little overcast. People didn't have much coffee on days like this. It'd be a light day of work. "Yeah, I guess." We smoked in silence for a few minutes.
Hey, you know that church that's over near where I live?"
I asked, breaking the silence.
"Which one?"
"The one that's practically all glass, the one near the lake."
"I know of it."
"Have you ever seen that image that shows on the glass at night?"
"Yeah,"
she said, taking a drag.
"What of it?"
"Did anything seem..." I paused as I searched for words. "Off to you?"
"Off how?"
Never mind, it's stupid." Amy eyed me suspiciously. She wasn't one to leave good enough alone.
"Spit it out, Sean."
"Last night when I was looking at it, it morphed or something. It turned into some ram-headed creature. Full satanic shit, man." Amy started to laugh immediately.
"Come on, Sean. You've been partying a little too hard if you think I'm gonna believe that cliche-ass story."
"I'm serious, Amy. That's what I saw. Clear as day." Amy tilted her head and looked piercingly at my eyes.
"You're really not joking, are you?"
"I'm not." Amy looked at me, frustration in her eyes.
"You seriously need to take a damn break from all this wildlife shit, Sean. It's fucking with your head."
"I guess." We finished our cigarettes in an uncomfortable silence, neither of us knowing what else to say. I spent my entire shift thinking about that damn image at the church. I just couldn't stop seeing its evil snarl burned into the back of my eyelids. It was my night to close down, so I was leaving later than usual. I decided I needed a distraction. I was going out tonight. I went straight to the club after work. It was a Wednesday night, so the crowd was pretty lame, so I just ended up getting shit-faced and hitting on any girl with two legs. Eventually, 2 a.m. rolled around and the club emptied. As I stepped outside of the hot and steamy club, the cold night air felt like a slap in the face, making me nakedly aware of my own drunkenness. I looked around at all the other partiers, stumbling around and laughing a little. This was such a familiar scene to me by now, it almost felt like home. Then I noticed her. A girl in a pure white gown, blonde hair and piercing pale blue eyes, stood at the edge of the sidewalk in front of the club's entrance. She was staring directly at me, no emotion on her face. I looked around me, wondering if maybe she saw someone she knew, or someone was doing something weird behind me, but all the club-goers had emptied out, and I was the only one standing there. She was staring at me. What the fuck? I strode up to her, full of drunken bravado. "Do I know you?" I asked in what seemed like a very impressive tone. The woman stared at me with her eyes wide and emotionless and said nothing. After a few long seconds of silence, without breaking eye contact, she reached a hand into the sleeve of her robe and pulled out a small white object that looked like a little credit card and extended it out to me. I stared at it for a moment and then took it from her. I looked down at the card. It was pure white, solid, like some kind of hard plastic or maybe glass. In pure, solid black lettering it read, "Cathedral of Light." "You're from that church?" I started to ask, but as I looked up from the card, the girl was gone. I looked back at the card and flipped it over. The backside read, 3 a.m., Holy Repentant Service, in the same imposing font. I glanced around and noticed some other drunken club-goers were being ushered away by the club owners and decided it was my cue to go home. I slipped the card into my wallet and stumbled back to my apartment. The alarm on my phone beeped incessantly in my ear as I struggled to keep my eyes open long enough to enter my passcode to turn it off. I groaned as I crawled out of bed and downed some water before hurrying to get clothed and off to work. I showed up to work just barely put together, but on time. Amy was just opening the doors as I came. She shot a concerned glance at me and I walked up. "Hey, Sean, I want to talk to you about something at our break today, okay?" she said. "Of course," I said. "So serious all of a sudden," I laughed. Amy shot me a look that said, "I mean business," and continued setting up the shop for the day's work. When break finally came around, Amy and I went to our usual spots and I lit up. Amy did not.
"So, I went to that church you were talking about last night."
My cigarette practically fell out of my mouth. "No shit," I said in shock. "Why would you do that?"
I don't know. Something about the way you told me about that just made me feel like I had to know."
"So, did you see it?"
"No, well, yes. Not at first."
She looked visibly shaken speaking about it. "Whoa, Amy, I've never seen you like this. You really saw it, didn't you?" Amy nodded. "Well, at least I know I'm not crazy," I said. Amy laughed weakly.
"I was staring at it, and I just saw the same old Jesus figure I remembered. And then suddenly it started to shift, just like you said."
She shook her head from side to side.
"The horns, claws, and all of it was a straight-up demonic image."
"Right?" I said. "I still can't get the image out of my head."
"Yeah, it's almost like it burrowed in there."
Suddenly, last night's images came flooding back to me in bits and pieces, and I remembered the card. I desperately pulled out my wallet and searched it for the card. There it was, right where I'd put it last night, still ominous and pristine as the night before. Amy noticed and came closer to take a look.
"What's that?"
"Get this. Some girl from the church handed it to me outside of the club I was at last night."
"What? Like she was flyering or something?"
I handed her the card to take a look at. She was, like, in this full white robe, like something out of the 1800s or something. And she just stared at me until I took the card.
"What's this on the back of the card?"
It beats me. Some kind of event for their weirdo religion?
"This is some creepy stuff, man."
Amy handed the card back to me and we stood in silence for a moment.
"Want to go check it out?"
she said, breaking the silence. "You know this is literally the worst idea possible, right?"
"Yeah, but I already can't stop thinking about this place since last night. You know how it is. I just gotta figure out what all this is."
I'm ashamed to say that I straight up bailed. I know I probably should have had her back or talked her out of going, but all I could think about at that moment was not wanting to have more to deal with. I guess old habits die hard. "You can go by yourself, Amy. I'm not interested," I said coldly. She scoffed at me and walked off back towards the shop. "Amy, I didn't..." I stopped as she stuck her hand back and gave me a middle finger without stopping. "Whatever," I grumbled to myself and lit up my cigarette before returning to work. Amy wouldn't talk to me for the rest of the day, and even Steve seemed to be sensing something was up, and he kept glancing between the two of us. Amy left early, and Steve and I were cleaning up before he had to close the place down. "Lovers quarrel?" Steve asked. I laughed. Who knows what's going on in that girl's mind? I said apathetically. Steve and I finished up and I headed home. I laid in bed for hours, but I couldn't sleep. I saw the creature in the church glass, the girl in all white, and Amy's cold stare. Fuck! I shouted in frustration. I glanced at the clock. 3:15 a.m. I punched the bed in frustration and got up, hurriedly getting dressed. The church was about a 10-minute walk from my apartment, maybe a little less if I speed walked, but I was practically sprinting. My chest was pounding and something just felt wrong. A primal feeling of worry, something you just know but can't understand. When I finally arrived at the church, the creature in the glass was illuminated and towering above me. I tried not to focus on it as I circled the building looking for Amy. Before I could find her, I found a large double door, slightly ajar. A faint light seeping from inside the building into the darkness of the night. I slowly peeked inside. The building was dimly lit inside, except the glass wall where the figure was illuminated. Candles lined a walkway leading to a pedestal with a spotlight shining on a book. Something about the book drew me to it. Maybe it was just a natural instinct to approach light in a dark room. Maybe it was the mystery. Maybe it was something else. But I couldn't fight the urge to approach it. When I reached it, I saw that the book was in a language unlike anything I'd ever seen before. In the candlelight, the words seemed to shift and writhe on the page like snakes in a pit. On one page, a drawing depicted a dagger dripping with some liquid. I flipped through the pages frantically, each page filled with that strange language and more disturbing imagery. A loud clicking sound ignited my heart and made me spin around to look at the source. A long, laborious squeak sounded as a door opened slowly behind me, seemingly on its own. "Hello," I said. I meant for it to sound strong, but instead it sounded meek and timid. "Amy?" Nothing responded. I walked to the door. I could feel my body shaking. I was terrified. As I approached the door, I could hear a dull tone, almost like chanting. I pushed the door open to reveal a spiral staircase, dimly lit but with a stronger light flickering down below. I methodically walked down the staircase, and the chanting grew louder and clearer with each step. As I approached the bottom of the staircase, I could clearly hear the chanting, though I had no idea what language it was in. The first thing I saw when I made it to the bottom of the staircase was Amy. She hung in the center of a room. Her hands were tied on either side of a large wooden cross, her legs tied to the bottom. She was gagged and completely naked. Her eyes shot open in a mixture of fear and hope as she saw me, and our eyes locked. I quickly scanned the room. Hooded figures in orange, their faces obscured, surrounded Amy. Several girls like the one I'd seen before, only now they wore no white robes, danced, spinning and jumping in jerky, stilted motions around Amy. The hooded men chanted methodically in the otherworldly language. The chanting filled the room with a cacophony of deep booms and piercing hisses. I started to speak. The chanting stopped. All the girls in unison stopped dancing in mid-motion and turned, staring at me. "Amy?" I barely managed to squeak, paralyzed with fear. I stepped into the doorway.
"Repent and be reborn."
They all chanted at once. I don't think they were speaking English, but suddenly I could understand the words. I tried to speak.
"Repent and be reborn."
They repeated.
"Repent and be reborn."
It was then that I noticed the ornate dagger lying on a pedestal next to the cross where Amy was tied. Once I'd seen it, a flood of visions entered my mind. I saw myself the head of an empire. I saw possessions beyond anything I'd ever dreamed. People respected and aspired to be like me. Clearly none of it had happened, but they felt like memories. Memories of the future. Then, suddenly, my purpose was clear. For the first time in my life, I was intensely motivated, and I knew exactly what I had to do.
"Repent and be reborn,"
they said. I walked towards Amy. She looked at me with hope in her eyes.
Repent and be reborn.
They repeated. I reached Amy and tears streamed from her eyes, her thick black eyeliner streaming as she stared into my cold eyes. Repent and be reborn, I said, as I grabbed the dagger and shoved it into Amy's chest in one swift motion. She screamed violently, even through the gag, as her eyes faded and the life flooded from them.
The ambitious fall.
The voices said in unison.
The strong shall rule.
They continued. I stared at the blood on my hands as the people around me slowly walked towards me in unison. It's been 10 years since Amy disappeared. After the disagreement we had in front of Steve, he suspected me. But after they found a note in Amy's apartment claiming that she just couldn't take the pressure anymore after failing to finish her hack academy degree, the police dropped the case as a textbook case of burnout. I'm a successful CEO now. I was able to come up with a highly successful social media website, despite my relative lack of knowledge, and use that fortune to build several other successful apps on that platform. I never worry about money anymore. Sometimes I check up on my old high school friends just to laugh about what their university degrees have gotten them. It's an amazing world we live in, where a relative nobody can become a world name just by creating a simple website, just by having the motivation to do what it takes. Thankfully, the high-pressure environments in my tech bubble means no one worries when every few years the ambitious new intern just stops showing up to work one day. It all started 4 days ago. My job had just let me go because I was too slow at putting peppers on a freaking conveyor belt. So it was back to the hell that was job searching. 3 applications a day, keeping an eye out for responses, and in general, just hanging with my parents that I could tolerate some days better than others. I honestly don't know what made me think of applying for that specific gas station. Don't get me wrong, I really do like the place, and I don't blame it for what happened. So I won't use the real name in this story. Let's call it Swift Pit instead. The gas station was family-owned. Let's call them the Leica family. That has a nice ring to it. Miss Leica was a kind, short lady with gray hair and blue eyes, and a very gentle voice. $13 an hour sure felt like one hell of a deal for just running the register, filling the hot food section and keeping the shelves stocked. And the other workers were nice, which was more than I could have said for my last job. I don't think I need to describe what it looked like to you, because it's pretty much the same as any other gas station. There were 4 pumps, and the store itself was pretty small, but not so small it felt claustrophobic. During the day, they kept the hot food area well stocked, but during the night, we kept only the bare minimum there, replacing it only when the initial ones were taken. The evenings were so slow, they'd only put 1 person in the station, though the boss lived perhaps 10 minutes away and would be able to show up pretty quickly if I gave her a call. Not sure how the days went, though since they were still in business, I've got to assume quite a bit busier. I heard that they were toying with closing during the night to help save on expenses. It was my first night by myself. Nothing too eventful happened for the first few hours. I could have counted the number of customers that actually entered the station so far on one hand. One was a short old woman with a loud set of pipes. Another was a man who really shouldn't have been driving from how badly he reeked of alcohol. There might have been a few more customers. It's a little fuzzy now. I spent a lot of time just standing at the register and staring out the window. I always grew up near cities, where you could only see the brightest stars. It really wasn't until I got this job, a few minutes away from the nearest city, that I really got to see the night sky in all of its glory. That night was no exception. The full moon was just breathtaking. I could have stood there and watched the stars for hours. It was around 1 o'clock when I heard the gunshot, and it was close, really close. The entire night went into a panic,
I heard startled birds flying for safety, watching a single deer sprint past the building. Then it was quiet. The night itself patiently waiting for an explanation. But I didn't have one. There was a huge forest nearby, sure. Perhaps a hunter? I don't know the first thing about hunting. Maybe someone was allowed to hunt on this property. I was straining my ears when there was a loud clunk by the door. Nothing could have prepared me for what I saw. It was an adult wolf, who had one paw lightly stuck in the handle to pull it open. All it took was the wolf making a little jump backwards, and the door swung open. And for just a moment, I realized the wolf had gained entry, and I was very possibly in danger. The wolf threw something into the store and took off into the night, all within the span of a few seconds. It was all so fast. But it was what the wolf had just flung into the building that really had me shocked. It was a small bundle of gray fur, looking at me with big brown eyes. I couldn't understand what I had just witnessed. Had an adult wolf just thrown its baby into the gas station and bail? That didn't make any sense. The little wolf looked outside, then hobbled its way towards me without a second thought. I was still thinking about it when someone stormed into view. They were wearing a huge trench coat, a very heavy set of jeans, some steel-toed boots, and a thick pair of gloves, along with a heavy-looking hat. But what really had me scared was the huge gun the man was holding. It was some sort of rifle, and even without knowing anything about guns, I recognized it as a high-caliber gun. The man was walking towards the entrance to the gas station, and while I couldn't see his eyes, I got the feeling he was looking right at me. By the time he got to the entrance, the young pup was out of sight, and the man's attention was grabbed when the adult wolf howled somewhere off in the distance. The man immediately turned and ran toward the sound, his gun at the ready. I didn't know what to think about the whole situation. I've heard of plenty of people hunting deer, but I didn't even know if it was legal for people to hunt wolves. I also didn't know how smart wolves were. But here was a parent wolf not only playing decoy to protect its cub, it even knew how to work the gas station's pull door with no trouble whatsoever. I've had some dogs that figured out that kind of stuff, sure, but that was only after several hundred attempts. And if the wolf was that crafty, I got the feeling the man stood no chance of killing it. My thoughts turned to the cub when I felt it nuzzling against my feet. It only took one look down before I knelt down and began petting it. I've always liked dogs and kids, so a 2-in-1 package combo was an absolute delight. It took me a second to remember that it was a wild wolf cub. This whole situation was just so weird. The poor thing was shaking like a leaf. Somewhere in the back of my mind I was wary. Even a fully tamed dog is likely to lash out at a person if it is approached when scared. But that part of my mind wasn't the one in control, as I gently clutched the cub close to my chest. There, it's okay. I won't let the mean hunter hurt you. The wolf looked up at my face, then, to my delight, snuggled close to my chest. Good. There was nothing to worry about. But it was strange. As far as I know, most wild animals are scared to be around people. This pup was scared, sure, but had no problem whatsoever with me. Did it realize I wanted to help it? I don't know. Would that be a bit too smart for a wolf cub? It didn't take long before I realized I had to call someone. Even if the poor cub was someone's pet, that meant that someone was missing their pet and probably looking for it. The only person who lived close enough that it even seemed plausible would be the manager. I hated the idea of waking her up at 1 a.m., but I really wasn't sure what to do about the situation. The phone rang 3 times before someone picked up. Unlike the gentle voice I was expecting to come out from the phone, I heard a gruff and decadently male voice grumble its way through the receiver.
Yeah.
Hi, I'm looking for Miss Laika. There's something odd going on at the gas station, and...
My wife's sleeping right now, asshole. I'm gonna have to do.
Well, this was off to a great start. I've never been the best at conversing with people, and I honestly hadn't realized she was married. Okay. I heard a gunshot nearby. It took the man the longest time to reply, and when he did, I was startled at how nervous he sounded. All of that annoyance was gone, replaced with genuine fear in his voice.
Is that so? Are you in danger?
Not that I know of yet. I did see some weirdo in a trench coat carrying a rifle walking around outside, but they left after hearing a wolf howl.
Shit, you, didn't happen to see if there was a wolf with a cub nearby, did you?
Well, that was suspiciously specific. I'm not stupid, and that was setting off red flags in my head. It took nearly 10 seconds before I decided the only rational answer was that the Leica family owned a few tame wolves. Yes, actually. The wolf kind of threw the cub into the gas station. I'm currently holding the cub right now.
Okay. Actually, first I'm going to question why the hell you'd pick up a wild wolf cub. You do know mother wolves aren't very forgiving if they see you playing with their kids, right?
That made me blush. He wasn't wrong, of course. If I was a normal person, maybe I would have thought through it a little bit harder. I like dogs. A lot.
Fair enough. Anyways, I've heard about this nutcase on the news recently. Apparently it comes out every full moon and starts shooting at any wolves he sees. I'm gonna grab my gun and meet you at the gas station, just in case he decides to do something. As for the cub, well, you seem to have that under control right now. Also, this may be a strange thing to ask, but could you please not call the police? I mean, if the situation gets really bad, then go right ahead. But so long as it's just weird like this...
I agreed with him, my throat becoming very dry. More red flags were going off. He knew more than what he was letting on. I could sense it. This whole situation screamed trouble. As I hung up the phone, I looked at the clock. 1:15. Now, before I continue, I want it on the record that I'm not always the best when it comes to putting things together. But it doesn't take a fucking genius to figure out the connection between wolves and the full moon. Of course, I thought werewolf at some point during this conversation. It would definitely explain some nut marching around the woods, killing every wolf he came across. At the time, I thought this gunman was probably just some deluded psycho who believed in fairy tales a little too much. As I waited for Mr. Leica to appear, I couldn't stop the thoughts gnawing away at my brain. Why on earth had the man asked about a wolf and her cub? My more creative side that likes to ignore reality played with the thought that perhaps this mother wolf and child were in fact not only werewolves, but family members to Mr. Leica. I've always had an overactive imagination, and it's gotten me in trouble more than once. And tonight, faced with a mystery that the rational side of my brain had no answer to, the creative side was all too willing to spin a fantastical story of lies, murder, and love. Though, of course, the rational side was keeping it in check. The fantasies I was cooking up were nothing more than fantasies. Werewolves were not real. The entire time my brain was thinking this up, I was playing with the cub. For the first few minutes, I just stood there and petted the cub. But then we got bored of that, and I decided to see if it could play fetch with a nearby pencil. The answer, to my delight, was yes. Somewhere in the middle of this, I started calling the cub Togo, which he seemed to love. Belly rubs were one of his favorite things, so I started rewarding him with a belly rub each time he brought back the pencil. It felt like forever before my mind noticed that there was something heading our way. I could hear it, some soft, thumping sound. It made me feel uneasy, and I quickly had the cub sit at my feet while I stood up at the register, the cub well hidden from the doorway. It only took a few seconds before I saw the man wearing a trench coat walk into view. The man grunted as he took a step into the store, his large boots producing an audible thump with every step. His eyes checked out the right side of the store, then the left, before deciding it was safe to walk inside. In his left hand was a gun,
Sorry to disturb you, lad.
There was no sincerity in his voice, but it was deep, perhaps the deepest sounding voice I'd ever heard. And as he walked in the store, I had the pleasure of realizing the man was taller than me, which, considering I'm 6'3", is actually quite the feat. It wasn't just a little bit either. He could have been 7 feet tall. It would have been a lot more intimidating if he didn't look like some secret agent from a kid's cartoon attempting to blend in with society. But the gun was very real, and it was what I was mostly afraid of.
Have you seen a wolf come by here lately? Rather tall, gray fur, blue eyes.
I honestly told him no. I didn't get a good look at the adult wolf that came by earlier, and the cub had brown eyes. But the man gave another low grunt as he began sauntering his way over to me, his boots thumping the entire way.
Well, what about a tiny wolf? Gray fur and brown eyes.
I told him no, but even I knew full well it was pointless. I couldn't even maintain eye contact. His boots were getting on my nerves. I'm easily distracted by sound, and the thumping kept messing with my head.
Really?
He was heading my way, a crooked smile on his face as he lightly lifted up his gun.
I'm not in the mood for games, kid.
My throat was dry as the desert as I asked him why he wanted to know.
The moon's full and there are wolves about. Do I need to spell it out for you?
Are you trying to tell me they're werewolves? This man congratulated me on figuring it out, his voice soaked in sarcasm. I could feel Togo shivering against my feet, doing his best to stay out of the sight of this man. And in that instant, I felt a rush of paternal instincts kicking in. He was not getting Togo, no matter what he thought. Werewolves don't exist, sir. The thumping stopped, because he was now on the other side of the counter, and his eyes, a deep shade of blue, were trying to bore a hole right through my skull.
I don't have time to explain the situation to you, so let's just settle with yes, they are.
Give me one reason to believe you. He lifted his gun slightly with a stone-cold frown on his face. He didn't aim it at me or anything, but the threat was clear. It was quite the experience. I've never felt a chill down my spine quite like that before. He really was crazy, and he was dead serious.
Werewolves do exist. I've seen what they can do, what they are. They cause nothing but pain and misery. Now tell me where the cub is.
I didn't want to hand any living thing to this psychopath. The little cub was huddled around my feet, shivering so badly that it almost felt like it was having a seizure. But at the same time, well, he was pretty much telling me he'd shoot me if I didn't tell him. And if he did, Togo would be easy pickings. There was a moment, a truly horrible moment, where I honestly believed there was no other choice. I was going to have to reach down, pick up the innocent pup, and place it within this monster's hands. Then reality struck me. Mr. and Miss Laika lived only 10 minutes away, and I quickly glanced at the clock, which told me I'd made that call about 12 minutes ago. Help was only a few minutes away, and maybe even just a few seconds away. If I could just stall for time, he wouldn't try anything if there was something with equal firepower on the scene, right? What will you do? Kill it?
Not immediately, no. You see, his mother has proven to be quite the difficult catch, not letting me get a clear shot.
Good, he's talking. I just need to keep him talking. Okay. He gives a very irritated grunt as he shakes his head.
God, are you really that retarded? I'm going to use it as bait.
Retarded? Oh, he just struck a nerve. But it also told me just how agitated he was. Did he know I was stalling for time? Why the hell did I think this was a good idea a few seconds ago? Let's say that werewolves exist. How do you know these two are werewolves?
Let's put it this way. Wolves are smart, but they're not that smart. The mother wolf realized I was tracking her down after I failed to ambush her. What did she do? She ran out to the gas station, and a few minutes later I realized she must have brought her pup inside. She then tried to lead me away from the gas station. That's quite a bit of thought for a normal wolf.
Okay, I had to give him that point, but the more I thought about it, the more this man's plan made me scared of him. He wanted to use a child to lure their mother into a trap and then kill the child. It was disgusting. Did you see the mother doing something wrong?
I beg your pardon.
Well, I'm assuming you have a reason you want to kill her.
She's a werewolf.
That was it. He made no other attempt to justify murdering what he fully believed was a sentient being. And he said it with such conviction, as if I was out of my mind to even think he needed more of a reason than that. It made my skin crawl. This guy was well on his way to becoming a serial killer, and if I kept attempting to stall him, I was starting to think I would become his first genuinely sentient victim. There was movement in my peripheral. A quick glance outside showed me that my salvation was just pulling into the parking lot. I'd never been so happy to see a beat-up little Subaru. But when I looked back at the man, I realized I had made a horrible mistake. He was following my gaze, and the instant he saw the car outside, his mouth curled up into a nasty sneer.
You little shit.
He raised the gun and aimed it at my chest. There was no hesitation. The sound was deafening. Pain tore a path through my chest. I staggered backwards while placing a shaking hand to my chest, and held my hand up to find it covered in blood. He had actually shot me. I mean, it's one thing to threaten to shoot someone. It's quite another to actually do it.
I should have fucking known.
It felt like a dream as I looked up at him, to find him aiming the rifle at the doorway. Standing there was a burly man wielding a gun of his own, aiming it directly at the man in the trench coat. My breaths were slow and ragged, and I couldn't stop coughing. A few times I started coughing up blood. Mr. Leica and the man just stood there for the longest time, guns aimed at each other. At some point I fell to the ground. I don't think it had anything to do with the hole in my chest. I think it was just the shock of the entire situation. They started shouting at each other. I only needed to hear the first few sentences to realize they knew each other personally, and they despised each other. I tuned them out while reaching into my pocket and grabbing out my phone. It took only a few seconds to punch in the number and bring it to my ears. To my surprise, it hardly began the first ring before they picked it up. The welcome sound of a friendly voice came through.
911, what's your murder?
The sound was deafening. I heard the man's boots thundering towards the nearest aisle as all hell broke loose. Somewhere in my mind, I finally realized this was really happening. A gunfight was going on, right in front of me. I was shaking violently now, one hand clutching at the wound as I brought my knees to my chest and began whispering into the phone. I'm at the Swift pit at the gas station. I was just shot. I couldn't hear her response over the gunfire, just the urgency in her voice. The guns sounded really different, with the man's making a loud bang and Mr. Leica's gun making a strange rat-a-tat sound, like it was firing 3 rounds at a time. Then it stopped. What followed was 5 minutes of silence, no one willing to make a single move. I was whispering to the operator, telling her everything I knew about the situation in a desperate hope that she'd have an answer as to what I should do. At some point, I took off my shirt and tightly wrapped it around my chest in an attempt to slow the bleeding. And poor Toga was curled up next to me, crying silently as the world itself stood still. My heart stopped as I heard a body fall to the floor. The man's gun fired last, not Mr. Leica's. I tried to rationalize it. Maybe it was a dead man's trigger finger. Oh no. Add thumbing sound effect. He was heading my way. The young cub began whimpering. There was no point in trying to protect him anymore. I was about to die, and Togo was going to die right after. Time seemed to slow down as his boot came into view around the corner, landing with another loud thump. I looked up at him to see there were a few holes in his coat, but there was no blood. It took me a second to realize he was wearing a bulletproof vest underneath the trench coat. He had a nasty smile on his face as he rested the barrel of the gun right against my forehead. There was no hesitation, no guilt in his eyes. I could only watch, shaking my head pitifully and crying as I watched him pull the trigger. The smirk vanished off his face as he looked down at his gun with a raised eyebrow. The sound couldn't have been more unexpected. The man's eyes opened wide in shock as he buckled at the knees, blood flowing freely from the 3 bullet holes in his forehead. His head slammed into the floor with a nasty thunk. I heard pounding footsteps as Mr. Laika ran into view, pointing his gun at the man's head. It was only 10 seconds later, when it was clear the man was never going to get back up, that Mr. Laika turned around and looked at me. There was blood pouring out of a wound on his shoulder. But what really had me scared was the haunted look in his eyes as he got down to eye level with me, putting a hand on my shoulder. He looked me over and gave a huge, relieved sigh.
I called 911. They're on the way.
Good. Can you stand? It took a few attempts. My legs were shaking really badly, but I did ultimately stand. It took me a moment to realize Togo was standing in front of me, now nuzzling Mr. Laika's legs. He just reached down and picked Togo up and gently touched his head to Togo's forehead. The front door opened. At first I thought it was the police, but to my surprise I turned around to find the mother wolf now entering the gas station. She trotted up to us and waited for Mr. Laika to set down Togo before gently picking up her cub and looking at me. The instant that her eyes met mine, there was a connection. I don't think I can fully explain how I knew her thoughts, but I knew exactly what she was saying to me, and I couldn't help the smile that came to my face as I scratched the back of her ear, even as the moment sent another wave of agony through my chest. "You're welcome." She smiled before turning around. Red and blue lights were shining through the windows, sirens blaring through the quiet night. Before I could say anything more, the wolf sprinted for the back door, knocking it open and vanishing into the night with her baby. The next few hours were a blur. The police asked a lot of questions, of course, but I didn't say much. The ambulance wasn't far behind them, and they put some endotracheal tube in my lung to help with my current breathing problems. The ambulance called the Laika family to inform them that Mr. Laika was injured, but they didn't pick up. My family was a different matter. You'd have thought that I really had died from how badly my mom was crying, screaming that I was never to work at a gas station ever again. The doctors performed surgery on me within half an hour of me getting to the hospital. The bullet had gone through my lung and had nearly managed to exit through my back. It took a few stitches to close it all, but all in all, I was assured my life wasn't in any danger due to the wound. I'm currently writing this from the hospital bed. This is the first day where I haven't had some damn reporter shoving a microphone down my throat, trying to get my opinion on the whole thing. Apparently the cameras in the station couldn't catch what was actually said. There was just footage of me playing with the wolf pup, then the man came in, and it all went to shit. I told them everything the man had said to me, how he was hunting werewolves, how he wanted to know where the cub was. Right now, the TV in my room is showering the headlines on the Werewolf Hunter, as they've named my attacker. As of right now, he's a John Doe. He didn't have a phone or any form of identification on him. Not a single person is missing from town, and not a single abandoned vehicle nearby. Police are awaiting news from a DNA test. But here's what really caught my attention. There are no stories of him from before that night. Reddit, Twitter, Facebook, the actual news, I couldn't find anything, and I've had days to search. The closest I got was a man who swore werewolves existed and had killed his wife for thinking she was one. But he was several states away and was predictably in prison. I hadn't told the police that Mr. Laika had warned me of this man, that he had heard stories of a man killing wolves during the full moon. As for the wolf and her pup, no one had an explanation for what happened. There were animal experts trying to figure out why a mother wolf would put her baby with a complete stranger, why the baby trusted me with no trouble, and why the mother simply took her child back without attempting to maul us. Some are accusing me of having illegally tamed the wolf, saying that it explained why I had refused to hand the pup over, even with my life on the line. but others are defending me, saying that perhaps the wolf somehow realized I was protecting the child and pointing out that when the wolf opened the door, I was clearly alarmed until she left. In all honesty, I don't need an explanation. Miss Leica had come and visited me since then, looking at me with her piercing blue eyes and apologizing for everything that happened, promising to give me an explanation that I don't really need. She brought her son, not more than a year or two old, with big brown eyes. I had asked her for the boy's name, and she told me it was Sam. Then the child spoke, and while his mother thought it was just baby noises, it brought a smile to my face. Togo.
My wife has a twin sister. They aren't identical twins, just fraternal, but they still look very much alike. If you didn't know them well, you could easily mistake one for the other from a distance. Carrie and I have been married for 6 years. Her sister, Amber, just got married about 6 months ago to a guy named Steve. He seemed like a nice enough guy at first. A little aloof, maybe, but nice enough. The more I've been around him, though, the clearer it has become to me that he's not the type of guy I'd choose to hang out with. Since my wife and her sister are close, though, and since we all live in the same little Colorado town, I don't really have a choice. We seem to see each other regularly. It sounds like I'm getting ready to complain, but I'm not. There are definitely worse things than having to hang out with Amber and Steve. I've always enjoyed Amber's company. She's a lot like Carrie, after all. And Steve isn't unpleasant, necessarily, just a little peculiar. Still, I was disappointed to learn that Steve wanted to take me up to his hunting lease for the weekend. To tell the truth, I don't think it was Steve's idea. I think Carrie and Amber came up with it so the two of them could have the weekend to themselves, to go shopping or whatever else it was they wanted to do regularly. I think Carrie was also hoping Steve and I would bond better. She knew we really didn't click, and it would make our gatherings better all around if we could find a way to connect. Never mind if I didn't hunt anymore. I don't even own a gun. But there was no way I could have said no. For the sake of everyone involved, I was going to spend the weekend up in the mountains in a little rustic cabin with Steve. With Carrie's encouragement, I got my mind right, and that Friday afternoon, Steve and I headed up a mountain and into the wilderness. As usual, our conversation on the way up was stilted. When we got to the cabin, which appeared to be pretty sturdy, there be it far from civilization, Steve headed inside without really giving me any direction about where to go or what to do, so I just hung out on the front porch. He came back out a minute or so later, carrying 2 rifles, and said something about needing to make sure if they were sighted correctly. I went in to use the restroom, and when I came back out, he was sitting in a rocking chair there on the porch. I sat in another, and we had the first of what we proved to be a recurring themed conversation. He said to me, "So, did you ever date Amber before you and Carrie got together?" What an odd thought to ask out of the blue, I thought. No, I met Carrie first. I didn't meet Amber until after." He sort of grunted, staring off into the forest, and then he asked, "What about after? Did you date her after?" I never dated Amber. She's my wife's sister." He grunted again, still staring into the wilderness. Finally, he suggested that we get a move on, because it got dark in a hurry in the mountains. There was a split rail fence about 30 yards from the cabin, and there was a traditional bullseye target fastened to one of those posts. He asked me to go check that the target was secured tightly, so I did. Just as I touched the target, though, there came a booming crack from behind me, a rifle shot, and simultaneously splinters flew from one of the rails not 3 feet from where I was standing. It scared the living hell out of me, and I flinched so hard I almost fell down. I whirled around and glared back at the cabin, at Steve. He was just standing there, with one of his rifles resting on his shoulder, laughing. "What the fuck are you doing?" I screamed. "Relax," he chuckled. "Just joking. I sighted the guns last weekend." "Shooting at me isn't a joke. It's damn reckless." He sort of rolled his eyes. I apologize. I didn't mean to make you upset. Just trying to have a little fun. Being a little off was one thing. Firing a high-powered rifle in the vicinity of somebody was something entirely else. I had just about decided to demand that he take me home by the time I'd made it back to the cabin, but then I started thinking about the girls. This was going to be hard to explain, and it wasn't going to do anything for the bonding thing Carrie had hoped for. Still, bonding or not, it wasn't worth getting shot at. I found him standing next to the sink, preparing to wash dishes. I marched over to him, still not quite sure what I was going to say, but he beat me to it. "I really am sorry," he said. "I'm an expert shot. No way you were in danger. But I get that you couldn't have known that. I understand. I shouldn't have done that." "You scared the shit out of me."
"I know." He rinsed a pot under the faucet and set it in the drying rack. "I just felt that we were a little tense. We're not the best of friends, and our wives sort of forced this on us. I was just trying to loosen things up."
"Yeah, well..."
I could feel my resolve breaking. Before I knew it, my hand had found its way to his shoulder and patted it. It loosened my bowels. He laughed. "You should have seen your face." That's how it went for the next little while, friendly and jovial. We worked together on dinner, steaks and potatoes, nice and manly. And then he made a fire in the fireplace. I grabbed us a few beers from the fridge, and we relaxed there in the den and took in the tranquility. He was cleaning a pistol, a large one. I think it was a .45. The conversation was meandering along nicely, like any normal conversation would. He talked about his army days. He'd done 2 tours in Afghanistan, but hadn't seen much action. He was earnest about it, though, and hearing him tell the stories made me feel a certain reverence for him, as I did towards all soldiers who'd volunteered to put themselves in harm's way for the sake of our country. He finished cleaning the pistol, then he loaded it. Then he set it on the end table next to his chair. It was about then that we heard a noise from outside, something indefinable but large sounding. He shushed me. Then he sort of smiled knowingly and picked up his pistol. "A bear," he said. "He probably smells our dinner, and he's come to see if there's anything for him." "A bear? A grizzly?" "Doubtful. Probably a black bear. Grizzlies don't usually come this far down this time of year." "This far down? We didn't feel very far down to me." But then again, I wasn't accustomed to this kind of outing. No reason not to take him at his word. And not that it really mattered to me. I supposed a black bear could eat me just as well as a grizzly could. It would just take him longer. Steve got up and made his way toward the front door, creeping along quietly. It sounded like the bear had made its way onto the front porch. I could hear his claws scratching on the floorboards, and I thought I could hear him breathing, sniffing, even grunting. Without any warning at all, Steve let out with a loud yell as he banged the front door with an open palm. Like before, I flinched so hard I almost fell out of my chair. He opened the door and rushed down to the porch, which I thought was a terrible idea, though it was probably true that an unarmed bear was less threatening than a Taliban soldier. And then he fired 7 shots into the air. "Get out of here, you crusty bastard!" he yelled. And then he came back in and closed the door. He sort of paused when he'd finally caught my eye, realizing that he'd scared me again. "Sorry, Jake. Didn't mean to frighten you." "I know. I actually felt a little ashamed. I need to grow a pair." He sort of laughed and retook his seat. "Good thing the girls aren't here. If they were, we'd probably be packing up and heading back to town." "No shit. Especially Amber. She can be pretty freaky sometimes." I could feel the mood change instantly, like the air pressure in the room had dropped. "What do you mean?" he asked. "Freaky." "You know, just freaky. She scares easy." He still had the pistol in his lap. I wished he'd put it away, like back in the gun safe where he'd put the rifles. On the other hand, there was a bear out there. "What do you think she's afraid of?" he asked, all traces of mirth having left his voice. I don't think she's afraid of anything in particular,"
She's just who she is. She scares easy. For that matter, so does Carrie. I don't know why I singled out Amber.
Me neither.
He sort of cocked his head to the side.
Are you sure y'all didn't date? You and Amber?
Of course I'm sure.
Because it seems to me like maybe y'all did.
This was bizarre, and it was starting to become uncomfortable. Where was all this crap coming from, anyway? Of course, there'd been that time I'd been in the hot tub with Carrie and Amber back in the early days. We'd all been drinking and things have sort of gotten out of hand, but that hadn't lasted. After a few months, the three of us had decided that it probably wasn't a good idea for any of us to continue down that path. And besides, I'd never been with Amber back then by herself. It had always been the three of us. Well, except for a few times. Amber wouldn't have told anyone about those encounters, though. She wouldn't have wanted her sister to know. As far as that went, we had all agreed to keep our time as a threesome to ourselves. I couldn't imagine Amber telling someone she was dating, least of all the man she was going to marry, that she used to have sex with her sister and her sister's boyfriend. She wouldn't do that. Would she? She knew it would hurt Carrie if she did, and as to the four of us, it would have made it terribly uncomfortable, especially for Steve. Surely she hadn't done something so stupid. Surely he didn't know.
What are you doing with my wife, Jake?
Good Lord. That was more than just offensive, as he sat there staring at me with a pistol in his lap. It was menacing. I don't know where this is coming from, Steve. Carrie and I love each other. Carrie and Amber love each other. Why do you think any of us would do anything to hurt the others? He didn't say a word. He just sat there, eyes narrowed, staring at me. Finally, he sort of grunted, and then he reached to the box of 45 shells and reloaded the 2 spent chambers in the pistol cylinder. The only sounds in the room were the occasional pop from the fire and the faint ticking of the mantel clock, which was partially hidden beneath the beard of a mounted bison head.
Well,
he began as he stood.
I'm going to bed. You should probably try to get some sleep yourself. We need to head for the blind about an hour before sunup.
I swear to God, getting to the blind on time was about the last thing on my mind just then. I was beginning to think that old Steve was a little imbalanced, and it was plain as day he had a bone to pick with me. Still, I couldn't imagine he knew anything about me and Amber. It was clear he was suspected, but surely that was due to some insecurity he had about himself, or about his own relationship with her. Surely she hadn't said anything to him. Surely not. I only sat up a few more minutes, thinking about everything that had transpired over the course of the afternoon and evening, considering whether or not I demanded that he'd take me home in the morning, as opposed to trudging through the snowy wilderness with him to a hunting blind. By that point, I couldn't imagine staying. Given everything that he'd gone on, it would have been foolish to stay. My biggest concern as I went to bed was whether he would agree to take me back. The mattress on my little twin bed was hard and lumpy. My guess was it hadn't been changed out in decades. At any rate, it did little to help me sleep, which was going to be hard enough considering that Steve was in the next room with a loaded pistol. I'd actually had the thought that I should get one of those rifles and keep it in bed with me, just in case. But he'd locked them up, which at the time I thought a responsible thing to do. There were knives in the kitchen, but they would obviously be of little use in a gunfight. Bottom line, this was going to be a long night. At least I was warm. Sometime later, I'm not sure how long, I'd begun to drift. I wasn't fully asleep, though, and suddenly I began to recognize the feeling that I wasn't alone, that I was being watched. My eyes flew open, but it was total darkness. I lay there, still and quiet, the hairs raised on my neck, listening. And pretty soon, I heard it, breathing right next to my bed. I fumbled at my phone in a rush and finally managed to turn its light on. Sure enough, there stood Steve, right next to me, still holding the pistol. "What the fuck?" I managed, flinching away from him.
What are you doing? He didn't answer me. He just stood there with the pistol hanging towards the floor from his right arm. It was still warm in my room, but suddenly I felt cold, like a sheet of ice had just been dragged across me from the inside. The moment was completely surreal, but in it I began to know real fear. This man was crazy. He was thinking about whether or not he should kill me, and I was completely defenseless. "What's wrong?" I asked, trying to start some sort of conversation. "Is there something wrong? Did the bear come back?" "You fucked my wife, didn't you?" That wasn't exactly the conversation I'd had in mind. At least it wasn't the one I'd hoped for. Still, it was better if I kept him talking. "I can't imagine why you'd think that." "You had your little cock in her. You know what she's like, don't you?" "Steve, I don't know who you've been talking to." "You're still fucking her, aren't you?" He'd said that in a whisper, more like he'd been talking to himself. I don't know why, but that was even more menacing. "Why do you think you have to have both of them? One ain't enough. Aren't they pretty much the same? Or maybe that's it. Maybe you think they are the same, and you're entitled to have whichever one of them you choose." This was like a nightmare. I couldn't believe I'd managed to get myself into this situation, that I'd allowed Carrie to get me into it. But I had. I started to say something else, anything, but before I managed another word, he raised the pistol and pointed it directly at my forehead, not more than an inch from my skin. "No!" I screamed. Wait. Was that my voice? "Steve, wait!" "Shut the fuck up, you piece of shit, before I splatter your brains all over the wall." I did as told, the best I could, anyway. By then I was almost whimpering, blubbering even. I was trying to hold it in, but failing miserably. At first, every thought in my mind merged into a great ball of white noise, one where language didn't exist. But then the noise began to abate in favor of distant words. Words like terror and survival and mercy and guilt. "When was the last time you were with my wife?" He seemed inordinately calm. Maybe because he was a soldier. "Did you suck her tits? Did she suck your cock?" He couldn't know. He couldn't know. I kept telling myself over and over. We'd been too careful. He couldn't know. Surely, to God, she wouldn't tell. Even if she didn't care about hurting Steve, surely she wouldn't risk hurting Carrie. I swear to God, Steve, I don't know what you're talking about. I was all but sobbing by then, and my voice was barely more than a squeak. Please don't kill me. Please." He almost laughed. "Good Lord, you're pathetic. I tell you what, Amber ought to be ashamed to let a little pussy like you put his cock in her. You really do need to grow a pair. Please. Please what? Please put you out of your misery? I can do that." Without even waiting a beat for dramatic effect, he squeezed the trigger. I heard a solid slap of metal on metal, and then I screamed. It took me a second or two to comprehend that the chamber had been empty. "Good grief, boy," he said with a mocking sarcasm. "You need to change your diaper." He laughed and then added, "You didn't think I'd really shoot you, did you?" He laughed again, then he started out the room. He stopped in the doorway and turned back to face me, though his seriousness returned and said, "If you're still here in the morning, I think I will kill you." With that, he disappeared into the darkness of the hallway. I collapsed into myself. The first thing I became aware of was that my body was covered with sweat, and I was shivering cold. The next thing, I'd pissed in my drawers. Normally, that would have been tremendously embarrassing, but there was nothing normal about what had just gone on. That son of a bitch was nuts, and I had to get the fuck out. He said he thought he'd kill me if I was still there in the morning. I didn't know much, but I knew I wasn't sticking around to give him the opportunity. I got dressed as quickly as I could, fumbling at the button and zipper on my jeans. My fingers felt as thick as sausages. My heavy coat was in the den, along with the rest of my stuff. But there was no way in hell I was risking going out there. I'd gladly sacrifice all that crap to the greater good, which was making sure I made it out of the cabin alive. I put my phone, which had no reception just then, in one pocket and my wallet in the other. Then I opened the window, quiet as I could, and crawled outside. The window was 6 or 7 feet from the ground, and I managed to stumble my way out of it. Quite painfully, actually, but that didn't matter. Steve's window was just a few feet from mine, so I was pretty sure he would have heard me fall. I scrambled to my feet and took off running. I thought about heading down the road, but that would obviously make me easy to find, so I headed for the woods instead. I knew there was at least one bear in the general vicinity, but somehow that seemed less of a threat. At least there was a moon. That, coupled with the ambient light reflecting from the snow, allowed me to see well enough. I didn't stop running until I made it to the edge of the woods, and then I crouched down behind a tree and looked back toward the cabin. At first, there was nothing. No sounds, no signs of movement. But that changed pretty quickly. The front door flew open, and out came Steve, flashlight in hand and his .45 in the other. He ran off the porch, and then he stopped so he could shine his light across the area. I ducked behind my tree, best I could anyway, and tried to make myself small. The beam of light passed by me once, twice, and then a third time. Then Steve called out to me.
Jake, you know there's a bear out there. It ain't safe.
I couldn't wait any longer. I'd lost my nerve. I took off into the woods like a scared rabbit, not being careful about how much noise I was making. It didn't take long for the beam of light to refocus in my area, which only motivated me to run faster.
Jake, wait. You're gonna get lost. There's a bear.
I had the presence of mind to change direction to try to avoid the beam. I ran until my lungs started burning, and then I hid behind the roots of a large tree that had fallen over. I could see the beam of light shining through the trees to my right. Maybe I'd thrown him off my trail.
Jake, come back. It's too cold out here. You're gonna freeze to death.
The beam of light kept moving through the forest. He hadn't turned where I'd turned. He kept going straight and was headed past me. Speaking of my trail, though, I felt certain he'd figure out sooner or later that all he had to do was double back and find my tracks in the snow, and they'd lead him right to me. I couldn't stay where I was. I had to move.
Jake, I'm sorry, Jake. I was just teasing. You know I wouldn't shoot you.
I couldn't just take off, though. I had to be calculated. I had to make sure I was staying clear of him, but I had to work my way back towards the road. Otherwise I could get lost, and getting lost could prove just as deadly as staying put.
Jake!
I heard him calling to me yet again, but then there was silence, and then came another yell, but with a different sense of urgency.
Get out of here! You get it!
His words were followed by 3 gunshots in quick succession.
Get! Fuck!
Then 2 more gunshots, then a growlish roar, like that of a bear, and then a scream. It was a blood-curdling scream, too, like nothing I'd ever heard. It made goose flesh rise up all over my body.
Jake!
I'd never heard my name like that before, either. And frankly, I hoped I never would again. It was ghoulish, like Satan himself was ripping Steve's soul from his body. I heard another growl, and then another scream, and finally, a scream that cut off right in the middle, like somebody had pulled its plug. I was mortified by it. Just like the rest of this evening had been, it was almost beyond belief. But I was virtually certain I'd just heard the demise of my brother-in-law. And in spite of everything he'd done, it was an awful thing to hear. In the moments that followed, I came to know true terror. I was afraid I was going to hear Steve call for me again in some half-dead, terror-filled plea for help. He never did, though. Nor did I hear any more comment from the bear, assuming that's what it had been. And, of course, I was afraid that the bear was going to come for me next, and I didn't have any way to defend myself. Steve had a gun. Lots of good it had done him. What chance would I have without any weapon at all? There weren't just bears in the forest, either. There were probably all manner of creatures that would do me in if given the chance. What was I going to do? What in the hell was I going to do? Before long, I started noticing how cold I was. I was bone cold, and I was shivering like crazy. I thought about going back to the cabin, but realized there was a chance Steve had only been wounded and had made it back to the cabin himself. I thought about getting up and moving to generate heat, but quickly dismissed that idea. I would be asking for death by predator if I showed myself any more than was absolutely necessary. Finally, and only after I'd come close to giving up, I thought about Eskimos. Eskimos. I spent the next few minutes building snow walls up to the sides of the fallen tree trunk and its roots, building a space barely big enough for me to fit inside. Once I'd slid myself in, I built up the snow across the opening as high as I could, and then I wrapped myself up tight and waited. I waited for some animal to find me, or for Steve to call to me with some wraith-like voice, or for the sun to come up. By then, I had come to realize that I was definitely not the master of my fate. Surprisingly, I managed to fall asleep. I spent the rest of the night drifting in and out of consciousness, fighting to go back under every time I came to. The night was long and desperate, but finally, I woke up and found sunlight creeping in around the edge of my little cocoon. I was excited, almost deliriously thankful, and I burst through the side of my fortress and stood up in the new day. It was amazing how warm I'd stayed. It was almost counterintuitive, like a shelter made of snow could keep me warm, but it had. Again, I thought about going back to the cabin, maybe finding the keys to Steve's trunk so I could drive off the mountain. But just like last night, I recognized the possibility that I might run into Steve. I knew the road was to my right, so I decided to head into that direction. I came across a pretty gruesome sight just a few hundred yards along the way, though, and it almost made me change direction. There was an area, maybe 8 or 10 feet in diameter, where the snow was spattered with what I thought was blood. Frozen blood. I started to give the area a wide berth, but something caught my eye from its middle. I walked to it, and sure enough, it was Steve's gun. There were also several large pools of frozen blood next to it. If the body was Steve's, I didn't see how he could still be alive. There was too much of it. Then, I noticed a trail of blood-tinted snow leaving the area, as though something had been dragged away. The trail grew fainter and fainter, and disappeared altogether, maybe 30 feet from where I was standing. I shivered at the thought of what had gone on there last night, but it was clear that I couldn't be deterred. I had to find my way back to the road, and then, somehow, to safety. I reached down and picked up Steve's pistol. I remembered hearing 5 shots last night, which meant there should have been 1 unspent bullet left. I flicked out the cylinder and dumped the casings into my hand. Sure enough, there was 1 unspent bullet. I put it back in the cylinder and closed it so that the bullet would be ready to fire. And then I started walking. It didn't take long, maybe half an hour, to make my way to the road. I was elated, to say the least. I hadn't been paying that close of attention when we'd driven up yesterday, but it seemed like it had been 4 or 5 miles at least from the last sign of humanity to the cabin. I was starting to feel warm as the sun rose higher, so I unzipped my jacket and started walking down the road. I checked my phone for service intermittently, and about an hour later, found that I finally had it. I tried to call Carrie first, but she didn't answer. I left her a voicemail explaining to call as soon as she could, that it was an emergency, but didn't give any details. This wasn't the sort of thing you left in a message. Next, I called 911, and after a few minutes of explaining, the operator felt comfortable that she understood where I was, so she sent someone my way. It shouldn't take long, she said. Just stay on the road so they could find me. Assuming nothing else went awry, that should be easy enough to accomplish. So I kept walking, right down the center of the road. Since the apex of the crisis appeared to be behind me, and survival seemed more certain, I began thinking about what had transpired the night before. It had all started with Ember, with Steve essentially accusing me of having an affair with his wife. And he hadn't thought it was something past, but something present. He thought I was fucking his wife currently. For the life of me, I couldn't figure out why he'd think that. He certainly hadn't heard anything from me, and I couldn't imagine a scenario that would have led Ember to tell him anything. Like I said, We'd been extremely careful, only meeting in times and places when and where we were as close to certain as possible that we wouldn't be found out. It would have almost been miraculous had either Steve or Carrie caught us, which got me to wondering. Maybe Ember had given something away. Maybe she'd gotten drunk and let something slip. Maybe she'd accidentally called him by my name when they'd been together. That was hard for me to believe, though, given what was at stake. Her sister's love. Surely she wouldn't have been so reckless. Steve wasn't as close to Ember as Carrie was, nor was he as sharp as Carrie. That's when it occurred to me. What if Carrie had figured it out? She was closer to Ember than anyone, and to me, too, for that matter. What if it had been impossible for Ember to keep it from her? Or what if she confronted Ember outright and Ember hadn't been able to lie? What if Carrie knew and she'd told Steve? Was it even possible? Would my Carrie do that? Would she prime Steve and then send me up a mountain with him? Carrie knew I didn't like Steve that much, and she knew I didn't like to hunt. Yet she'd been the one who set this whole thing up. She'd been the one who encouraged me to come. Encouraged. Hell, now that I thought about it, she'd insisted that I come. No two ways about it. She'd wanted me on that mountain, and she'd stayed after me until I'd agreed to it. Would she do that? Would my wife, the woman who's supposed to love me unconditionally, actually do that to me? First I heard it, and then I saw the SUV coming towards me from the distance. Soon enough, I could see the lights on the vehicle's roof. It was my would-be rescuers. I looked down at my phone. Carrie still hadn't called me back. Why wouldn't she have called me back? I stepped in the road and watched the SUV approach, felt the weight of the pistol in my hand, and wondered what the fuck was coming next. My story begins in the summer of 2017. I've been working towards my dream position at work for over 10 years, and finally felt it within my grasp. Walking out of the interview for it, I knew I was going to be picked. They hired me 2 days after, and I've been working happily ever since. The new position came with a hefty pay raise, which was only one of the big benefits. The other benefit being a company house. I couldn't believe it when they told me. Nothing about the position description stated I'd be getting free housing, but I wasn't going to complain. I was sent the address and was told I could move in any time I like, or not at all. The choice was mine. Nothing seemed off or sinister about it at the time, and honestly, I don't think the company actually knew the history behind the area. I talked it over with my wife, and we decided to take it. They said it was a large house set back in the woods about 25 minutes from my workplace. We had just welcomed our first child not 4 months before, and we figured the space and location would do us some good. I hired a moving crew, got everything packed, and off we went. The day we arrived, it took us a full 3 minutes to even drive down the long winding driveway to the house. They told me it would be a house, but I would actually call it an estate. The place was enormous and completely set back on its own. There was an enormous flower garden in the path, twisting and turning with beautiful plants all around. A long greenhouse spanned the length of the yard on the left side, filled with growing vegetables that we could take and eat to our pleasing. My wife and I were in awe of the whole place. It felt serene, peaceful beyond belief. It only took us a few days to settle in, and I didn't have to start work for a few more weeks. The house was actually bigger than anything we'd need. 5 bedrooms, 3 bathrooms, and an entire basement. It wasn't finished, but it was very clean and the perfect place to store our unused things. The whole house was eerily clean, almost like someone had been taking care of it for a long time. I thought it was most likely the company, waiting for someone to move in. One afternoon, while the missus and kids were taking naps, I decided to roam the grounds. I got my hiking boots and off I went. The place was completely surrounded by trees and brush, but it was very kept. The greenhouse was glistening clean and the veggies were delicious. The flower garden was wonderful and made the grounds smell great all day. I was walking around the corner of the house when I saw what looked like a small path in the trees. It was a little out of place, just a little dirt path that looked almost like an animal trail. I walked to the edge of the woods, and that's exactly what it was. It looked like someone had walked it so much that the ground had worn in its own little path. I followed it back a while when I froze. Before me lay 2 graves, dusty and dirty, with broken headstones. They were worn so bad that the names couldn't be read, but I could catch a bit of the date, 1862 to 1880 something, and 1880 to something. Why was a lone grave out here? Was there someone who visited it often? It would make sense with the amount of use the trail has seen. I was entranced by the stone when I heard a blood-curdling scream. Someone in the woods passed the grave. It scared me so bad I tripped over myself trying to hightail it out of there. I ran back towards the house and found my wife and children standing in the backyard looking for me. "What's wrong? Why do you look like you just saw a ghost?" They hadn't heard the scream, apparently. I wasn't going to make matters worse and scare them too, so I told them I thought I saw a bear, but it was nothing. She eyed me inquisitively, but took my explanation. We went back inside to have an early dinner, and the night went by smoothly. The next morning we woke up, and I decided to grab some vegetables from the greenhouse for breakfast. Nothing goes better with eggs than some spinach. I crept downstairs so the others could sleep a while longer. I threw on my robe and some sandals and headed out the door. As I walked towards the greenhouse, I heard something. It sounded like a low, patterned humming. Creeping closer, I could make out that it was a woman's voice, humming some kind of song. It was beautiful, soft, and almost mother-like. I could make out a dark figure through the frosted glass walls. I called out to it. Hello? The humming stopped. I walked slowly to the door and peeked in the entrance. I saw a filthy, ragged old woman looking blankly now at the produce before her. I took a step inside, and she cracked her head my direction, peering through me. She looked like she wanted to murder me. I couldn't move. I couldn't speak. I just froze. She screamed. The same scream I heard the day before. I winced and closed my eyes, and before I knew it, the screaming stopped. She was gone, and not a trace left that she was ever there. I grabbed what I needed and sprinted inside. I wanted to call the police. I should have called them, but there wasn't a good explanation for it. I didn't want to seem like a lunatic. I've heard the horror stories of getting pushed into psych wards against your will. No thanks to all that. I decided to brush it off. Maybe I was still stuck dreaming or something. I made breakfast, brought it up to my wife, and got on about my day. The grass needed to be mowed. It was almost the only thing that needed cleaned up on the whole property, except the destroyed graves. I figured maybe I could clean those up too. I got the mower out of the little shed and was going to start when I saw an old man walking up the drive. He called out to me first, asking if I was the new owner of the home. No, I don't technically own it. My company pays for it. He cut me off before I could finish. "Oh, I know your company owns it. They've owned it for more than 100 years now," he said. I couldn't really believe what he was saying. The house was over 100 years old. It looked immaculate. There's not a thing wrong with it. Excuse me, you said 100 years? That can't be right. The house is perfect. "Oh, I know it's perfect," he said. "It's perfect because she keeps it perfect. She's the best housekeeper there is." Again, he wasn't making any sense. Who is this guy? There's not a house around for miles, so he's definitely not a neighbor. Who is she? Are you talking about the old lady I've seen around here? Does she still live on the property? I asked. "Oh, she's on the property, but she's not living. She's the previous owner of the house. This was her home, along with her husband and child. Her name was Constance." The old man stood there for over an hour, describing the situation of the property to me. I had to sit down at some point, getting dizzy with everything he told me. The house was built back in the 1870s, around 1877 to be exact. Constance and her husband had just had a child and decided to build the home for their family. Her husband had more money than they could ever need, coming from an oil family. They had an amazing life, until a rival oil family paid a hitman to take him out. One day, while Constance was out of the home, men came and burned down the home with the same oil her husband made his life off of, killing both her husband and her young child. Constance came back home to a destroyed life, shattered forever. She was so distraught that she decided to join her beloved family and killed herself in the ashes of her home. Others happened upon the family days later and decided it must have been a freak accident. They buried the husband and child, but could never find the body of his wife, Constance. Over the years, people forgot about the incident, and no one paid any attention to the property. Somehow, the house was reconstructed, piece by piece, to its original glory by Constance. Her soul, torn in two, anchored to the place she loved more than anything. That's who I was seeing around the property. She was angry, still, that others would take up residence in her home. Apparently, sometime in the 1970s, my company found the property and was able to buy it from state. They paved the driveway into the woods, straight to the perfect home. I thanked the man for his story and set myself on a mission. I was going to show Constance that we would cherish her home just as much as she did. I went out and bought some masonry materials and supplies. I waited until later in the evening and went out to the graves. I hadn't done much like this, so I had to learn a bit online before I tried. But I started to clean up the grave sites and put the headstones back into their places. As I got to the second stone, I heard the scream. This time it was much closer. I looked past the site, out into the woods, and saw Constance. She looked angry, almost floating there, her hair suspended in the air. It's like she didn't know what I was doing out there, like she thought I was there to destroy what was left of the headstones. She started to walk towards me, then started sprinting. I was terrified. I braced for what was to come, not knowing what would happen, when my wife and kids came through the trees. Constance stopped cold. She looked confused. My wife came up to me, kissed me on the cheek, and gave me our child. We stood there for a while. I don't think they could see her, but I did. I could see her demeanor change. She could see how happy we were, and then she looked down to see I was actually trying to restore her family's headstones. I gave my kid back to my wife, fixed up the second stone, and looked up. Constance had changed. She looked beautiful, nothing like before. She had long blonde hair, flowing past a stunning maroon silk dress. This was the actual Constance, the one that loved her family and home just as much as I do mine. She nodded at me and turned, walking into the dense woods. I wish I could tell you that's how it ended, but it's not. I thought that maybe the nightmare of my story would be Constance, but it wasn't. It's not even close to what happened a few weeks later. When you're parents, you do anything for your kid and your wife. I know that. Constance knew that. That's why she stayed on the property. She wanted to look after her family and home as long as she could. I would do the same, I have to say. Anyway, after I had the last encounter with Constance, things were amazing for a few weeks. The job was going well, the home was working out perfectly, and I would see Constance occasionally around the property, sometimes humming in the garden, sometimes checking on us through the large family room window. Never creeping, always just on the edge of the woods. It was nice, actually. I felt like we were doing right by her. She was wronged, and it's the least we could do to help her find peace. One night, after work, I came home to find the front door cracked open. Nothing too alarming. I'm sure it just blew open a bit. I walked in, and things were very quiet. No clinking in the kitchen, no TV in the living room. Nothing. I put down my things and walked into the dining room. The table was almost set, but things were missing. As I walked around the table, I found my wife. She was out cold on the floor. I yelled for her, but she wasn't waking up. That's when I heard our child. I heard them crying upstairs. and some frantic shuffling in the same room. I lunged up the stairs and swung down the hallway into their room. I stood in the doorway to find a masked man holding my child, halfway out the window. He took one look at me and jumped out onto the first-floor roof. I ran immediately to the window as the man fired a few shots behind him towards me. I ducked back inside, then peeked and saw him running around the backside of the house. I hurried back downstairs to chase him, my heart beating in my throat like a drum. I made it out of the front door when I heard another shrill, blood-curdling scream. This time, though, it was not Constance. I dashed around the side to find our child lying in the grass. Not a scratch on him. In front of me, through the woods, I could hear branches snapping, and the now faint screaming of the man. I knew we were going to be safe. My wife had woken up from the ruckus upstairs and outside, and had called the police before coming to look for us. She ran over and embraced us. Apparently, he had only knocked her out before she had time to scream, so he could make his way upstairs. The police arrived, and we gave our report. I told them that I thought maybe I scared him off, and he left our kid laying in the grass. They decided to look for him in the direction I last saw him running. What they found was short of a horror movie. The man was impaled on a tree, about 3/4 of the way up. He had burns all over his body, like he'd been thrown into a blazing house fire. It took some poking around, but apparently this same man had been taking kids from different states for a while, and sadly, none of them ended up as lucky as mine. The police ruled us out as suspects in his murder, but I'm not so sure they even looked that hard into it. He got what was coming to him, in their eyes. As night grew nearer, the police wrapped up and asked if we would be okay, or if we wanted one of the officers there for the night. I started to think about it when I gazed past the cruisers. There was Constance, at the edge of the woods, her hands looking decrepit and almost claw-like. They quickly went away, looking completely normal. She looked at me, smiled, and nodded, then went back into the woods. I told the officers I think we would manage fine. Things have been great now. It's been years since the incident, and there hasn't been anything major again. There was the time a rabid dog found its way to the property as our child was playing outside, but I'm not sure what happened to it. They just came back to the house after playing and told my wife and I that Constance helped them with a mean doggy today, and she wasn't going to let the dog hurt them. We smiled and got set to make dinner. We go out to the graves often, cleaning them up and plant different flowers. I built a nice bench for us and Constance, so she could spend as much time as she wants there. I was going to have the gravestone professionally refurbished, but she doesn't seem to like others out at the site. It makes her a bit angry, and I start to see the old Constance. And let me tell you, I don't think I want to be on her bad side again.
What some people call lucky isn't so much luck as just avoiding disaster. In my opinion, that word should be reserved for events like winning the lottery or finding a lump of gold in your backyard. It's not really lucky to get an early diagnosis of a life-threatening disease, nor is it lucky to survive a catastrophic car crash. But people say that sort of thing all the time. Maybe it's a personal thing. People have been calling me lucky for years now, and it grates on me. I certainly didn't feel very fortunate after the accident. That afternoon was stormy, the clouds bruised purple-gray and pregnant with unshed rain. Thunder rattled the street signs as my brother and I hurried down the winding footpaths around the bays, our shoulders hunched in anticipation of the impending downpour. But instead of rain, something else came down from the sky. I'd been nearest to the lamppost where the lightning hit, but I don't remember a single detail of the actual event. My brother recalls a searing flash, then the stink of burning hair and the roar of thunder overhead. I'd been thrown 10 feet into the road, and the next car stopped just in time, assuming there had been a hit and run. The driver was an ER nurse on her way home, He had administered CPR and restarted my seized heart. He was the first one to say it. You were really lucky I finished my shift early. Otherwise, I'd never have been driving past at that time. Lucky. Everything hurt, but my right side was the worst. The lightning strike had arced into my shoulder as my bare arm grazed the metal pole, part of the currents running through me to the ground. You were lucky it wasn't your left side, explained the doctor. It could have burned a hole through your heart. Lying in the hospital in blind agony, I didn't feel lucky at all. The shock wave had impacted my eyes, causing the corneas to buckle and fracture. The result was at once horrible and quite beautiful. Milky, star-shaped occlusions known as star cataracts. They were able to replace the left cornea with a dead girl's. They wouldn't tell me who she was. She was around my own age. And she wasn't lucky at all. She drowned in a river, trapped under a fallen branch. My right eye was unsalvageable. Damage to the optic nerve meant I'd never see out of it again. They offered to replace the cochlea anyway. They offered to replace the cornea anyway, to match the other one. But I decided that I liked the strangely pretty, crystalline shape of the star cataract. Even if I didn't call it lucky, it was a reminder that I'd survived being hit by lightning. My brother, Michael, forever blamed himself for the events of that day. It was his fault that we were delayed at the beach. He wanted to chat up some girl he liked, long after we were supposed to head home. I forgave him years ago. Most 15-year-old boys are at the mercy of their hormones, but his guilt lingered so strongly that I worried it had truly damaged him, that he'd never have a normal life. In a way, the accident hurt him more than it had hurt me. He was always there. If I moved houses, he'd turn up with a van, loading all the boxes, insisting that I shouldn't lift a finger. Every birthday was elaborate, and every year Michael offered to pay for surgery to fix my star-shaped eye. I think it really bothered him, seeing the cataract. Every time he looked at me, he saw his careless teenage lust staring back at him, overcoming his common sense, putting his sister in danger. When I moved to the other side of the country, he came with me. He uprooted his whole life, quit his job, left his girlfriend, and sold everything he owned just to stay close to his half-blind little sister. In truth, I'd done it mostly to get away from him, to try and gain a little independence. But I couldn't tell Mike that. I suppose I reconciled it with myself that he needed to do something that really cost him, to atone for the mistake he had felt he had made. And I hoped it would finally free him, that such a huge sacrifice would be enough to fill the gaping, guilty void in his heart. But it was not. Looking after his crippled sister had moved from penance to pathology. It wasn't just about the guilt anymore. It had become his purpose. It had become who he was. I felt unkind when I thought that he was a little too in love with his martyrdom, and I felt selfish because I didn't tell him to go away. But I guess I'd grown so used to him always being there. My right eye had been my master eye, and adjusting to use only my left had been surprisingly difficult. The lack of depth perception especially bothered me, and I really hated the sudden surge in popularity for 3D films. They highlighted my disability even more, and with right eye dominance goes right hand dominance, which was also a problem for me. The lightning strike had damaged a lot more than just my eyes. The sudden and powerful muscle contractions caused by that massive electrical current had pulverized several bones. My own shocked flesh like a vice. Comminuted fractures heal poorly, and I could never fully straighten my right arm, or regain much mobility in that wrist. Retraining yourself to be left-handed takes work and practice. Mike insisting on doing everything for me really didn't help. He took over to the point where I swear he would have wiped my ass if I'd asked him to. After we moved, I embraced my inner bitch, and I'd yell at him to fuck off. To leave me alone for one goddamn hour and let me do things myself. He blamed the outbursts on my trauma, and would be so understanding that I'd grit my teeth in frustration until my jaws ached as much as my wrist. In truly dark and shameful moments, I'd wished he had been the one who had brushed past the lamppost. Sometimes I'd wished that passing nurse hadn't stopped his car. And the more people told me I was lucky, the less I told the truth. Eventually, the story behind the star cataracts became a mundane little lie. Just a curious birth defect. My twisted arm just the legacy of a clumsy child. Then one day, on a visit to the coast, I see something, and I see it with my blind eye. When both eyes are open, I see nothing. With the right eye, not even darkness. When I close my good eye, sometimes I fancy I could see something through the star. I try to convince myself that maybe a few photons can drift through all that damaged jelly, and that the optic nerve isn't as fried as I know it is. On particularly bright days, like the morning of our sojourn by the sea, I experiment. I stare into the sun with my blind eye to see if anything at all can get through. The day was breathlessly clear, the sky perfect and cloudless, blue as a child's painting. I sat in the warm sand and covered my good eye, turning my face full into the glare. Something flashed across the blank nothingness of my blindness, so quickly that I almost didn't register it, as quickly as a lightning strike. Jesus, I swore, dropping my hand. Mike was there in an instant. What is it, Brooke? I saw something, out of my bad eye, just for a second. His worry turned skeptical, brows humoring me with a frown. It was probably nothing. Random neurons firing. No, I saw something. I turned away from him, conveniently blocking out his condescending gaze by covering my good eye. I'm gonna try again. Hey, don't do that. Staring into the sun can't be good for you, blind or not. Ignoring him, I turned my head again, just catching something. A fracture in the field of nothing, a hint of a light, straight as a torch beam shining into the heavens. Tilting my chin carefully, I snuck up on it, triangulating it back into my field of view where no view should have been possible. And there, yes, there, it was like torchlight. But instead of a white line on black, it was an eerie, impossible reversal. A black beam on a field of nothing. I pointed with my other hand. It's like a light, a beam, shining up from the ground and into the sky, over there. Uncovering my sighted eye, I squinted in the bright sun to see where I was pointing. My finger hovered directly over the smaller of two islands in the harbor, just a hump of rock and sand, with a few scraggly bushes clinging to it. There, it's coming from the island. Mike squinted at the salt-blasted landmark and made a noise that was both dismissive and unreasonably irritating. I don't know what you think you're seeing, B. I could hear the quotation marks. But there's nothing out there. And trust the guy with two good eyes. Just seagull shit and a bunch of rocks. Seriously, Mike. I can see something there. I covered my eye again, peering into the blank gray nothing. And there it was again, the unwavering column of darkness, like a negative flare. Okay, whatever, he shrugged, shuffling his toes into the sand. There's some kind of mystery beacon out there that only you can see. Big deal. We'll let the Coast Guard know and they can check it out. Or just tell us you're nuts. No. I sounded like a petulant kid. And I didn't care. I want to see what it is. You're joking, right? We can rent a kayak and paddle out there. People do it all the time. He bunched his hands in the pockets of his shorts, a sure sign of resistance. No, Brooke, I'm not taking you out there. I sniffed, snatching my towel and sandals. Fine, I'll go out myself. It was manipulative and I knew it. I could see the glassy panic rising in his eyes already at the thought of his crippled sister clumsily rowing out to sea, dashing herself against a dangerous crag of rocks. He took his hands out of his pockets and picked up his backpack, every line of his body a quandary. All right, you win. We'll check it out quickly, but then we're going home. The weather's turning to shit later this afternoon anyway. Come on. He held out one broad hand, and I grabbed it with my good arm, letting him pull me up from the sand. It was an easy row out to the island, though I didn't think I helped much. The two-seater kayak slid effortlessly through the bright water with Mike's oar dipping and rising either side of the orange hull, each stroke strong and sure. It was farther than I thought, the distance from the shore deceptive, but the fresh tang of the ocean smelled good, like a promise. We beached on a narrow rind of sand on the far side. Mike hauled the vessel up onto the rocks and tied the lead rope securely around one of the stunted, thorny bushes. "You don't want a freak wave to get it," he told me. "There's no way we'd be able to swim back." Of course, he meant me. There was no way that I would be able to swim back, life vest or not. But he could easily save himself if some rogue tsunami washed the boat away. My hand over my good eye, I scanned about for the mystery beam, and I found it immediately. It beckoned from the apex of the V-shaped slash of sand, cradling between rising rocks. By covering and uncovering my eye, watching it appear with blindness and disappear with sight, I could make out that it originated from somewhere beneath the ground. "Whatever's making it is under the bench," I explained, and I started to dig one-handed, conscious of how awkward I must look, like a child pretending to be a crane. Mike gave me a lopsided grin, something hopeful in the set of it. "You're fucking with me, aren't you?" "Jesus, Mike, no. I saw something, and we're right on top of it. Either help me or shut up." Resigned, or more likely concerned that I'd hurt myself scrabbling in the hard-packed sand, he retrieved one of the oars out of the kayak. "Here, this'll make things faster. Just don't break it or we'll lose the deposit." We dug for maybe 20 minutes, slowly widening the ever-collapsing hole. When the blade of the oar struck something hard, I made a small and triumphant sound of excitement. "It's probably just rock," Mike cautioned. Ignoring him and my blister, I kept digging. The circle of black metal sat on the sand. It was smaller than a shrew lid and thinner than a dinner plate. Yes, it was obscenely heavy, and it had taken both of us to get it out of the hole. As we lifted it, the weight shifted alarmingly inside it, as though the object contained a sea of liquid lead. "What the hell is that?" I asked. Mike said nothing for a long moment. He stared at the thing we had unburied, wiping sweat from his shiny, shaved scalp. I stared at it too, but with my blind eye. The anti-light was still shining from it, dark and strong, straight up into the sky. The surface of the disk was neither cool nor hot, though the black metal should have quickly grown scalding beneath the afternoon sun, and Mike said he still couldn't see even the vaguest hint of the beam rising from it. "This is starting to freak me out," my brother husked finally, his voice low and uncertain. Maybe it's some kind of NASA black box," I wondered, running my fingers over the slick, smooth surface. "Maybe only special equipment can detect the beacon." "Yeah, or only all their half-blind astronauts can see it." He was trying hard, but he wasn't even convincing himself. "Maybe you shouldn't touch it. It could be radioactive." I flattened my palms against it slowly and grinned up at him. "If it is, then we'd probably have lethal exposure already." "Christ, Brooke, why do you joke about shit like that?" My smile died. "I don't know, I'm just trying to lighten the mood." Mike huffed out a breath, one short step away from picking me up and bodily hauling me out of range. "Look, we're going to head back and call the authorities. Let them deal with the damn thing." He was already unwinding the kayak rope and pushing the vessel back into the sand. "Okay, whatever. I hope they give us a reward or something." "I just hope they don't lock us up," Mike shot back. I stood over the object, looking down on it, still reluctant to leave it just lying there. What if it disappeared, and took the only thing my blind eye had ever been able to detect along with it? Take a picture of me with it?" God. He saw the stubborn set of my chin, and knew we would get home quicker if he didn't argue. All right, fine. One pick. Then we're getting out of here. He retrieved his phone from the waterproof pocket in his vest and aimed it at me, tilting it to get both me and the object in the frame. Okay, done. Let's move. One more. I want one with me standing on it. Hurry up then. I stepped off the sand and onto the disc of black metal. A wave of violent static discharge engulfed me, the crackle and shock of it terrifyingly familiar. And then the beach was gone, replaced by total darkness. My heart still beat. I seemed to be in some sort of cave, though cave didn't feel like quite the right word. While my good eye showed me only thick darkness, the view through my cataract was quite different. Everything had an anti-halo, strange and wrong in black light. I could make out that the chamber around me was cramped and oval, the walls and ceiling oddly ribbed. Forcing my unused eye muscles to focus, I realized the ribs were metallic tubing, interspersed with humps of tangled, colorless cables. Ahead of me, the mouth of the chamber opened into a low tunnel, its construction much the same. The narrow throat curved to the right and out of sight. A dull thump and crack right behind me spiked my skull with sharp, instant fear. My pulse a drumbeat in my ear. I stayed crouched for a long moment, then turned slowly, instinctively shielding my face. It was Mike. Groping blindly, he started yelling my name, stumbling into the walls. I hadn't heard him sound so panicked since the accident. I'm here, I called softly, touching his arm. Mike, I'm right here. I can't see anything, he warbled, terror writ large on his broad features, eerie and distorted in the soft, hard shadows. I can't fucking see anything. I took both his flailing hands in mine and soothed him until he stopped shaking. It's okay. I can see for both of us. We're in some kind of cave with tubes all over the walls. There's a tunnel up ahead. A cave? That doesn't... Where the hell are we, B? I have no idea. But if we follow that tunnel, maybe we can find a way out. The passage was far too low to stand up in, so we crabbed along painfully, bent over double, shuffling and sometimes crawling. My voice guided him. Mike followed behind me. It took me some time to realize that the noise I kept hearing was his teeth clicking together as he shivered in the darkness. It was cold. Much, much colder than the waning heat of the spring afternoon we had left behind. Now just a memory, bright and distant. I could see my breath streaming in front of me, black as a cloud of ink in deep water, outlined by the maddening, impossible light. You just vanished, my brother told me, his voice halting and stuttering between shivers echoing strangely in the tunnel. And I ran over, and as soon as my feet touched it, I felt an electric shock, and then I was here. What happened to your phone? Gone. I must have dropped it when it jolted me. The air tasted stale, flat, and expired, and I couldn't feel any breeze. A musty sourness choked my nose, as if old clothes, heavy with mildew, had been pulled from an ancient closet and puffed their invisible spores everywhere. My own teeth were chattering like castanets now, and Mike stopped talking completely, saving his energy as he thumped and groped blindly behind me. Just as I decided the tunnel was going to go on forever, that we would freeze to death here in the dark, the passage began to widen. It rose abruptly, leading to a large, vaulted space. There's a chamber ahead, I whispered to Mike, squinting back at the hunched, backlit shape that was my brother. His only response was to nod blindly, arms hugged over his chest for warmth. The floor and walls of our new, larger prison were built the same as the others. Whoever had built this place had an inexhaustible source of those monochrome tubes. Only their width varied.
every few feet punctuated with tangles of cabling like the huge nests of industrial rats. Rising above us, the cylinders converged at the apex of the chamber, then appeared to have melted together. The silk puddle rippled impossibly across the ceiling, thick rivulets flowing down into a complicated umbilical mess. Neither organic nor plastic. I thought of intestines, colorless mushrooms, the eyes of snails, watching those smaller filaments branching off and hanging in the air. They moved and quested lazily as our presence disturbed the stale atmosphere. Connected to some of those filaments were fleshless corpses. I had no doubt these were genuine remains, and I was just as certain that they were not human. Each skeleton had 2 arms, but their bones were wrong. Too simple, too heavy, too long. The cages of ribs were a complicated contrast honeycombed with holes, as if eroded by the relentless black light that crawled and spilled through their substance. None possessed legs or pelvis. Each strung-bead spine splayed into a horsetail of flattened filaments, gray as sick spittle and dissolving into the floor. I could not look for long at what had been their heads. Eyeless, jawless, smooth as a puffball fungus, each skull lollied on a neck, each skull lolled on a neck with too many tapering vertebrae. Hundreds of wires pierced the uniform domes of black-gray bone, needles through eggshells. The only discernible facial features were the twin slits of nostrils, each as long as my index finger. Holy shit! I clenched the words through juddering jaws. What? Oh God, what is it, B? Bodies. Weird bodies. All tangled up in the tubes from the roof. It's hard to explain. Mike's voice was broken. I heard the click of his throat as he swallowed saliva. Can you see a way out? No, not yet. Straight filaments stretched and rose from the skulls of the dead creatures as I approached, their languid stir like the autonomic response of plants. Faint black light flickered at the ends of a few, winking in and out like dying flashlights. The relentless cold had penetrated through to my bones, and I felt numb, my head filling with an unreal fog. Mike jogged on the spot behind me, his hands wrapped into his armpits. We needed a way out, and we needed to find it fast, before we froze to death. Reaching out to the swaying filaments, I touched a fingertip to the pulse of hypnotic anti-light, then snatched it back as a sucking heat flashed up my hand. Mike, over here. These things are warm. As I held up my palms, more of the snaky filaments lifted from their skull cradles, extending from their long-dead hosts and questing for my flesh. Warmth began to flow through me, such a blessed, comforting heat. I reluctantly drew away to prise the frozen meat of my brother's shaking hand from his chest, thrusting them into the anemone heat. But when that forest of alien hairs grazed his skin, their reaction was very different. Mike's scream of agony was a molten sound as they entered his fingers, burrowing slickly beneath his nails and deep into his hands. Black light bloomed around him like an alien flower. My equilibrium swayed as a queasy, sucking noise filled the room. Cables twisted and writhed all over the walls, revealing glimpses of other pulsing tunnels, then coalescing into purposeless tangles. But on the far wall, smooth as a camera's aperture, the animate's tubes dilated like a great iris, revealing a huge window. Sunlight streamed in, but cold and distant, our familiar star greatly diminished in size. A blue-white marble floated far to the right, lonely, tiny, beautiful, and terrifying. It was familiar from so many glossy space posters, overused in countless documentaries. I fixed it at the center of my star cataract, and my scarred cornea wept tears of black light. Mike bubbled out a groan from behind me, his arms blistered with tangled nodules, colonized by the parasitic worms of alien wires. "Oh God," he moaned, his knees buckling. "Oh God, oh God." The room shuddered, and the view through the window shifted faintly. "Brooke, get out. You need to get out," Michael whispered, each word in agony, each breath a labored gulp. One arm twitched and spasmed, pointing towards an uncurling tangle on the floor. The deep black shine of metal coalescing into a circle raised from the boil of cables identical to the one on the beach. Mike's skin was losing color, draining to white, then no hue at all, and he fought as more filaments pierced his neck and cheeks, burrowing for his skull and the precious energy-rich soup inside of it. "I can fight you," he screamed, his eyes welling anti-light and black blood, a spray of it as his hand thrashed from side to side. "I'd fight anything for her. I can feel your thoughts like you can mine. I can destroy this ship. I just need to." Black light seared the room, bright enough to burn my star-blind eye. When it faded, only the wan sunlight from the viewing window remained, picking out the white bones of my brother, lovingly tangled in quivering wires. A passing fishing boat spotted me on the little island, shivering in the sand, my hands covered in strange pinprick blisters. The disk was gone, and no column or black light shone into the heavens anymore. All that remained was a stupid, crippled girl and her worthless one-eyed tears. They searched for Mike for several weeks. Everyone was hopeful to start with, so reassuring, even though I told them it was futile from the start. He might have been lucky, they said. You just never know. They stopped saying those things after the first 2 weeks, and the search became an exercise in grimness, as everybody had to admit we were looking for a body, not a person. And no matter how I told my story, or to whom, not a soul believed me. Just like them, you'll all write my babbling off as insane, as the trauma-induced delusions of an already compromised girl. For a while, I even tried to believe they were right. I coached myself that I hadn't seen those things. I couldn't have visited an alien spaceship. Mike had just slipped on the slopes of the rock islet and smashed his head as he fell into the sea. They found his phone, but it was so sodden and corroded that the photos were long gone. Unrecoverable despite my initial insistence that the evidence was inside. But now, like the sea eating away those delicate circuits, any belief that I imagined it all is being eroded. The black light has returned. At first it was random flashes, like a stuttering searchlight in the sky. But as the fear-drenched nightmares of my screaming brother have diminished, the light has waxed ever stronger. The steady beam shines downwards this time, its steady gaze sweeping our planet, ever widening, gathering power. Tonight it is so brilliant that I can see everything clear and cold with both eyes, the right in gray-black, monochrome, and the left in vibrant color. I don't know what it means. I don't know what will happen next. Perhaps some of you will die, your flesh instantly vaporized like that of my late brother. Or perhaps everything human must be sacrificed, living fuel for the unknown horror that lurks high above us. I think I might be able to see exactly what will happen very soon. Tell your loved ones how much they mean to you. Treat each day on your little blue planet as a blessing. You've been living on borrowed time for far too long, and your luck has finally run out. My mom's death came unexpectedly during a stressful Christmas season. At the ripe old age of 27, she collapsed in the kitchen from an apparent heart attack, leaving behind this world and her 6-year-old son. I remember her arguing with my grandpa, though what they discussed was beyond what my young mind could comprehend. "It's adult stuff," they simply responded as I asked. The three of us lived together, my mom, my grandpa, and myself. Seeing as my father left long before I was born, leaving nothing behind but a note saying he wasn't ready for children, running off and never looking back. In his absence, Grandpa had stepped back, taking his place as a father figure. He must have been in his late 70s by the time I was born, though none of us knew for certain, because he'd always joke about the answer whenever asked. But even with his advancing age, he never took a day off, always working to provide for the family. Despite the sudden onset of her sickness, my mom didn't die immediately. They managed to keep her alive for a week in the hospital, and they worked around the clock to keep her going, doing their best to figure out what had caused her heart to suddenly give up. She spent the remainder of her life in a coma, and I kept her company for as long as I could. My grandpa would take care of me while waiting for her to pass, making sure I ate and just sitting by my side as I held my mother's hand, desperately wishing for her to come back to me. On the day of her death, my mother briefly regained consciousness, only awakening to look deep into my eyes, staring intently into my soul, as if she was letting me know everything would be all right. She reached out her hand, grabbed onto mine tightly, and I felt a surge of energy flow through my body, one filled with pure love and joy, making the hairs on my arm stand out. During that split second, our souls merged for the briefest of moments, and something that had existed within my mother was passed on to me. Then, as quickly as it began, it faded away, and my mother fell silent in her bed, an ominous beep filling the room as doctors and nurses rushed to her aid. They did what they could to bring her back for a second time, but in the end she was a lost cause. Following her death, Grandpa took me out for burgers and a milkshake. It was a tradition that he started years prior, when he discovered that pretty much any time I felt sad, I could be remedied, or at least helped with a burger and a strawberry milkshake. Though it was just a minor act of kindness, one that couldn't ease the fact of my mom's death. It brought me a sense of normalcy, briefly taking away the feeling that the world had just ended. 2 weeks passed, and the funeral had been arranged. We didn't have much family to speak of, but my mom was a well-liked person at work, with plenty of friends who showed up to pay their final respects. I'd seen a few of them before, her boss, Mr. Roberts, and her best friend, but as a kid, I didn't feel all that comfortable around people who were essentially strangers, and it took me a while to get used to them. I stood by Grandpa, holding on to his hands tightly, as different people spoke a few words. I listened intently to the stories they told and thought about my own favorite memories. Then, as I looked up to see the next speaker take the stand, I saw something surrounding all the guests. It was vague at first, hardly noticeable at all, but as people got closer to me, I noticed a clear outline hanging around them, clinging on to each and every person at the funeral, like an aura radiating out from their bodies, varying in both intensity and emotion. While most were gleaming with strong, brilliant auras, spreading around the church with a sense of hope and joy, others looked darker, feeling more pitiful and empty, as if their life force was simply lacking or spread too thin. Among the weak ones, Mr. Roberts stood out with his pitch-black aura, his energy paling in comparison to the rest, full of despair and a bizarre feeling of intense agony. He looked miserable since the beginning of the funeral, but until then I assumed it to be due to the circumstances. Now, I noticed he carried himself in a strange way. Each step he took was a struggle. I turned to my grandpa, who also had magnificent aura surrounding him. He immediately noticed that something was bothering me, and quickly got me out of there without asking any questions. I wanted to tell him what I'd seen right then and there, but something within me made me keep quiet, as if telling him would be wrong, and that I had to carry the burden on my own. The vision faded as soon as we left the funeral, and my grandpa assumed the mass of people, and that the somber atmosphere was just too much for me. We went home, and I thought that would be the end of it, until a few days later when I overheard Grandpa on the phone mentioning that Mr. Roberts had passed away suddenly, and that he'd send flowers since he had meant a great deal to my mom. Even at a young age, I was able to connect the dots, and realized his horrible aura at the funeral meant he had been only days away from death. Years passed, and the vision had become little more than a distant childhood memory to be ignored. I started school and lived a relatively normal life, though a bit of a loner who kept quiet, and without a large family. I was more or less happy. My grandpa took it upon himself to teach me all the important aspects of life, from cooking, washing, reading, and math, to more personal issues such as love and respect. As an avid hunter, he even took me along once, teaching me about gun safety and such. After a couple of sessions, we both realized it wasn't for me, but I appreciated the effort nonetheless. For all intents and purposes, he was my father. Nevertheless, I kept calling him Grandpa, and he never seemed to mind. The next vision would come to me on the school bus. I sat in my designated seat and listened to music, just doing my best to ignore all the noise around me, as we slowly made our way to class. As I glanced up, I suddenly noticed the same beautiful aura I had seen so many years ago, now surrounding all the other kids on the bus, everyone full of hope, unique and magnificent in their own way. Everyone except for Lucy. Lucy suffered from leukemia, which at the time I didn't understand the severity of, my immature brain still not realizing that death could strike anyone at any moment, regardless of age. Her aura was weak, though not rid of all life force. It had definitely diminished to the point where she was standing on death's doorstep. Lucy was sick, and it had been showing for quite some time. Despite her illness, she kept her great attitude and eternal optimism, though she was more of an introvert. She was well liked, but kids are immature, and since her diagnosis, many had shied away in fear of her sickness. Knowing exactly what her aura meant, I decided to sit next to her, just to keep her company while she slowly inched towards the end of her line. We started talking, and to my surprise, we had a lot in common. Daily bus rides together turned into daily lunches, and before long, we became good friends. During the following months, we spent pretty much every day together, hanging out after school, watching movies, talking about our hopes and desires. She confessed a lot of her inner secrets during our talks. That death wasn't something she was prepared for, and that she was horrified of what came after. Then she told me she'd never kissed anyone before, which, at the age of 13, wasn't a big deal. Neither of us had any relationship experience, but in her case, she feared she would miss out on a lot of important milestones in her life. It was through Lucy I learned that with the appropriate amount of focus, I could actually lock in on individual people's aura. Rather than just having uncontrolled bouts of my visions, which left me exhausted and confused, I could see each person's aura as I interacted with them. Her aura kept fading as the disease took its course, but despite the vanishing life force, the quality seemed just slightly better. Rather than just dull energy I'd seen on the bus the first day we spoke, there was a glimmer of joy hidden underneath. And even though I couldn't say it for certain, I like to think I made a positive impact. As her birthday came around, I brought her chocolate, flowers, and a dinner invitation, a proper date that had been part of her bucket list for the longest time, and I fully intended to make the best of it. We ate at an Italian restaurant, and with our exquisite taste in food, we naturally ordered pizzas. The day was followed by a movie. Her pick was horror, which for whatever bizarre reason had always been her favorite. The movie itself wasn't anything beyond average, and as we grew tired and started leaning on each other, I felt truly content with life. I'd almost fallen asleep by the time the movie ended, and just as we lifted our tired heads and turned towards each other, a spark ignited, and we shared our first kiss. It was the purest and genuinely one of the happiest moments. Even when the kiss itself wasn't the best, being her first and mine as well, our friendship had over the course of a year flourished into something deeper. One of the most beautiful years of my life, only to be followed by one of the worst. Lucy never wanted to die in a hospital. In her mind, an unexpected death at home would be better than a drawn-out month in hospice care, full of suffering before her body finally gave out. We'd both just turned 14, and I'd come to pick her up for a walk in the snow-filled park during a particularly cold winter. As I arrived, her mother invited me in, explaining that Lucy was getting ready for our date. I knocked on her door, once, twice, and yet she didn't respond. Having seen her weakening aura for the better part of a year, I quickly spiraled into panic. Without hesitation, I barged in to see her lying on the bed, looking as if she was just sleeping. But her aura had completely vanished. No pulse, no breathing. Lucy had died quickly and peacefully from an embolism, all while she waited for our date. Honestly, it wasn't the death on its own that haunted me the most. We'd all expected it, and thus made the most of the short time we had together. What truly tore a hole in my heart was the empty seat on the bus, serving as a constant reminder that Lucy was gone, that I had once again outlived one of the most important people in my life. My grandpa was naturally just as distraught as myself, and as he had always done ever since I was a kid. He took me out for burgers and a strawberry milkshake. We talked and laughed, and I admitted my feelings for Lucy, who had been my first unofficial girlfriend. But then, just for a moment, with all the emotions brought on by reminiscing and just mentioning her, it gave me another vision. I hadn't intended for it, but I unintentionally got a glimpse of my grandpa's aura, and I saw that it had rapidly diminished into a bleak version of its former self. Grandpa, are you feeling all right? I asked as a reflex. He gave me a peculiar look before answering. Of course, kiddo. A bit tired, but I'm as good as ever, he said with a smile on his face. But it didn't feel real. There was something unsettling behind his cheerful facade, as if he knew exactly what I'd seen, that his time on Earth was a limited resource. Time takes its toll, and there's not a single person in this world strong enough to withstand its ever-present tide. Grandpa's once bright and fantastic aura had turned dull, and his time would come soon. At this point, I still hadn't told anyone about my gift. Not that it would have mattered, as death would always be an inevitable part of life, one people would rather keep as a surprise. Instead, I decided to spend as much time with him as possible, just as I did Lucy. Naturally, he was ecstatic to have me around more, though a bit confused to my newfound, clingy behavior. How old are you anyway? I asked him during one of our many lunches. I'm 105, he chuckled, another false number like he always gave. A few nights later, just as I'd fallen over the edge into the realm of dreams, I was abruptly awoken by sounds down in the garage. I carefully peeked out through the window to see our car pulling away from the driveway, quickly leaving the street. I snuck down to see my grandpa had gone missing. I tried calling him, but it went straight to voicemail. Then I sat nervously in the kitchen, staring out the window as I awaited his return. Once a couple of hours had passed, I was about ready to call the police. But just as I picked up the phone, he came driving back, parking the car down the street, and walking the rest in an attempt at being quiet. As he opened the door, I immediately noticed something that should have been reassuring, but instead it sent a dreadful shiver down my spine. In the brief 2 hours he'd been gone, his aura had grown stronger, and not stronger in the sense that the quality had improved or even changed, but his actual life force had increased as if he'd gone back several decades in time. "Where were you?" I blurted out as he walked past the kitchen. Hey kiddo, I didn't realize you were still awake," he stuttered. "I just went to the pub. Needed time to think. Didn't mean to wake you." "Think about what?" "I haven't been feeling like myself lately. Just needed to get some thoughts in order." At this point, his mysterious disappearance gave way to a hint of anger. "And were you drinking and driving?" "Just a half a beer. I'd never drive impaired." He walked over and hugged me, promising everything was all right, and without any further explanation, he said he needed to sleep. Maybe I was naive and should have dug deeper, but at the time I blindly accepted his explanation, and that was that. A few years passed, and my grandpa remained his strong, hard-working self. I myself had just reached 18 years of age, which meant I was legally an adult and had successfully sent out a bunch of college applications to be rejected while I worked part-time. Each year I've made a tradition out of visiting both my mother's and Lucy's graves on their respective birthdays. I'd never felt like I'd gotten closure following my mother's death, with the doctors failing to explain what killed her at such a young age. I put flowers on their graves and spoke to them for about an hour, hoping they have found peace on the other side. Even without being particularly religious, it helped me cope with the loss. In the meanwhile, it seemed my grandpa had developed a ritual of his own, or maybe it was one I just hadn't noticed before. Over time, his aura had kept growing weaker, and as it did, he would disappear for a couple of days, at least once a year, blaming it on either a business trip or old friends, only to return with an aura as strong as ever. Since I learned to control my ability, I'd seen auras come in all shapes and forms, but never had I seen someone with a fluctuating aura. And with his biannual disappearing acts, I had started to grow suspicious. After some contemplation, I decided to follow him. To prepare for the eventual stalking, I kept a close eye on his constantly diminishing aura, knowing that once it reached a certain point, he'd leave on one of his trips. December quickly rolled around, and he made the excuse that he had to visit an old friend who had fallen ill earlier in the year. With my part-time job, I'd finally saved up enough money for a car, and in the snowy weather, following him discreetly proved to be an easy enough task. He drove a couple of hours over to the next town, and eventually pulled into a street leading to a run-down neighborhood. I observed him from afar, and made sure I parked my own car on the next street over. I quickly sprinted over to follow him on foot, while he waited outside the door to an old house. After what felt like an eternity, he knocked a second, and then a third time. Once the door opened, he was greeted by a man in his late 80s, too frail to keep upright without the support of his cane, and his aura just as feeble. He took one look at my grandpa, sighed, and invited him in. I snuck over to one of the windows and watched them walk into the kitchen. They sat themselves down around a table without speaking a word, and the old man poured them both a tall glass of whiskey. While my grandpa didn't touch his drink, the old man instantly chugged his own in one large gulp, before snatching the other glass. "How did you find me?" the man finally asked. My grandpa responded quietly, inaudible through the window. "And now you've come to collect what little life I have left, huh? Also, you can keep on living for another 100 years?" he said matter-of-factly, without the faintest hint of surprise or fear. Grandpa didn't respond. He just sat quietly and stared at the man. "Well, I'm halfway dead anyway. No point fighting it." "Any last wishes, James?" "How about fuck you? I should have killed you when I had the chance," the man said, as he chugged his second glass of whiskey. He slammed his empty glass down on the table and stared into Grandpa's eyes. Get on with it then. After a short moment of intense silence and the two men staring each other down, my grandpa reached out his hand, grabbing the old man by his arm. The man instantly froze in place, and his angry expression was replaced by one of intense agony. He tried to pull his arm free, but his muscles were paralyzed by the grip. He could do nothing but watch as his own life force strained. "Fuck you," he let out one last time. Within the span of 10 seconds, his aura had completely vanished, and he fell over dead on the table. All the while, my grandpa's aura improved ever so slightly. I slumped down on the ground in shock, horrified by what I had just witnessed, heartbroken by the fact that the only person I'd relied on since the death of my mother was a murderer. As I heard my grandfather open the door, I quickly ducked out of sight around a corner, where I patiently waited for him to leave. Once I heard his car drive away, I darted into the house to the old dead man's aid, frantically trying to call an ambulance. It felt like hours passed between dialing the number and the ambulance arriving, and be it out of morbid curiosity or the need to figure out how to prevent more deaths, I went searching through the house for answers. The two of them had clearly known each other, and if I was lucky, maybe I could get answers. His mail read Gordon Lewis, which didn't match what my grandfather had called him, so I figured it could be a fake name. I kept digging, through closets, drawers, and wardrobes, desperate to find any information at all before the paramedics arrived. As I rummaged through his bedroom, I noticed a box stuffed under his bed, marked Charles Bishop. I opened the box to find newspaper clippings and several bundles of pictures. Some of the older, more worn-out photos were sepia-toned, and pictured a middle-aged man holding a ring-necked pheasant he'd hunted, alongside a smiling kid diligently holding onto a rifle. The date on the photo read January 17th, 1939, and the back read Charles and James Bishop, first hunting session. The pictures were all dated in the late 30s and early 40s, and as I studied them, I realized that the man bore a striking resemblance to my grandfather. I grabbed another bundle that seemed to contain pictures from the 70s, and the same man, albeit slightly older, appeared in most of the photographs. It was, without an ounce of doubt, my grandfather, except in the span of the past 80 years, he had barely aged. Most of the newspaper clippings held stories about mysterious deaths and murders throughout the 20th century, while the rest were just obituaries. At the bottom of the box, I pulled out a much newer photograph, one with the date October 10th, 1992. I almost dropped it in shock when I realized I had seen the photo before. It was one of our own family pictures, just my mother, my grandfather, and myself as an infant. I quickly shuffled through the photos again to make a basic timeline. The man who had raised me, who I had called Grandpa for the better part of my life, had to be at the very least over a century old. As the ambulance arrived with its blaring siren, I collected some photos from the box and met them at the door. A couple of paramedics barged in while a police officer started questioning me about what I'd seen. At a first glance, the murder scene didn't look suspicious at all. Just a heart attack that I happened to witness. A part of me desperately wanted to tell them about my grandfather, that I'd seen him suck the life out of the poor old man, but I knew that would more than likely put me in a psychiatric institution, and that if he ever figured out that I'd accused him, he might come after me. So I made my own plan to bring him down. Once I drove home, I snuck in through the garage, which led into a back room where we stored our hunting equipment. I grabbed one of the rifles, figuring that if I were to confront him, I should at least have the chance to defend myself. I quietly made my way into the kitchen to find my grandfather sipping on a glass of whiskey, visibly distraught. Without letting him notice me, I put the rifle down beside the corner and placed myself in the doorway, a safe distance from him. As he noticed me, he tried to shake off his miserable demeanor and quickly put on a fake smile. "Hey, kiddo. I didn't see you there. Where have you been?" he said, trying to sound casual. Speechless, I just threw the bundle of pictures onto the table. He took one glance and immediately recognized them. "Where did you find these?" he asked nervously. "I saw you with that man," was all I managed to get out before the words froze in my throat. With the context provided, he didn't need to ask what I meant. He knew he'd been caught red-handed. "I followed you today, to that house. Where are you?" The words froze in my throat. He stood up from his chair, wearing a worried expression on his face as he walked towards me. "It's really not what it looks like," he started saying. Before he could reach me, I grabbed the rifle and pointed it directly at his chest. "What are you doing?" "Stay the fuck away from me. I saw how you killed that man," I shouted on the brink of tears. He started backing away with his hands raised. "Please, you don't understand. Just put the gun down." I kept the rifle pointed at him with trembling hands as he backed into a corner, almost falling over. "I saw the photos. I know how you kill people to stay alive," I said. He froze in place as I inched closer. "How many have you killed?" "No, it's not like that. They were good people. Whether it was the intense emotion of that moment, or if it was just the next stage in my developing ability, I don't know. But something about his aura changed, as if the hundreds of souls he'd stolen started to split apart. Enough for me to recognize each individual person he'd killed. Hundreds of lives sacrificed only to give him a few extra years on Earth. And though the vast majority of them were strangers I didn't know, I recognized the old man he'd killed. And I saw one that sent shivers down my spine. My mother. I chose them specifically because they hurt others. Please, you have to believe me," he began as I snapped back to attention. "My mother. You killed her," I said, with barely a whisper. She threatened to stop me. I tried to talk her out of it, but she wouldn't listen. I'm sorry." He tried to approach me again, but I quickly pressed him back. "Are you going to kill me?" he asked in terror. I thought about it for a moment. A part of me desperately wanted to pull the trigger, to avenge my mother. Unfortunately, I couldn't separate the monster that stood before me from the man that raised me, a person I still loved and cared for. "No, but I'm going to call the police," I said as confidently as I could. I picked up the phone to call the police, looking away for a split second. "Stop that!" my grandfather shouted as he grabbed onto my rifle, trying to snatch it away from me. As I tried to get it back, I pulled too hard on the trigger, accidentally firing off a shot that hit him straight in the chest. He let go, and without speaking another word, he fell, dead before he even hit the ground. Following the shots, my memory went hazy. I vaguely remember dialing the number. The paramedics showed up along with the police. They asked me several questions, but in the end it was deemed an accident. And with the various aliases the police found linked to my grandfather, no charges were pressed against me. He had lived an extraordinarily long life, at the cost of others. Whether most of the people he killed deserved it or not, I do not know. But I'm certain he didn't do it to better the world. As for me, nothing has been the same following my grandfather's death. Not only because I've been left alone by everyone I ever loved, but because, as his life drained from his ancient body, our powers merged into one. And while he knew how to control it, for me, it's something that always lurked in the background. I can no longer stay too close to people, because the more time I spend with them, the more I passively drain their life force, stealing it unwillingly as their aura slowly grows weak. Maybe I can learn to control it, or maybe this is my grandfather's punishment for killing him. Whatever the case, in a twisted turn of events, I've been given the choice between living forever, while those around me die a premature death, or to fade away alone. I've already made my choice. no one will get hurt because of me, so I will observe from afar, letting people know when their time is near in the hopes that they'll make the best of what they have left. In the end, it's not the time we're given that matters, but what we do with it that makes life worthwhile.
I never thought it would be the last time I saw my little sister. It started out as such a typical Friday afternoon. The bell rang, and we had the whole weekend to look forward to. We lived in a small town in Michigan. It was one of those towns where everyone knew everyone. One of those towns where you basically felt safe anywhere you went. We lived in a small split-level house. My little sister and I shared a bedroom, and my parents were directly across the hall from us. Our house backed onto a deep, vast forest, and through the middle of the forest was a river. The woods always provided a sort of natural playground for the local kids, building tree forts, playing hide-and-go-seek, and swimming in the more shallow parts of the river. My little sister and I felt especially lucky. The woods were essentially my backyard, and we really felt like they were ours. Our parents were fine with us playing in the woods. They just had one rule: don't cross to the other side of the river. The woods on our side of the river were quite well traveled by all the locals. By age 7, you knew them like the back of your hand. The other side of the river, however, was much less traveled. It was our town's myth, a kind of our own scary claim to fame. The Mi'kmaq tribe had largely settled the area around our town, so there were a lot of stories based on Native American culture. Everyone's favorite story was about the Wendigo. A Wendigo is a Native American legend, supposedly a half-man, half-beast type of creature. The rumor is that during a harsh Michigan winter, a member of the Mi'kmaq tribe and his hunting partner got caught during a blizzard. The tribe member partner died, and with no food, the tribe member was forced to eat him. Native Americans believe that Wendigos are born when a member of their tribe is forced to resort to cannibalism due to harsh conditions, such as weather or famine. And so, legend was born, and people began to believe that a Wendigo hunted for more flesh in our woods. Everyone from here has a story, that they would be having a campfire in the woods, and all of a sudden a deep, resonating roar would sound out through the forest. The belief around here was that the Wendigo would not hunt for you, so long as you stayed on our side of the river. The rest of the woods beyond the river belonged to him. As per usual Friday ritual, my friends and I filled our backpacks with our swim trunks, snacks, soda, and other trinkets to spend the rest of the day playing in the woods. As we were leaving, my little sister came running out of the house. I was 13 and she was 9. She was begging me to come spend the day in the woods with my friends and I. Normally, I would say no, but it was such a beautiful day, and she really was not much of a hassle to have along, so I said yes. There were 4 of us, including my little sister and I. It was 3 in the afternoon, at the beginning of June, so we knew we would have daylight for quite a while. Off we went into the woods, taking the same trail that we took every time. The trail led us straight to the river, where we would set up a little camp and spend the rest of the day playing and swimming. A few hours rolled by, and we were pretty tired. There was not much left to do, so I suggested that we packed up and head home. Now, 13 can be quite a rebellious age, the age where you start to disobey your parents, maybe act out in school here and there, try a cigarette, pretty typical teenage behavior. "Let's cross to the other side of the river," one of my friends exclaimed. In my head, I knew this was a terrible idea. Growing up here, you barely have any rules to follow. Not going to the other side of the river was an explicit one, however. "Yeah, I've always wanted to do that," my other friend said in agreement. In my head, I knew this was a bad idea, but I also did not want to seem like a chicken in front of my friends. "Well, okay," I said cautiously. My little sister looked at me. Her big blue eyes were full of fear. I reassured her, telling her that nothing bad would happen. And so, we began walking to the point in the river where it was shallow enough to walk across. We arrived, and I will be honest, the other side of the river looked like an entirely different world. It was darker. It honestly just had this entire unfriendly vibe to it. I brushed it off that it was all in my head. It was about 7:30 p.m., and the sun was beginning to set in the sky, though we still had plenty of daylight. We walked across the river. It was about ankle deep at this point, and the water was frigid here, a lot colder than it was where we were swimming. I put my foot down on the other side of the river. For the first time in my entire life, I had done what so many people who grew up here feared to do. Just standing there felt uneasy. It really felt like we did not belong there. But at the same time, there was that feeling of adrenaline pumping throughout my body, and it carried me as we began walking deeper into the woods. My little sister was attached to my hip. I felt bad. She truly had no interest in being here, but also wanted to appear brave in front of my friends. As we got deeper into the woods, the feeling of dread increased. The weird part is, it was not what I could hear. It's what I could not hear. There was not a sound, not a cricket, not a bird, not even the river. It was silent, deadly silent. The trees seemed so much thicker in this part of the woods, and not as much sunlight came through, so it was definitely darker, not just my imagination. We heard a crack in the distance. Everyone gasped. I could not reiterate enough that it was silent. There was not a single noise coming from anywhere. But then to hear that distinct crack, it made my heart skip a beat. "Probably just a deer. There's tons of them in the woods," one of my friends stated. At this point I wanted to turn back, but for some reason we just kept going. The stories were echoing through my head about the Wendigo, about how foolish people over the years had dared to cross over to this side of the river, and how they were never seen again. As we continued to explore the uncharted part of the woods, another crack. This time it came from behind us. That one really startled everyone. We had all decided that it was time to head back. It was really starting to get dark. There was just one problem. This side of the woods was unfamiliar to us, and we were lost. My little sister began to cry upon realizing this, and while I was doing my best to settle her down, she was really scared. And I have to admit that I was too. The minimal light that was previously coming down from between the thick trees was now beginning to fade as the sun began to set. The darkness was becoming even darker, and we had not even thought to bring flashlights. The thought of Wendigo ran through my head time and time again, each time sending a sickening chill down my spine. We tried everything we could to find our way back to the shallow spot of the river, but it was to no avail. We could not even find the river to begin with. We heard a crack again from behind us. Then a low rumble, a rumble that resonated throughout the trees. A gust of wind hit us from the side, knocking me back and knocking my little sister over. The rumble got louder, growing into more of a roar. "It's a bear!" screamed one of my friends. Another gust of wind hit us, this time from behind. This time it hit us in the front, knocking all of us over. "Run!" I bellowed, and we all ran, leaving our backpacks behind. I had my little sister's hand in mine, essentially dragging her through the dirt and leaves on the ground of the forest. I could definitely hear something running. Fast footsteps. They would be behind us, then beside us, then gone. "It's the river!" screamed one of my friends. We all stopped as we approached the river's edge. It was too dark to tell if it was shallow or deep at this point. The roar returned this time, coming from behind us, and it was close. "We have to jump in," I said. "No!" My two friends and my little sister screamed simultaneously. Fast footsteps approached, a low growl, and multiple cracks as the predator approached us. "Now!" I screamed, and in we all jumped. The last thing I heard before my head sunk under the water was a roar. Inhumane, and nothing like an animal could produce. I knew what had just chased us. and I know how good of a hunter it is. My question to myself was, why and how are we still alive? The water was pitch black, and it was deep. We were all strong swimmers and managed to find our way to the other side of the river. Our side of the river. Even in the dark, we were able to navigate this side of the river and find our way back to the trail that led to my house. The whole walk back, all I could think about was that if the Wendigo wanted us dead, we would be dead. Every legend about it speaks about how it's the best hunter, and once it tracks you, you are dead. We arrived back at my house to some very angry parents, scolding us. We all explained how we had just lost track of time, having too much fun playing in the woods. They bought all of our explanations. No way were we going to mention the fact that we went exactly where we had been told not to go our entire lives. I prepared myself for bed and went to lie down. It was hot this time of year, so my window was open. It was letting in a gentle breeze that felt quite nice, so I decided to just leave it open. As I lie there, I hear the sound of the quick footsteps again, accompanied by the low rumbling. My palms began to sweat. My heart dropped in my stomach. Had the Wendigo tracked us back to our house? As slowly as possible, I turned the lever and closed the window, doing my best not to make a sound. My little sister was asleep on the bed parallel to mine, and I did not want her to hear any of this. I shut the window and flipped the latch to lock it. My parents were asleep. My little sister was asleep, and I was the only one awake for this. I lay under my covers, noticing every little sound my old house made. And then I heard it. The kitchen door was opening. It made a distinct squeak when it opened. I could hear it moving about our basement, knocking glass over, opening cupboards, the sound of fast footsteps below me. The fast footsteps became louder as the Wendigo made its way up our staircase and to my bedroom door. The knob turned and the Wendigo was inside my bedroom. I shook violently, my hands clammy, my stomach sick. I hid under my covers as I listened to the low grumble grow louder and louder with each footstep it took in my room. And then, the same sound it had made as it hunted us in the woods. The rumbling had stopped, and the fast footsteps were gone. The Wendigo, too, was gone as I emerged from under my covers. But where did it go? The sun shined brightly into my room the next morning, and I hopped out of bed. I went downstairs to find my parents, sitting in the kitchen, my dad reading the newspaper and drinking coffee, my mom frying bacon for breakfast. "Morning, champ. You must have slept well after your big day yesterday," my dad said. He was right. It was 11 a.m., and I rarely slept past 9:30.
The same for your sister,
my mom said.
"Why don't you go wake her up, champ?"
my dad said. I immediately ran up to our room, and to this day it is still the most horrific sight that I have ever laid eyes upon. My little sister's bed was empty.
"Mom, Dad, come quick,"
I cried out. They both ran upstairs.
"Oh my God, where is she?"
my mom said. She was already beginning to cry. We looked everywhere. She was not in the house. My parents looked outside, and within an hour a search party had formed. They searched the woods top to bottom, but she was nowhere to be found. My parents believed that she had wandered off to the woods in the morning, fell in the lake, and drowned. But I knew why they could not find her. I knew why they would never find her. They were looking on the wrong side of the woods. First things first. This happened to me when I was around 10. I lived in Idaho all of my life and spent a lot of time outside or in the wilderness as a kid. My grandparents would take me camping, and my older brother and I would always hike up whatever trails we could find to get a view of the sunset. On one of these occasions, something terrifying happened. We were up at a campsite I only know as Warm River. The river there never freezes over, and my brother and I were on a regular evening hike. There was an old tunnel bored through the mountain at one part of the trail, probably an old train tunnel, and we were walking through it when I heard something I'll never forget. After walking through probably 2/3 of the way through the tunnel, I heard a terrible screech at the end as we entered through. The screech wasn't like anything I've heard before. I've heard the screams of animals on dark and windy nights. I even think I've heard barefoot calls a few times, but never the metallic, grinding screech I heard that day. The point is, whatever the sound was, it did not sound natural in any capacity. I probably jumped 5 feet in the air when I heard it, and my brother shouted a few choice curses before shooing me quickly to the exit of the tunnel. At this point, my brother decided we should just continue walking and head back after whatever made that noise hopefully cleared out. We didn't have any firearms on us, so I was pretty upset. My brother reassured me we would be fine, and we made the walk back without incident. However, I didn't get any sleep that night. Whether it was the thing that screeched at us or just my imagination, I heard things moving around the campsite the whole night, as well as whispers echoing throughout the darkness outside of the trail. I woke my brother up a few times to check out what it was, but he refused each time, telling me that it was probably just other campers staying up late and enjoying themselves. The rest of the trip was pretty normal. We packed up the following day, and my life continued as normal. I was disconcerted, but chalked up what happened as harmless events that I must be exaggerating in retrospect. A few weeks later, I went up to Pine Basin, an old ski lodge my family rented each year for family reunions. Here, I would mess around with my cousins. Our favorite activities being night games. We would play hide and seek, a game called Ghosts in the Graveyard, and other games like that. In one instance, I was chosen to be the seeker for a hide-and-seek game. Because I was one of the younger cousins, I got a flashlight as an advantage. Normally, all the younger cousins hid close to the lodge, and the older cousins hid in the nearby trees or at the base of the nearby mountain. As I was searching near the bottom of the mountain, I heard a familiar whistle up the mountain a bit. It sounded like someone was hiding way up near a tree, known as the underwear tree, and you can guess why it's called that. So I began trekking up towards the whistle. As I climbed closer, I got an uneasy feeling in my stomach. I continued on warily and convinced myself that I would be fine. I hated walking in the night alone, but figured whoever I found would walk me back to the lodge. As I neared the tree, I noticed that it was deathly silent. This alerted me that something was very wrong, because you could always hear the adults having fun back at the lodge. I was anxious to hurry back, so I called out. "I found you, Scott. Come back down with me." I got no reply, but I wasn't planning on waiting. As I began walking back down the path, I heard a voice call.
"You almost had me."
So I ran back up to investigate. I flashed my light in the branches of the tree and saw a monstrosity that was not my cousin. It looked like a poorly drawn stick figure made into a human with its emaciated figure and lifeless eyes. I remember its face looked like the skin on its head was being pulled from behind. It had torn and stretched features. As soon as I saw the creature, I screamed, dropped the flashlight, and ran back to the lodge. The entire time I ran, I was overcome by an overpowering smell, and I could hear the thing running after me. As I approached the camp, I saw my cousins at the bottom of the mountain, waiting for me. I was crying and shaking, and they took me inside. I told my dad what happened, but my cousins all said they didn't see anything following me. The adults kept us inside for the night, and I kept hearing sounds drifting in from the mountains. I never played night games after that happened, and was always terrified that my cousins wouldn't listen to my warnings. Ever since that night, I have always felt uneasy up in those mountains. I used to be really religious and figured it was a demon of some kind trying to kill me or something like that. But those mountains have never felt the same after that incident. A few years ago, the game Until Dawn became very popular, and I watched a walkthrough of it on YouTube. When the Wendigo first appeared in the game, I got chills down my spine. It was exactly what I saw, and I did a ton of research on them. I figured someone must have gotten snowed in at that old lodge and resorted to cannibalism. But that doesn't explain what happened at Warm River. I still hear that screeching from time to time, and it scares the hell out of me every time. I heard it earlier tonight, and that's why I decided to finally write my story down. Wish me luck.
A factoid you may have come across while browsing the internet is that blind people don't see blackness or darkness. We see nothing. If you're sighted, you don't see darkness behind you. You just don't see anything at all. That's what it's like for me. I've been completely blind since birth, and vision's always been a very foreign, abstract concept to me. I've never known light or darkness. But that changed when I volunteered to be a test subject for a project named Erebus. I received a phone call last November from someone claiming to work for a private research firm called Noir Laboratories, saying they had gotten my information from the NHS. They were looking for subjects with varying degrees of visual impairment to test something they called an illumiferious chamber, and wanted to know if I could come in for an in-person assessment. They were willing to pay me £50 just to come in, and another £1,000 for the testing if I qualified. I had my brother help me research them to make sure it wasn't a scam, and we came to the conclusion that it was a small but legitimate operation. It was a little vague exactly what they did, but their primary research projects appeared to be moonshots based on fringe science. That was, admittedly, a bit of a red flag, but it didn't make the prospect of £1,000 any less tempting. I figured just going in for an assessment couldn't hurt. My brother took me to the clinic as I had never been there before, but since I had no idea how long it would take, I didn't see any point in him hanging around. I assured him I'd be fine on my own and I would call him when I was ready. In retrospect, that was a mistake. They were ready for me as soon as I got in. I consented to them viewing my medical records, orally answering a questionnaire, let them prick my finger for a blood test of some kind, and submit to an eye exam to confirm that I was 100% blind. During the questionnaire, I did hear a very odd sort of mechanical whirring noise. When I asked what it was, they told me it was only an old scanner someone was using. At the time, I just assumed they meant a document scanner. After all of that, I was given a one-on-one interview with a woman who introduced herself as Miss Noir. I stifled a chuckle at what I assumed to be a very obvious pseudonym, given her company's name and its mysterious nature. But I suppose there are people named Noir, so maybe it was just a happy coincidence. I've finished going over all of your information and test results, and I think you'd make an excellent test subject for Project Erebus, she said, as I heard the creak of expensive leather upholstery from her sitting down in her office chair. I couldn't help but take note that the guest chair I was in was of much lower quality, which told me a great deal about how Miss Noir viewed her underlings and test subjects. She smelled strongly of cashmere, so I presumed she was also well dressed, along with smelling fastidiously and immaculately clean. Her voice was fairly young, mid to late 20s, and she spoke in a properly aristocratic King's English accent. I suspected she was a posh little trust fund baby who had used her familiar wealth to finance this peculiar startup of hers. I assume you have some questions before you agree, I heard her say, and realized I had zoned out while she was still speaking. Well, I'm still not really sure what the project even is, I replied, nervously fidgeting with my folded cane. A luminiferous chamber just sounds like a fancy name for a dark room. Have you ever heard of anechoic chambers, Marissa? She asked me over the sound of her fingers softly tapping on a touchscreen.
They're the most soundproofed spaces in existence, the quietest places in the world. They're so quiet you can hear your own organs move. Most people find the experience quite unnerving and can't stand to be in one for more than an hour. Electromagnetic anechoic chambers exist as well, but they don't have the same psychological impacts as the acoustic ones do. Our luminiferous chamber doesn't just block all light, it doesn't just absorb all light, but is literally a space where light cannot exist. Photons are still created and survive long enough to enable chemical bonds between atoms and molecules, but are obtained so quickly that if you shined a torch right in someone's eye, it would never even reach their retina.
Obliterated? By what? I asked curiously.
Have you ever heard of the luminiferous either?
She asked in reply, taking a sip of what smelled like saffron tea, and never asking me if I would like some. Yeah, I think so. It's a discredited theory about light existing solely as a wave in an otherwise undetectable medium, right? I said uncertainly.
Discredited isn't the term I'd use. Scientific theories are never fully proven or disproven beyond dispute. They're merely adjusted to accommodate new evidence,
she said with authority, her teacup clanking against the saucer as she put it down. Yes, of course. I smiled weakly, wondering what kind of pseudo-scientific nutter I'd gotten myself involved with. So, you're saying that your luminiferous chamber works by modifying the luminiferous aether so that light can't exist inside of it?
That's the gist of it, yes,
she answered, her chair creaking again as she leaned back in it.
And as a result, it's the darkest place in the universe. Do you know the human body is luminescent in the infrared spectrum? That means no matter where a person goes, they always have light with them, even if they can't see it. But just as the silence of an anechoic chamber makes previously inaudible sounds quite noticeable, we've found that the absence of any ambient light at all allows for the emergence of some rather novel phenomena that have hitherto gone unobserved.
What kind of phenomena? I asked, suddenly concerned.
For the sake of our experiment, I'm afraid I'll need you to be going in completely blind, she replied.
I waited for a beat for her to say no pun intended or no offense, but she said nothing. Am I going to be in any sort of danger? I asked.
Not physically, no,
she assured me.
Psychologically, though, it's a bit unclear. All of our other subjects, all sighted, found the absolute darkness extremely disquieting, and were unable to tolerate it for more than a few minutes. You thought you can't see darkness. You see nothing, and we'd like to know what effects, if any, our chamber has on you.
And I'm not going to be exposed to any kind of dangerous radiation or chemicals or anything like that. It's just luminiferous aether? I asked, hoping I wasn't coming across as too incredulous.
Yes, it's completely harmless, she promised. All you have to do is sit in a dark room for as long as you can, and you'll walk away 1,000 pounds richer.
I pondered my options for a minute. It would obviously be the quickest, easiest 1,000 pounds I'd ever made, but what if it were dangerous? There was no such thing as luminiferous aether, so Miss Noir clearly had one or two screws loose. Whatever the luminiferous chamber actually did could very well be dangerous. But then again, it might not be doing anything at all. She did say that there had been other test subjects, and unless she was blatantly lying about that, then surely one of them would have notified the authorities had they suffered serious harm, or their next of kin would have if they had died. Right then, so where do I sign? She slid me a waiver and non-disclosure agreement, in Braille and non-Braille versions, and after reading them, I signed and initialed wherever she pointed my hand, I've been told I have a doctor's handwriting, but just making a mark is good enough for legal reasons. Once the legalities were out of the way, she led me down the hall and to Project Erebus' Luminiferous chamber. I was walking straight into it, and told to sit down upon a chair, without being provided any description of the device itself. I can echolocate a little bit, though, and I got the impression that the chamber was round, maybe a couple of meters in diameter, with a very hard and smooth shell. Once I was in place, Miss Noir slid the door shut, and it slid with a distinct hiss. That made me a little nervous, since it led me to believe the chamber was airtight, but otherwise, I didn't notice any change. I had assumed that it would be a sensory deprivation chamber of some sort, but I could still hear muffled movements on the other side. The voices were largely indistinct, but I did hear Miss Noir give the very clear order to turn off the lights and turn on the dark. The chamber started to hum, a very eerie, unnatural humming that wasn't quite like anything I'd ever heard before, that sent a chill down my spine. And that's when things started getting weird. Have you ever heard white noise that you didn't notice was there until it stopped? I suddenly felt like something was gone, something that had always been there but I had never noticed, like a fish who never knew what water was until they were taken from it. There truly was no light within that chamber, and even though I had been completely blind since birth, I felt its absence. The perfect darkness that I felt enveloping me was creepy, but not immediately alarming. It was an alien sensation, as I didn't know what to make of it. As it grew stronger, I increasingly got the impression that it was something abnormal, something eldritch, something that wasn't supposed to exist, that couldn't exist under the laws of nature as I understood them. And then I realized why this new sensation seemed so very frightening to me. It was sight. I wasn't just feeling this otherworldly darkness, I was seeing it. I don't understand how, but the first and only thing I ever saw was the primordial darkness inside the Luminiferous chamber. I was horrified and confused, but also curious, so I didn't ask to be let out of the chamber just yet. I stared into the impenetrable darkness as deeply as I could, and the longer I did so, the longer I got the feeling that something was looking back at me. Now that I could see this darkness, it, or something in it, could see me. I took a sudden, deep, reflexive gasp, loud enough for my echolocation to let me know that the chamber no longer seemed only 2 meters wide anymore. I couldn't sense the walls at all. I thought this was because my brain was devoting all available processing power to make sense of this vision of darkness. People like me who have been blind from birth or young childhood really do have more acute non-visual senses, because our visual cortexes have rewired themselves to more thoroughly processing our remaining sensory input. Now I was experiencing the opposite of that. All my other sensations going numb as my visual cortex attempted to fulfill its intended purpose. It really was a cruel irony. I could see for the first time, and there wasn't one photon of light to see with. When I most needed my remaining senses at their keenest, they were dulled as the novel darkness demanded so much analysis from my brain. I tried to fight it, tried to listen, tried to echolocate to figure out what was in the darkness with me. Instead, I felt hot, fetid, rancid breathing on the back of my neck. I screamed and jumped out of the chair, my only thought to bang and scream on the chamber door until they let me out or I knocked it down myself. But it wasn't there. It should have been just 1 or at most 2 strides in front of me. But it wasn't. The darkness I had found myself in was somehow far larger than the chamber itself. Terrified beyond reason, I ran as fast as I could, not knowing what lay ahead, but desperate to escape from whatever was behind me. But I couldn't escape. It wasn't chasing me, for I heard no sign of pursuit, but I couldn't gain any distance on it. No matter how fast I ran or in which direction, I could still hear its ragged breathing behind me, still smell the odor of death and decay it carried with it. He was in the darkness, a part of the darkness, and I could not escape that darkness. It became harder and harder to breathe as the stench of the thing intensified, and eventually I dropped to my knees, gagging and retching, at the mercy of whatever was there in the dark with me. I unfolded my cane and started swinging it all around me in a last-ditch effort to defend myself, but it never made contact with anything solid. "Who's there?" I demanded, tears of desperation pouring down my cheeks. Maybe in response to me, or maybe not, it came closer, close enough that my echolocation was enough to get a vague sense of its dimensions. It was an uneven, oblong shape about the size of a person, suspended vertically about a foot off the ground. It was pockmarked with various orifices that wheezed out foul-smelling vapors, the entirety of its form expanding and contracting greatly with each labored breath. It shuddered in what seemed like pain with each exhalation, but was otherwise quite lethargic and sluggish. It was right in front of me now, mere inches from my face. I was shaking, trembling, sobbing uncontrollably. What was this thing? This bizarre, otherworldly, alien thing? And what did it want? Did it mean me harm? Or was it simply investigating an intruder into its territory? I just wanted it away from me. And since I couldn't flee, I decided that my only option was to push it away. Reticently, I slowly raised my hand and placed it upon the entity's body. Its flesh was soft and moist like kneaded dough, and warm like it had been left to rot out in the hot summer sun. It didn't react to my touch, so I pushed my luck harder and gave it a subtle nudge away from me. It didn't move 1 inch. Instead, I felt an eyeless human face emerge from the mass, its mouth hanging agape and askew. I screamed and fell backwards, trying my best to scuttle away, but still unable to put any distance between myself and that thing. And then the face started singing. It wasn't screaming exactly, but a ghastly, unnatural-sounding wail that carried with it the slightest hint of harmony to indicate that it may have been music. And then another voice joined the chorus, and then another, and then another. It sounded like the creature was forming new faces all over its body, every one of them singing their soul-shattering hymn. More voices came from behind me, another one of the creatures emerging from the darkness, already with a multitude of faces to join in the choir. At least 3 more drifted in from the sides, and I was completely surrounded now. Their voices just grew louder and louder, and I clasped my hands to my head in a desperate attempt to block it out. They're going to deafen me, I thought. No. Please, God, no. I can't be blind and deaf. Please, no. Helpless, I lay in the darkness, enduring the acoustic assault of the strange monstrosities that had accosted me, with no means of hope or escape. Mercifully, it seemed like the technicians attended to the experiment were neither ignorant of nor apathetic to my plight. In an instant, the singing stopped, and the darkness was replaced by the complete absence of sight that I had known all my life. My ears were still ringing from the ghoulish music, so I didn't hear the door open, and I barely heard the lab assistants as they tried to console me and help me to my feet. What I did hear was that same mechanical whirring I heard earlier, this time accompanied by a bunch of excited jargon that meant nothing to me. They were scanning me, and had scanned me earlier, and were perfectly fine with doing it without asking or telling me. It made me wonder if I hadn't just escaped from one den of monsters to another. A little over half an hour and a quick debrief later, I was back in Miss Nora's office. My hearing was back to normal, but I was badly shaken. I didn't fully understand what I had just experienced. I still don't. I heard Miss Noir walk in, and smelt that she had a mug of steaming hot chocolate with her. This time, though, she put it down directly in front of me. "That's from my personal stash. You won't find it in any shop you'll ever set foot in. On the house," she said. a soft hint of symphony in her voice as she sat in her chair.
What the fuck just happened? I demanded.
Marissa, I think I owe you an apology.
She sighed.
I thought that since you were blind, the effect of the chamber would be negligible, even non-existent. It seems it actually affected you more severely than our sighted subjects. Likely because you didn't have the luxury of confusing the darkness you were seeing with something mundane.
But how could I see anything? And what the fuck was in there with me? I demanded.
The darkness. The pure, true darkness created within the luminiferous chamber is primordial, so fundamental that any conscious entity can perceive it, with or without visual sensory organs,
she claimed dubiously.
As for what was in there with you, that's a tad more speculative at this point. We think that they're made of some form of dark matter, a shadow ecosystem, and maybe even civilization composed of a kind of matter that doesn't interact with our own. We're completely invisible to each other, at least under normal circumstances. But when we create a space of true primordial darkness without any photons, that appears to allow for at least a degree of interaction. Our sighted subjects, they experience things as well, but not like you. I think it may be because you experienced the darkness in a way that they just didn't. And maybe through some kind of observer effect, you and those creatures became more real to each other than was otherwise possible.
I let her words sink in for a minute. Those creatures, those monsters I had encountered in the chamber, they were everywhere. We just couldn't interact with them. I had experienced something that was otherwise impossible in that chamber. Encountered the denizens of a shadow earth that I never should have met. Dark matter aliens. And you didn't think this was something I needed to know before I agreed to this? I asked bitterly. You said all I had to do was sit in a dark room. I could have lost my hearing. I could have been killed.
Yes, it seems our initial risk assessment was a bit off, and we are willing to compensate you for that financially,
she told me as I heard her flip open her checkbook.
So long as you understand that none of this invalidates your liability waiver or non-disclosure agreement.
I scoffed in disgust and reached for the cocoa she had given me. It was rich and delicious and did calm me down a little. Even if I could somehow find a lawyer who would take such an outlandish case, or a court that would hear it, what chance would I have in a lawsuit against a firm with the resources to literally bend the laws of physics to their whim? Yeah, I understand. I nodded with a dejected sigh. Ever since then, I've been a blind woman who's afraid of the dark. I sleep with my bedroom light on now and always carry an LED light in my purse, because if I'm in the dark too long, I start to feel that same warm, fetid breathing on the back of my neck. I think Miss Noir was right about there being some kind of observer effect involved in this. The shadow creatures and I know about each other now, and we can't unknow each other. This anchors us in each other's realities just enough that we no longer need perfect darkness to interact. Just regular darkness is enough for us to start to faintly perceive one another. Maybe they don't actually mean me any harm. Maybe they're as afraid of me as I am of them. But I don't think so. Maybe it is just because they're so strange, but I can't think of them of anything other than monsters. I suppose that one day, when the lights finally do go out, I'll find out for sure. I had a dream. I've been having it for the last week and a half. It's just me sitting in a waiting room. I sit and wait. Sometimes I call out, ask why I'm there. But I'm alone.
except for a vague shadow behind a desk. It never sees me, never speaks to me, never regards me. As far as I know, it doesn't even know I exist. So in this dream, I just sit and wait, and wait, and wait for hours on end. Nothing to do and nothing to see. Then I wake up. This morning was the same as every morning. I woke up, I wondered what the hell that dream was supposed to mean, and then I shook it off. I went about my routine, forcing my ass out of bed after hitting snooze on my alarm 5 times, having coffee for breakfast, and running out the door as soon as I got dressed. Today I was on the hunt for jobs. It felt like I had been hunting for jobs for an eternity. I used to work at a software dev, but the company executives decided my talents were too costly and fired me. I had a good chunk in savings and was pretty good at gambling in the stock market, but I wasn't going to live off my retirement fund for the next 4 years. The first few jobs were a bust. I knew from the plastic smiles, monotonous voices, and vague answers that none of them wanted me. They wanted some fresh college graduate willing to work for dirt pay. The 4th and last job actually gave me hope. It was a small office on a side street next to a cozy coffee shop and library. It was like something out of a cheesy romance novel. The business itself was named Hardgrove's Technology. I didn't even know what they were or what they did. Walking into the business, I felt a hard wave of déjà vu. The beige and white colors called to me, like an old friend whose name you couldn't remember. I sat down in a chair, still feeling like I should know this place. It was about 7 minutes until my 3 o'clock interview, so I sat and waited, wondering what I would do here. At 3 o'clock, an elderly man dressed exquisitely walked out and said, "Ah, you're here. Very good. Your name is Noah Ortega, correct?"
Correct,
I said. "What's your birth name, good sir?" he asked. I was concerned. Very, very few people ever ask that kind of question, unless they know something about me that most people didn't. I was born Sierra Ortega, sir," I said, fearing judgment. I see. Well, Noah, I'm very pleased you applied here. Upon reading your application, I was almost certain you were perfect for the job, so I'll skip the normal business speak and, frankly, the bullshit of a first interview," the man said. I thanked whatever powers that be, sighing softly in relief at the fact that he hadn't thrown me out when he asked for my dead name. The man continued. "Now, the work itself is very easy for a patient man. I serve rentals to a specific clientele. These are very rich and very powerful people coming through here for my services. Your job consists of 2 things. You will greet them, and you will escort them to the second door on the right, and you will develop a facial recognition software to install on my security system. You may have questions, do not ask them. You may have second thoughts, but the pay is $28 an hour, so if that isn't enough to quell your mind, this isn't the job for you. Any questions?" For $28 an hour, I was more than content to stay quiet. I shook my head no, and the man said, "Very good. I knew you were my type of man, Noah. I expect you here at 7:15 a.m., on the dot, in your finest suit." Okay. Thank you so much, sir," I said, elated as I headed towards the door. The man said, "Oh, and, while sir works, you may call me Mr. Hardgroves." I nodded and left. For the first time since I had been fired, I felt a glimmer of hope. Before I went home, I needed to go to a store and buy a nice suit. I had worn my nicest clothes for the interview, and I doubted Mr. Hardgroves was impressed by the attire. I made it home at about 5:30 and watched Netflix. After finishing Umbrella Academy for the umpteenth time, I went to bed. I had an alarm for 5 a.m. I fell asleep easily, easier than normal. I dreamt the same dream I normally had. I was in an office, like normal. This time, though, I knew where I was. The dream was in Mr. Hardgrove's building. I wonder if this is where I had always been, and why I had felt déjà vu. I decided to ignore it. This job was the only good thing going for me. Some dream wasn't going to ruin it for me. There was one thing different about the dream. The vague, almost imperceptible shadow wasn't there like normal. I left home at 6:30 and headed to that small coffee shop. I wanted to know the area. Walking into the shop, I saw it was best described as cute. I looked around, seeing all the books and a small menu. A waitress walked up to the counter and said, "You're a new face here. How can I help you?" I don't really know the menu. Can you get me the best drink?" As the waitress worked on the drink, she asked,
What's your name?
Noah. How about you?"
Ellen.
Then she walked to the counter with a drink. I arrived at the office at 7:25 a.m. and walked in. I sat down behind the desk, nervous for the day ahead. Mr. Hardgroves walked out from the hall. He looked even better dressed than the day before. He adjusted his monocle and said, "Well, you're early. Excellent." "Thank you," I said. Mr. Hardgroves nodded and said, "Noah, there was a red herring in my description yesterday. Before you began, allow me to clear our murky waters." I listened intently as he said, "Majority of this time will not be spent behind the main desk. In the hallway there are 5 doors. You will be in the first door on the right. This is where you will develop my facial recognition software, and there are specific notes on how I want that done. Under no circumstances are you to open the doors on the right. In the event of a robbery, you will escort them to my office, the last door. In the event that you cannot escort them, shout the word Kiwi. Any questions?" The first appointment was scheduled for 10:30, so I started on the software development. The list of specifications was bizarre, but the pay was more than enough for me to build a database of body profile, hairstyle, and texture, and skin complexion. In reality, this would have been an entire head recognition software, but I didn't care. I worked until 10:10 and then went out to the desk, awaiting the first customer. When the appointment time rolled around, I was shocked at who walked in. The regional manager of my old job. He didn't recognize me, but I knew him from the 8 figures he made. After I escorted him to the room, I worked on the software more. The rest of the day was entirely uneventful, as were the next 2 weeks. What was eventful were my dreams and Ellen. The dreams were mostly the same, except the shadow returned, and the shimmering silhouette was of a different person. I ignored the dreams, though. Instead, I focused on the better things, like my fat paycheck and my date with Ellen. I didn't work Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, so I had a romantic dinner scheduled for Friday evening and an art date for Saturday afternoon. The night I slept with Ellen was the only night I had dreamless sleep. Saturday was when things went wrong. I thought I saw Mr. Hardgroves as we were walking back to my apartment, and when I turned around, Ellen was gone. On Sunday, I filed a missing persons report. There was no sign of her anywhere, and I was late to work Monday. Thankfully, Mr. Hardgroves was understanding of the situation. Monday night, the dream intensified. The shadow had been getting clearer and clearer, and that night it was finally whole. It was me. I was the shadow. The dream no longer progressed as normal as I looked at myself in confusion. "You must be the 10 o'clock. Follow me," it said. I followed it, not knowing what was going to happen. It went to open the second door on the right when Mr. Hardgroves said, "Noah, this one is different than normal. Please have him come into my office." Once we were alone, Hardgroves asked, "You're here to sell, correct?" Before I could respond, I woke up. Waking up was the worst part. I was standing in my kitchen, fully dressed and holding a knife. Work was the same. The times were the same, and the coding was the same. I was close to being finished. The day after that was much the same, my dreams having Mr. Hardgroves asking if I was there to sell. On Wednesday, I stayed up. I couldn't take the dreams. I managed to stay awake for 50 hours before coffee could no longer sustain me. Falling asleep was a beautiful bliss. The dream was not. I was in a Gatsby-esque mansion at a party. There were rich and powerful people here, many of them people I've seen personally at the office. Ellen walked down a grand staircase, accompanied by Mr. Hardgroves. He spent time talking to some of his clientele, and Ellen walked over to me. She gave me a hug and said,
Noah, it's been so long since we've seen you. Have you sold yet?
I don't know what to say, and I don't know what this all means. I said, no, this is all a dream, Ellen. I'm not here. You're not here. And, my God, it makes me feel like I'm losing my mind.
What do you mean, silly?
She asked. Her questions seemed to stop all conversation, and most of the guests turned to stare at me before I woke up. Over the weekend, I spent most of my time trying to find Ellen. It was mostly a waste of time, like she had simply vanished into thin air, and not even the security cameras outside the business could tell where she went. One minute she was there, the next she was gone. Monday came, as it always did, and I was at the office again. Mr. Hardgroves walked out of his office and asked, Noah, my boy, I hosted a party on Saturday. It was a private matter, and someone who looked much like you crashed the ordeal. Was it you? I realized in fear that whatever I had experienced was not a dream. I don't think so, I said, very unsure of myself. My boy, you look like you've seen a ghost. Are you okay? I decided then that if anyone could help me, it'd probably be the man with the most money. No. I've been having these dreams. Normally it's me in this office. At first it was just me, alone with a sort of shadow. After I started working, the shadow changed, and eventually it was me. For the last week, a fake me escorted me to your office, where he asked me if I'm planning on selling. Last Saturday I dreamt I was at a mansion, attending a party with many of your clients. Mr. Hardgrove said, very strange. This seems quite inexplicable. You have not entered any of the doors on the left, right? No, I replied. Mr. Hardgrove seemed genuinely concerned and said softly, Well, my boy, your health is more important than one day of work. Take the day, and tomorrow come in around 10. We will work this mess out. As soon as I got home, I fell asleep. I didn't feel tired on the drive, but as soon as my door closed, I was out. I had yet another dream. I was in the office, but I blinked, and when my eyes opened, I was in a completely different place. It was a room full of mirrors, and there were several reflections of me, each looking slightly different. There were two that were incredibly uncanny. To my left was me, except I had never transitioned. Sobbing, he raised a knife and blood spilled. I looked away from the mirror in horror. The mirror I was looking at now was just like me, with a difference, Mr. Hardgrove's. This one looked sinister, menacing. The polar opposite of the old, yet kind Mr. Hardgroves I knew. The fake Mr. Hardgroves tried to say something, but I couldn't hear it. As he tried to speak, there was a rattling, as if something was trying to pierce the veil between the worlds that separated us. Suddenly, he shook his fist in anger, nearly hitting the fake me with its plastic face. I awoke suddenly to Mr. Hardgroves shaking me and saying, Noah, my boy, wake up! Get up, please! My eyes fluttered open weakly, and I took a breath. My lungs burnt and my head ached as if I had been choking. After the first few breaths, I was conscious enough to know that I was in the office. I looked around bewildered and tripped over my tongue as I asked, How did I get here? Mr. Hardgrove shook his head and said, I don't know. It's horridly early for you. At 4 a.m. You may have sleepwalked, but regardless, I must know, were you in the mirror room? I was about to answer when I saw the reflection of myself I had seen in my dreams. I shook in fear as I pointed and asked, Who is this? Mr. Hardgroves looked where my finger was and asked, Who? Then he asked again, "Did you dream you were in a room of mirrors?" I nodded and asked, "What is happening to me?" Mr. Hargrove sighed and said, "My business is complicated, and what my clients rent is more time from alternate universes. Mirror rooms are how I can connect to these other worlds. Your dreams have taken place in these other worlds. As malevolent entities try to get out, they reach to take anyone's place. Most people would have lost it within a few days, but I knew you had a spark within you." The other Hardgroves walked out and said,
"Noah, this man, he leads you to danger. He expected you to sell your sanity for a hopeless scheme. Don't listen to him. Go into the second door on the right. Relieve yourself of this life. Free yourself of this nightmare."
I looked to the Hardgroves I knew and said, "Why didn't you tell me? Why are you doing this? Mr. Hargrove said, "The rich and the elites are fools. Complete fucking idiots. They will get what I sell with or without me. This prevents immeasurable harm from coming on to others. But as you see, there is a price. Fix me, please." I begged with my raggedy voice. Hargroves was silent. I knew he wouldn't have a solution. Every part of me hurt, though, as if I was being stabbed by a million needles 100 times each second. The other Hargroves said,
"I can offer you relief to the pain. Go to the room."
I looked at the tangible Hardgroves and asked, "What happens if I go to the room?" He replied, "Immeasurable suffering will be brought to others." The intangible Hardgroves said,
"All you have to do is say yes, and I will guarantee your relief."
I looked to my Hardgroves, the kindred yet eccentric man, the liar who cursed me with ultimate suffering, the bastard who cursed me to lose my mind. Then I looked to the cold and malicious Mr. Hardgroves, who had haunted my sleep. I was going to refuse, to resist, but as the pain climbs to levels that not even Satan could create, I cried, "Yes." Mr. Hardgroves was slammed against the wall by his mirror-born counterpart, and I forced myself to crawl down the hallway. "No, Noah, my boy, please don't. You don't know what you're doing. Whoever sent you to this is lying to you. The mirror room will only give you horrors and hell. I don't want that for you," Hargrove shouted. His pleas fell on deaf ears as I crawled, seeking relief from the pain. I opened the door and saw the fake me, waiting, sitting. It pulled a phone from its pocket. I got the message and pulled mine out. I saw an entire story written. A story about me, from the day I got the job until this very moment. The end of the story were my instructions. I followed them to the letter. I ignored Mr. Hardgroves. He pounded on the door and begged. I ignored him. I stopped reading. I pressed post and I followed the rest of the instructions. I posted the story, cut my thumb, and smeared the mirror. I say my name 5 times, close my eyes, and jump into the mirror. I take my rightful place and let the real me shine. Nothing is wrong. Nothing is wrong. I'm sure you know that the world is full of terrible things. Things that if you were by chance encounter, would kill you with the same ease that you would kill an insect. The fact that humanity is a fairly weak and inconsequential species is a strange and paradoxical fact. On some level, we all know it, and yet, if the full truth of the matter goes out there will be no doubt be mass hysteria. People are afraid enough as it is, given the state of the world today, and I don't believe that making them aware of gods and monsters will improve the situation. Allow me to introduce myself.
My name is Robert Marsh, and as you might have guessed, I've had a bit more exposure to the supernatural than most. I've spent a significant portion of the past 500 years researching it for my own purposes. As for what ignited my interest in the supernatural, that would be vampirism. Long ago, a man I once knew saw fit to curse me with undeath, and since then I have been burdened with eternity, a life without end. It wasn't long after I became a vampire that I decided I might as well use my new time and learn all I could about my new condition, which led me down the rabbit hole of the supernatural. I've cavorted with fae, gods, spirits, and mystics, among other things, over the years. I've learned secrets that could bring civilization itself to its knees, and I suppose all that knowledge was what got the attention of the FRB. I have heard of the International Fae Relations Bureau, known to most as the FRB, prior to their initial approach of me. I thought very little of them at the time, which should not be interpreted as I thought poorly of them. I simply regarded them as another group of idealists hoping to foster a better relationship between humanity and other non-human entities. While it seemed a noble cause, I'd seen their like rise and fall before, and was ready to dismiss them as nothing more than another group of well-meaning, yet doomed fools. That was until I actually met them, at least. The year was 1985, and I was living in Rome, Italy. My life was quiet and more or less peaceful. By day, I worked in sales for a moderately sized company. Not the most exciting career for an entity such as myself, but money is a necessity to survive, and with it, I was able to live a modest life in relative comfort. Every few nights, I would go to the more expensive bars, and when a woman caught my fancy, I would make her my companion for the evening. Usually we would drink and move between bars before we retired together for the evening. While my nighttime companions were often beautiful, I was never one to overstep boundaries. Sometimes our brief relationships would grow more intimate. Other times we would simply part ways after I'd taken what I needed. An unfortunate side effect of being a vampire is that I need blood to survive. Many details regarding my kind are simple mythology. Fatal weakness to sunlight, the ability to shapeshift, and a fear of silver or crucifixes. However, our thirst for blood is all too real. I've never enjoyed taking a life, and while I could easily drain the blood from a person if I so wished, I can survive on lighter, albeit more frequent, meals. My nighttime companions were usually too drunk to remember what I'd taken, and I always took care to ensure their wounds were dressed before I left them. In my long life, I have only had to claim a handful of lives, and I assure you that most of those were in self-defense. The FRB contacted me on one of my nights out. I had visited a lovely little bar that I liked to frequent and ordered myself the usual glass of red wine as I surveyed the other visitors. Most had come in pairs or groups. I was looking for the loners, much like myself, someone I could befriend for the evening. Male or female, it didn't matter to me. What I spotted was a young woman in a tight black dress, sitting by the bar. She was alone and quite lovely to behold. She looked disinterested in the world around her, and the empty glasses by her side told me that she was looking to get drunk. I knew her kind. I waved the bartender over and gave him my instructions. "Get her another drink, on me," I said, and the bartender nodded before going off to do just that. I watched as he served her her drink, and just as I'd expected, she looked over at me. I raised my glass to toast her, and she raised hers in turn, before taking a long sip. I took that as my invitation to go over. "Mind if I join you?" I asked. "Not at all, Mr. Marshall," she replied, and I paused. I very rarely gave out the name I was currently living under to strangers, but she seemed to know it instinctively.
I caught a wary smile on her lips as she polished off her drink.
You can sit down. I'm here to talk, not to pick a fight, she said.
I hesitated for a moment before taking her up on her offer. All right, I said. Let's talk then.
I know you're out to feed tonight, so I won't take up too much of your time, she promised. I have to make sure I got your attention, though. And you do have a type, Mr. Marsh.
A single man should be allowed the pleasure of pleasant company if he so chooses, I reply.
Of course, of course. I didn't mean to imply otherwise, the woman said. Here, let me just clear the air. My name is Amanda Spector. I'm with the International Fey Relations Bureau.
My eyebrows quirked slightly.
You're familiar with us? She asked.
The name has come up before, yes. What exactly do you want with me?
Word on the street is you've been around the block. Seen a lot, done a lot. It must have taught you a lot, too.
If you're looking for information, there are more knowledgeable creatures out there, Miss Spencer.
I know. We've even gone so far as to employ some of them. The FRB's interest in you is a little more hands-on. Sitting behind a desk doesn't suit you, Mr. Marsh.
And what exactly is that interest?
Public safety, she replied. The FRB is young, but we aren't stupid. Not everything out there wants peace, and there's countless things that just don't give a damn. To that end, they've started to put together a little subdivision. Most of our recruits so far are human, and while they've gone well enough, the higher-ups are in agreement that we could use something a little more familiar with these matters.
So what? You're recruiting me into your secret police? I scoffed. I took another sip of my red wine.
Hardly. The Department of Public Safety is meant to protect people from the things out there that pose a threat. Ghouls, rogue vampires, and sirens. Things that could cause some damage if left unchecked. I don't need to tell you that there are more and more incidents every day, and if these things get out, the FRB is toast. I'm recruiting you to protect people.
I swirled the wine in my glass thoughtfully. And it ends at monsters and rogues, correct? I asked. I looked over at her. If that's what you're asking, then I'll consider it. But I'm not an assassin, Miss Spencer.
I'm not looking for one. I'm looking for a guardian, she replied.
There was something in her eyes that made me believe her. Desperation, sincerity, I'm still not sure which. I finished my glass and stood up. I'll think about it, I said.
That's all I ask,
she replied, and set a business card on the table.
When you're ready to start, give me a call.
I pocketed the card and she tipped me one final smile before I left. I had no intention of ever calling her, but the words she said lingered in my mind. I can't say I had much faith in the FRB, but if nothing else, I respected their interactions, and I suppose that was enough. I called Spectre at dawn the next day, and I never looked back. My orientation within the FRB did not last long. Technically speaking, I already had centuries of experience in the field, so the biggest thing to adjust to was the new system. It wasn't long before I received my first assignment and was out in the field working for them. The briefing said that there had been an attack on a small cottage just north of Naples. A family had been killed by something that had come out of the woods, presumably by a ghoul, judging by the description of the carnage it had inflicted. Ghouls are particularly nasty creatures. Stripped of their humanity by inhuman powers, all that remains of them are pale, malformed husks who only think about their next meal, whatever that may be. They are gruesome creatures who often run afoul of civilization, and the act of killing them is a mercy. I had been instructed to visit a certain restaurant 2 kilometers away from the site of the attack. It was there that I would meet my soon-to-be partner,
Gustav Hauser. Gustav was a short and stocky man, although much of his bulk seemed to be muscle. His skin was pale and his eyes were a cold blue. He wore his long brown hair down to a ponytail. I recognized him on sight as he entered the restaurant, and he seemed to pick me out of the modest lunch crowd immediately. The moment he laid eyes on me, he regarded me with an intensity that made me slightly uneasy. I knew disgust when I saw it, but I pretended to ignore it in favor of at least attempting to begin a proper working relationship. "You're the vampire?" he asked as he sat down across from me. "Just call me Marshall," I replied. "Mr. Hauser, I presume." "Gustav," he corrected. "I assume you've been briefed." I have. Most likely a ghoul attack. I'd assume you'd seen a lot of those, correct?" Gustav scoffed. "Once a week, more or less. Damn things are everywhere. Never gets easy seeing them. I don't suppose they'd affect you much given your condition." "On the contrary. I've seen their like for centuries, and they've never failed to disturb me. Immortality doesn't chip away at one's humanity if you don't let it." He let out a huff that could have meant many things. "We'll leave when the sun goes down," he said. "See if we can't draw the ghoul out." "Wouldn't it be more difficult to engage it at night?" I asked. "Yes, but considering your condition, I can move perfectly fine in daylight, if that's what you're worried about," I interrupted. "Please don't worry about my condition. I can assure you that it won't be a hindrance or a threat. I can assure you it won't too," he replied. "If you think you're up for it, we could head out after you eat. You do eat, don't you?" "On occasion," I replied. "The lobster looked particularly appetizing, if you're a seafood man." Again, Gustav huffed, sounding less annoyed this time. He picked up his menu and skimmed through it without another word. Perhaps he might not have liked me right off the bat, but I could work with that. After we ate, we drove to the cottage. It was a quiet little place, well off the beaten path. A prime spot for a ghoul. As we drove up to the old building, I could see the broken glass of the windows and the yellow lines of the police tape. Gustav parked just outside the tape, and we both got out. We approached the building together, and I could smell the old blood inside. "How long ago was the attack?" I asked. "The bodies were discovered 12 hours ago," Gustav replied. "The attack probably happened last night. Someone heard gunshots and came to investigate. Before you ask, I looked into reports of missing pets as well. There were 8 in the past year." "Rather high for a place so remote," I noted. Gustav huffed in agreement. "The cottages are new. Chances are they backed onto the ghoul's territory," he said as he spoke. I scanned the nearby woods. I suspected that Gustav was correct, and if so, our quarry would not be far. I approached the cottage and stepped inside. The stench of stale blood overpowered my senses, although I doubted that Gustav noticed anything. Even without the chalk outlines, I knew exactly where the bodies had fallen. From the look of it, ghoul came in the living room window, Gustav said. The mother was found nearby in the kitchen. I'd imagine her screams woke her husband, who got his gun and attacked the ghoul. He was found in the hallway, and their son was killed in his bed, I replied. Gustav paused. "I can smell the blood in the sheets from here." "They found blood there, but no body." I grimaced at the knowledge of what the ghoul had done. Yet, in taking something back to its hideout to feast on, it had marked a trail. I walked over to the broken window and looked out at the forest beyond. It was faint, but I could smell blood in the distance, along with the stink of decay. "We'll look for tracks," Gustav said. "Might be best to check the area outside that window." "No need," I replied. "It's close." Gustav paused. "I can smell it. Old blood, human decay. I've been around long enough to recognize it. It's faint, but I think I can track it." "Christ, you can smell it?" he asked. "A benefit of my condition. My senses of smell and hearing are much better than yours, among other things." "No shit. suppose I can see why Spectre wanted your kind on the DPS. If you think you can find that thing, lead the way. He drew a pistol from his holster, something high caliber, probably good enough to kill a ghoul. He followed me out of the cottage and towards the tree line. While we weren't looking for tracks, I still noticed them in the dirt, and we moved into the woods. The smell was getting stronger, and though I trusted my nose, the trees around us made me feel claustrophobic. My senses would only lead us to a corpse, not the ghoul itself. The creature could have been anywhere nearby, and so we tread lightly. The closer we got, the stronger the smell became. There were no doubt several bodies nearby, fresh and rotten meat to feed the insatiable hunger of the ghoul. Up ahead, I spotted a small stone hill. The smell seemed to be coming from there, and as we got closer, I recognized a dip in the ground that led into a small cavern. I held up a hand to stop Gustav. I pointed to the cave. "I'll go first," I whispered. "Lure it out if it's in there. I trust you're a steady shot." "Very," he promised. "I've got you covered." Though I had few reasons to truly trust Gustav, I still silently held him to that word as I began my approach to the cave. In the low light, my eyes could see bones picked clean. Most of them looked animal, but there were a few I recognized as human. The ghoul's lair had a rotten, wet stink to it, bad enough that I covered my mouth as I got closer, and yet, as foul as its little hole was, it looked to be completely empty. I grimaced as I spotted the ribcage of what I knew to be the missing child before taking a step back and looking over at Gustav. I shook my head. The ghoul wasn't there. And yet as I looked at him, I saw my eyes widen. "The trees!" he called and raised the gun and fired before I realized just what he'd seen. A heavy weight bore down on me, forcing me to the ground. I heard the snap of hungry jaws by my ear, but they missed me entirely. I kicked and shoved at the creature on top of me and knocked it aside. I saw its spindly grayish limbs struggle for a moment as it regained its footing. It looked at me with wide, unblinking eyes, tangled hair falling around its face and dried blood around its mouth. The ghoul hissed at me before clawing its way towards me. I scrambled to my feet, but I wasn't fast enough. Its claws raked at my back and dug into my flesh as it pulled me towards it. Its breath stank of rotten meat. It tried to sink its teeth into me, but I grabbed it by the skull and held it back as its jaws snapped wildly. I heard another gunshot, and a spray of blood erupted from its neck. The ghoul hissed and tried to look at Gustav before he shot it again, blowing away its head. Still, the damn thing stood, although only for a second longer, before its bony limbs collapsed from underneath it. Lifeless, it collapsed to the ground beside me and rolled down into the cave to join the other dead. I looked down at it, panting heavily, and thankfully I had suffered nothing more than a few scratches. The body of the ghoul twitched as if it was still trying to stand up. Once upon a time, that thing had probably been a lovely young woman. Now it was just another monster. "Can't do everything, can you, vampire?" Gustav asked, his tone cocky. He offered me a hand to help me to my feet. "I suppose not," I replied, breathlessly. "Damn good shooting." "I've had some practice. We should move the body, burn it and contact the police." He looked down into the cavern at the body of the child who'd been there. "I'm sure someone will want to give that kid a proper burial." I nodded in response before following Gustav down to collect what was left of the ghoul. While I cannot pretend my relationship with Gustav was ever perfect, I must admit that the first job was the start of a solid partnership. He never did seem to warm to my condition, but over the next 4 years, it became easier and easier to trust him with my life. Together, he and I put down rogue sirens, who chose to overfeed or hunt for sport, groups of deep mermaids who'd grown too aggressive, and countless malevolent fae who sought only to spread chaos for fun. Despite our differences, I came to regard Gustav as a trusted friend, and I'd like to believe that he came to think of me in a similar manner. Perhaps that was what made our final job so difficult. On June 12, 1989, 2 hikers in the Ukraine were attacked by an unknown entity, something they described as humanoid. Naturally, the FRB investigated the claims and concluded that it was a likely ghoul attack, and within 6 hours of the police report, Gustav and I were asked to investigate. The trail was remote and designed for more advanced hikers. I can't imagine it saw much use. It would have been ideal for a ghoul to call home. As I walked through the heavy underbrush, well ahead of Gustav, I can't say that I anticipated anything other than a standard ghoul encounter. I expected to pick up the scent of decay anytime soon, or, if we were lucky, perhaps the much fainter, wet stink of a ghoul or its lair. I scanned the trees above me, and Gustav had his weapon drawn as we drew nearer to the spot where the attack had supposedly happened. "You smell anything?" Gustav asked. "Just the forest," I replied and paused. That wasn't entirely true. "There's something sweeter in the air here, not blood. Nothing I'm familiar with." "If it's sweet, it's not our ghoul," Gustav said. He paused for a moment before adding, "Assuming it is a ghoul, could have just been a bear." "How many times have we told people it was just a bear?" I asked. He responded with one of his trademark huffs. "Maybe this time it really was. You ever seen a bear with a mange, Marsh? Terrifying fucking things. They're bony, their flesh is pale, they look like zombies." "Then the least we can do is confirm it," I said. "If nothing else, the walking is good for you." Again, Gustav huffed. "Whatever you say, Mr. Liquid Diet." We hadn't gone much farther before the sweet smell I detected grew stronger. It was almost blinding now, and amongst the dark foliage I could see something small and luminous peeking out. I approached it slowly and bent down to get a closer look. "What is it?" Gustav asked as I examined it. "A flower," I replied, and that was the simplest description of it. The flower was unlike anything I'd ever seen before. It had 5 petals, and its colors seemed to shift from blue to green and even pink. There was a slight glow coming off of it, and its smell was strong and sweet. I delicately plucked it before wrapping it up in a handkerchief. I could show this to someone back at the office. Maybe they'd know what to make of it. From the corner of my eye, I saw the slight glow from other flowers, identical to the one I found. In the dim light, they were easy to see. "What is this?" Gustav asked warily. "Hell if I know," I replied as I stood up. "But something about this doesn't sit right with me." "It's a flower," he said. "What's there to be worried about?" "Humanity fears what it does not understand for good reason, my friend," I replied. "This flora doesn't look natural. I'd consider that very good cause for concern." Gustav responded with another huff. "A flower's a flower, vampire. Relax." Quietly, he scanned the area around us before pausing. I heard a rustling of leaves, and my partner took off at full speed, gun drawn. "Wait!" I called, but Gustav was always the sort to leap before he looked. By the time I was up again, I heard gunshots followed by a scream from him. I raced off in the direction Gustav had gone. I heard one final gunshot and a sound, an inhuman squeal that sent a chill through me. The last gunshot had been close. Gustav was just ahead, and when I found him, he was slumped up against a tree, coughing and hacking. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw something dart off into the woods, but my attention was focused more on my partner. "Are you all right?" I asked. I offered him a hand, but he pushed it aside and climbed unsteadily to his feet. "I'm fine," he spat. "Fucking thing jumped me. It's a goddamn ghoul." "Are you hurt?" I asked. "Bites, scratches?" "Scrapes and bruises. I'm fine, mother," he growled, before pushing past me to head deeper into the woods. "Come on, let's kill this damn thing." I would have voiced my protest, but Gustav was a stubborn fool. He would have pressed ahead no matter what I said, and perhaps he was right for that. We had the ghoul on the run. It should have been easy to catch up now. Still, the deep sound of Gustav's hacking cough did not sit well with me. Up ahead of him, I could see the glow of several more of those strange flowers. The sun is getting low. It might not be wise to be wandering out here so late. I warned. What? Are you scared of the dark? Gustav wheezed. Come on. He broke down into another fit of coughing and gripped a tree to prevent himself from collapsing. You think you're funny, I replied. You can barely stand up, and that cough, it doesn't sound right. That fucking ghoul sprayed me with something, Gustav replied. I don't know what. Something sweet that stank. I'll be fine. I just need to clear my lungs. I can keep going. I stared at him, watching as he stood up and knowing that I'd needed to drag him kicking and screaming out of the woods if I wanted him to leave. I also knew that he'd probably shoot me if I tried. With a resigned sigh, I drew my own pistol and followed him. At the very least, I could ensure my thick-skulled partner didn't get himself killed. I had hoped that we might find the dying ghoul nearby, but we had no such luck. I couldn't even smell any blood from its supposed wounds. While Gustav was adamant he had hit his target, I had my doubts. Our quarry had run far, and I couldn't even hear its rustling movements in the distance. As we walked through the forest, the sky began to darken, but the shimmering hues from the flowers around us lit our path. Gustav cut ahead of me, pausing every few moments to cough. In the forest, it was difficult to mark our path already, but with my partner so far ahead, it was next to impossible, even for me. We continued onwards to the point where I wasn't even sure we were on the trail of the creature who had attacked us. The only change in our environment was those glowing flowers that seemed more plentiful than before. They polluted the air with an overpowering sweetness that was enough to make me cough. Gustav! I called. He didn't look back at me. Gustav, it's been almost an hour. We're wasting our time. The ghoul is gone. He just kept going, fueled by a rage that seemed unlike him. I watched him for a moment as he vanished deeper into the woods before I followed, jogging to catch up to him. Gustav! I called as I put a hand on his shoulder. He looked back at me, eyes burning with rage. It's gone. We should turn back. It's here, Gustav replied. It's in the ocean. Don't you feel it? I paused. There was something in his gaze, something very wrong. He pulled out of my grip. Not much farther, he said. Trust me. I watched him go, and for the first time in a very long time, I felt uneasy. Ghouls did not scare me. Neither did mermaids, fays, werewolves, or even other vampires. These were all terrible things I knew how to deal with. But Gustav, in that moment, scared me. We continued for over an hour, and it wasn't long before I noticed that the sound of our movement was the only sound I heard. Usually in such pristine forest, there would be other sounds of life, but around us the world was silent. No birds, no animals, nothing at all. While I'd known animals to fear ghouls before, this was different. Gustav didn't seem to notice, though. I doubt he thought of anything but the prey ahead of him. At some point, we started up an incline, and I watched him claw at the earth and climb with single-minded purpose. The strange flowers bloomed thick around us and continued to pollute the air with their sweet stench. There, I heard him rasp. Up there. It took me a moment to see what he saw. While the darkness did not impair my vision, it would have been easy to miss the overgrown wood that marked the entrance to an old mine. The tunnel into the earth was overgrown by moss, and yet, deep inside the cavern, I could see the glow of more of those flowers, shimmering like stars. In there, Gustav rasped, before breaking into another coughing fit. To his credit, it seemed less severe than before. There, it's in there. Near the entrance of the mine, I spotted old splintered wood. Someone had boarded it up long ago, and something else had forced its way inside. Let's go, Gustav said before shambling off into the darkness. I stopped him. Are you insane? You'll be blind in there. You're coming with me, aren't you? He asked. Now it was my turn to huff in response. Out of the corner of my eye, I spotted an old lantern sitting abandoned just inside the mine. It didn't take long to light a little flame inside it. It was rusted, bent, and a little broken, but it sufficed.
Of all the fucking vampires I could get, I get the priss,
Gustav murmured. I'm doing this for your benefit, not mine, I replied. He didn't reply and just turned to trudge off into the mine. I followed him, keeping the lantern aloft. My every instinct told me that going farther was a mistake, but my partner had made up his mind long ago. The stink of those radiant flowers was almost blinding. Even if the ghoul had made its home in this old mine, I doubt I would have smelled it. Yet, despite my caution, Gustav continued to press on ahead. I noticed a few rotten old supports that looked like they wouldn't hold well. I'd seen them by the entrance of the mine, too. The place looked as if it was ready to collapse any day now. How exactly do you know where this thing is? I asked.
I just know, he replied. I feel it. First I was just following the trail, but now I feel it, Marsh. It's hard to explain.
My brow furrowed as I followed him. That doesn't worry you? I asked, and again he didn't reply. All the same, I found myself falling back a few steps, distancing myself from my partner. Up ahead, I heard movement, bony limbs shuffling against rock. While I couldn't smell the ghoul, I knew that Gustav's senses had led him to the right place. The luminous flowers around us shimmered in their strange hues. My pace slowed a little bit as I looked forward at Gustav. He kept his gun at the ready, expecting the ghoul to jump out at any moment. From the corner of my eye, I caught movements and heard the sound of claw against stone. I spun around just in time to see a shape retreat inside a side branch of the cavern, and I reached for my gun. There, I called. I didn't wait around for Gustav to come. Instinct took over as I pursued the ghoul and thoughtlessly abandoned my partner. Ahead, I could clearly see the ghoul scuttling like an insect along the wall, yet there seemed to be something wrong with it. The shimmering flowers that had accompanied us all the way up to the cavern seemed to be growing out of the ghoul's skin. Its flesh itself seemed to shift against its bones, and when it turned back to hiss at me, it seemed to grin knowingly. I could hear Gustav's footsteps rushing up behind me as the ghoul turns to fight. I fired my gun twice. The first shot blew away a chunk of its skull, and the second went into its shoulder. Neither of them slowed it down. Instead, the ghoul rushed towards me on all fours without stopping. I saw its mouth open, but not in the way it should have opened. Its lower jaw split apart, and much of its neck opened as well, revealing teeth that should not have been there, but even worse, pale yellow eyes. I fired again, shooting into its terrible maw as it advanced on me, but the bullets did nothing. In my desperation, I hurled the lantern at it. The lighter fluid I used to ignite it caught on the flesh of the thing before me, and its body was set ablaze like dry tinder. It shrank back with a pained screech as its flesh sizzled and pulled back from the flames like something alive. I stumbled backwards, watching as the creature burned and shambled backwards. Perhaps the flames themselves wouldn't have been enough to kill it, but in its panic, it clumsily stumbled into the walls lined with flowers. The stray flames set those alight too, and all too quickly the fire spread. I looked back and saw Gustav standing behind me, staring wide-eyed and helpless at the ghoul he'd so desperately pursued. I didn't give him much time to watch. I ran for him and grabbed him by the arm before pulling him back the way we came. We hadn't gone too far into the cavern. It was easy enough to find our way back out, and I tugged him along behind me as the old mine very quickly became an inferno. As we reached its mouth, we stumbled out into the moonlight, and I looked back to see a hellish glow in our wake. Gustav stared back at it in turn, panting heavily before looking at me.
That ghoul, he finally said. What the hell was that? It was a ghoul, right?
Maybe once, I replied. I looked around at the flowers that surrounded us, and I felt my heart race in a way that it hadn't in centuries. These flowers, they did something to it. It corrupted it somehow. We need to call this in, quarantine the area, torch and burn everything, get rid of them all. Wait, get rid of it? Gustav asked. Marsh, what the hell are you talking about? Didn't you see what I saw? That ghoul had those flowers growing out of it, and it was warped. It was something else entirely. It shrugged off our bullets. What if more creatures got exposed to these flowers? Hell, we've been exposed. What might it do to us? Gustav just laughed. His lips curled into a smile. It didn't fit well on his face. I think you're overthinking this, my friend, he said. That ghoul, it was beautiful, don't you think? I mean, look at these flowers. They turned something so disgusting, so horrible as a ghoul into something new. Something fierce and beautiful. It gave it an entirely new life. Now you're thinking about burning this all to the ground, without even knowing how far it can go. I stared at him, my eyes narrowing. Do you hear yourself right now? I asked. Think about this for a moment. I am thinking, he replied. For the first time in 20 years, I feel like I'm thinking clearly. Marsh, I knew where that thing was. I think when it attacked me, it breathed some of its essence onto me, and it enhanced me. He paused and looked back into the inferno. No, it shared something with me. With us. I think I get it now. It didn't want food. It wanted to share something. To show us an ocean of possibilities. That's why it led us on. It wanted us to chase it so we would see, and now I see, Robert. An ocean of possibility. You should too. I stared at him, watching as his breathing grew heavier. I still clutched my gun in my hand. I'm burning this to the ground, Gustav, I replied. And once you get your head right, you'll agree with me that this was the right thing to do. In an instant, Gustav was on top of me. With strength that surpassed my own, he ripped my gun from my hands and forced me to the ground. No, I will not let you do that. I'll make you see, he said, grinning wide from ear to ear. I'll make you see it, just like I see it. I'll make you see it. Come, Robert. Come into the ocean. Breathe in deep. Gustav's smile only grew wider and wider as I saw his head begin to change. His skull began to split open as that sweet stink only grew stronger. I could only stare in silent horror as I realized that there was no saving my partner. Whatever the ghoul had done to him, it had corrupted him outright. It had changed him, and now I was seeing just how much of him had been changed. In just a few hours, Gustav was no longer human, and as he prepared to unleash his payload on me, I struggled to push him off of me. I grabbed the side of his head and forced it upwards. Thick, shimmering spores drifted from his open skull, and with a scream of exertion, I threw him off of me. Gus fell towards the mine, leaving a trail of spores in his wake. Behind him, the flames were growing stronger. The mine was burning up. He climbed onto all fours, spores leaking from his skull. I watched a bone jut out of his arm like a blade, and shimmering flowers grew from the wound. If you'll not join in life, I shall have your corpse, Gustav said, his voice distorted and garbled. Like an animal, my former companion raced towards me, but I was ready for him. As he lunged for me, I ducked under him and moved towards the mine. Arrogant as ever, Gustav pursued me, still moving like a twisted animal. His skull had reformed, and his lips were curled back in a twisted smile that I will never quite forget. As I backed towards the inferno, I spotted one of the rotten supports nearby and focused back on the thing that was once Gustav. He stood up, raised the extended bone shard jutting out of his arm to try and impale me. I sidestepped him and used his own momentum to push him deeper into the mine. The flames licked at his back as I saw moments of panic in his eyes. Marsh, wait, he called in a voice I knew I recognized, but he wasn't going to stop me. With all my strength, I broke through the support. The rock above us shifted, and I watched as Gustav made a desperate scramble for the entrance. But I was faster. When the mine came down, I was out, but he was not. The last I heard was a desperate scream before the collapse of the mine crushed him and hopefully sent him to a peaceful rest. The DPS was quick to quarantine the area and burn the flowers, as per my request. Whatever was out there, it was too dangerous to leave unchecked. Of that I was sure. However, Gustav's loss did not sit well with me. I know that in his final moments he was not himself, and perhaps that bothered me even more than his loss. Either way, I did what I had to do. The flowers needed to be destroyed. I only hoped that we got all of them. If we didn't, well, I'd rather not think about that. I've never really talked to anyone about this before. Partially because I didn't think anyone would believe me, and partially because I'm still not entirely sure what happened myself. But what happened that night has definitely stuck with me, no matter how dreamlike it may seem in hindsight. In those memories, it was as real to me as the nose on my face. That kind of terror doesn't just go away so easily, no matter how hard your brain tries to rationalize it. In order to understand the situation better, here's some context. I work as a closing manager for an old retail store, one of the chains of stores that died off in the early 2000s, and only a few locations still exist. It's always nerve-wracking trying to keep our sales up and the doors open, but since we're so far out from any overseeing corporation, we're allowed to function on our own, making decisions and store changes as we please. Because of this, we're all more like friends than co-workers, and we have each other's backs whenever something comes up, be it a problem customer or a surprise visit from our regional manager. The thing about the store is that we don't have a lot of firm rules and regulations that we uphold on the day-to-day, aside from keeping the store in order, helping customers, and making sure the tills don't go over certain dollar amounts without being pulled and reset. All the usual sort of stuff. When it comes to closing the store, there's a rule that requires us to always leave the store in parts. That means whenever there is anyone in the store closing up, or anyone going into the parking lot at night, we need to exit in pairs. The other managers always speculated that it was some corporate policy to keep managers from stealing from the safe, or someone from getting mugged in the parking lot. To be honest, none of us really minded the rule all that much, as it protected us from being suspected of theft, and the area is actually a bit dicey at night. I always followed this rule pretty diligently, until one night a few associates were going to get some drinks and wanted to head out early. They invited me to go along, but I still had tills to settle and the safe to deal with before I could leave. In hindsight, if I knew then what I know now, I never would have stayed there alone. I would have had them stay a bit longer with me, and we could have all gone out together, around on me for the delay. But as they say, hindsight's 20/20. I didn't make them stay. I let the others out and told them to have a good time as I locked up the front doors behind me. What happened next was a series of bizarre events that I still think about to this day. After locking up the front door and the shutter gates behind me, I went back to the cash office to finally settle the till for Register 1. Normally, I listened to music on my phone while I did this, as the store music could be heard through the walls of the cash office and was getting pretty annoying, but my phone was at 3% at that point, and I didn't want to drain it completely useless unless I needed it on the way home. The funny thing about the terrible music they played in the store is that there are only two ways to turn off the music. The most common way being to pick up one of the store phones and use the intercom to just silence it out with the white noise. This wasn't uncommon among the older managers who'd worked there for years, as they hated listening to the overly poppy, out-of-date music after hours. The second way to turn that awful music off would be to go into the electrical closet, locate the correct switch, and turn it off manually. But that was more dangerous, as nothing is clearly labeled, and flipping the wrong switch could cause the power loss to our computers, registers, or even our security alarm, automatically calling the alarm company and local PD. Needless to say, we usually avoid doing that, and just opt for the intercom system, leaving the phone off the hook, just remembering to put it back before we leave for the night. This night, I just let the music play, as it didn't bother me as much as the quiet world, and I was hoping to finish up and be out of the store shortly. I mention this detail because just as I was finishing up the verification of the first register, I realized that the music had stopped playing. I wasn't sure when exactly it happened, but it was like 1 minute I saw the sun was droning in the background, and then silence. I turned around to look at the monitor behind me that showed one aisle in the store leading all the way to the doors out back, where our break room and receiving are. The monitor was a direct feed to the one and only camera in the store, and despite the recording in progress sign displayed on the aisle's corresponding monitor, it couldn't be farther from the truth. Our store didn't have the funds for more cameras, let alone a way of storing recordings, so all we had was a live feed. The monitor was displaying the aisle as well, empty, except for the occasional buzzing line that would roll down the screen. I thought it was strange that the radio was off, and began to wonder if maybe someone had been left behind in the store. It's true that I hadn't walked the store after locking up, and I never checked the break room to make sure everyone had left as a group. I started kicking myself in the back for not making sure, although in the back of my mind I was playing out everyone's faces as they left, and I had been so sure they were all together. Leaving the cash office, I shut the door behind me and stepped out into the main store area, half expecting to see a grumpy employee ready to be let out. But there was no one near the front. I thought of calling out to see if anyone was around, but for some reason, my gut told me not to. I'm not sure if it's from all the crime shows I watched growing up or what, but I scanned the areas of the store that I could see and found no one. So I walked over the keypad by the door and watched the display to make sure our back entrance was locked down correctly. The display cycled through each point of security in the store. Area 1 armed, a receiving area in the back of the store. Area 2 ready to arm. The cash office that I'd just come from. Area 3 ready to arm. And finally, the alarm for the store's entrance, and the motion sensor that engages when we leave for the night. All seemed to be in order there, so there's no way someone could come in from the outside. With that realization, I relaxed a bit of the tension that built up in my shoulders. I hadn't noticed it was there until I let go. I thought I should do a walk of the store and check the break room just to make sure no one had been left behind back there. I was a little freaked out at first, but started relaxing when I reminded myself about the alarms on the exits, the locked doors, and shutters keeping anyone that might want to get in out. Despite all the rationalizing, however, I couldn't fully relax that last bit of concern I had in my gut. The silence stretched across the store served as a reminder that something was still off. Kicking myself in the back again for letting everyone go early and not checking the store properly, I grabbed a pair of dull scissors from the customer service desk and went about checking all the phone receivers before heading out back. The phones were all on the hook, nothing out of the ordinary, aside from the silence. Somehow that didn't help settle my stomach at all. As I walked down the main aisle of the store, I peeked down each row, feeling like any minute I might pass by Rachel or Mark on their way to the front. Maybe we'd both have a laugh and say something like, "You scared me," before heading out together. But I never did. Each empty aisle felt like another knot twisting up my intestines. The eerie silence of the store stretching out for eternity. If you've ever been somewhere after hours that you shouldn't have been, you may know that feeling. Staying after school until the sun goes down, staying late at work by yourself, or falling asleep somewhere like a bus or a train and waking up to find you're all alone in a place that doesn't feel natural when it's so empty and quiet. Yeah, it's that sort of feeling. Like you're stepping into a place that you never should have been. At least, not without the comfort of numbers, or even some kind of ambient sound to break the sort of tension that builds up in a space like that. When I finally reached the back of the store, I felt like there was a pressure building up in me, like at any moment it was going to pop. I was so on edge at that point that I was practically begging to run into someone just to break the tension, just to shake that awful feeling of isolation and paranoia. As I pushed myself through the break room doors a little more forcefully than I'd expected, I looked around to see any coats or bags left on hooks to denote the presence of another familiar person. But just as I thought, there was nothing there. No rolled-up snack bags from lunch, no purse, and no coat, or anything else to show that anyone had ever been there. Some part of me must have wondered in that moment if anyone had indeed been there before. At that moment, I felt more small and alone than I'd ever felt before in my life. Still, the silence stretched on, almost deafening in its weight at this point. I never thought there would be a time when I'd give anything to hear those terrible pop songs and outdated tracks. But there I was, a bundle of nerves and cooling sweat, wishing I could hear anything but my own tight breath. I gripped the nearly forgotten scissors in my hand to anchor myself, as if to shield me. I put them in front of me as I thought back through the alarms, the locks, the shutters. Nothing could get in. There's no way anyone would have been in the store with me, unless they were already in the store before we closed. As the thought crossed my mind, I felt my stomach drop. I'd never considered it before now. Unless they were already in the store, my mind repeated over and over as I licked my dry lips. I'd been so concerned about someone breaking in that I'd never stopped to consider that they could have been there all along. I could hear my own pulse, and my fingers felt cold and clammy around the scissors. I could feel the tightness in my legs, and I tried to bring myself another step towards the receiving area. It was the only other entrance or exit from the store, and there was a phone in the back, the only phone left that could be using the intercom system. I patted around my pockets with my free hand, realizing then that I left my phone in the locked office at the front of the store. I felt so stupid for not bringing it, and at the same time, I felt stupid when I thought about what I would do if I'd brought it. But would I call the police? And tell them what? That I got spooked after breaking protocol and staying in the store by myself? Would I call another manager in the late hours of the night and ask them to come check out the store with me? The more I thought it over, the more alone I felt. I didn't know what to do, or what to think, but I decided I needed to at least know for sure what was happening. I shifted the scissors in my hand and stiffened up my back. I wasn't about to look like some fool getting scared of nothing. I was going to face whatever this was head on. After all, it could have just been the wind, or some hooligan messing around the store after hours trying to prank me, or do some silly overnight challenge you see online sometimes. Feeling a new sense of power from that thought, I pushed past the receiving doors with a measured degree of caution and confidence. The receiving lights are on a motion sensor, and after 45 or so minutes of inactivity, will drop into a dim eco mode, where only a quarter of the lights remain on. I've been in this store for a few years now, and I've gotten used to this, being able to see easily in the dim light, and even knowing how to move through without triggering the old motion sensor. The lights were in eco mode at this point, and somehow that took some of the weight off my shoulders. Knowing that the lights had a long window of time before they timed out, one that surely would have been more than my store walk had taken, and knowing that anyone unfamiliar with our store would have set off the motion sensor made me feel a sense of safety. In that moment, I felt alone again. Not the terrifying loneliness I'd felt before, but a more secure, sort of independent feeling. I moved through the big room with ease, past the packing bays and pallets of overstock, back towards the corded phone and receiving door. I could feel the tension from before slipping away as I walked through the space. It was familiar to me, and I felt safe again. The store had become like a second home to me over the years, and I felt like I knew all of its inner workings like the back of my hand. This was my turf, and any thought of another person lurking around was all but put out of my mind as the room stayed dim and quiet. When I reached the phone, I saw that it had been knocked off the hook by a cute toy robot our inventory manager kept on the shelf above. I almost laughed at how silly I had been before. The toy must have just fallen and knocked the phone off its base. I put things back as they should be still smiling about the whole situation as I went back towards the front of the store. This time, though, I'd put the toy on the opposite end of the shelf. As silly as it may have been, I'd had enough of a scare for that night to last me for a week. As I was walking up the long aisle leading to the front, I looked up at the monitor on the other end. Recording in progress. Yeah, sure. I often watched that hazy monitor as I approached, thinking how lame it was, when we all knew full well it wasn't really recording anything. But as I smirked up at the monitor in my approach, I saw what looked like a flicker of light clicking on to the receiving door windows. I felt my blood run cold as the realization dawned on me that something had just set off the motion sensor light. Something big and fast enough that the old dim sensor couldn't pick up on. All at once, as my pulse picked up, I felt my feet carry me forward before I could even think to move them. I was running then, mindlessly trying to get as far away from whatever could have been back there. As I made it to the front of the aisle, nearly beyond the view of the monitor, I saw something out of the corner of my eye. With my last view of the monitor as I rounded the corner, I could see something barreling out of the two swinging doors I'd just come from. I never got a good look at it, but whatever it was big. Big enough to flow through both of the huge doors with a resounding bang that echoed throughout the empty store. I didn't stick around to find out. I burst past the main office door and fumbled my manager keys into the lock of the cash office door. My heart was so loud in my ears it sounded like 1,000 sets of feet thundering right behind me, like the hounds of hell reaching for my heels. When the lock clicked in one exuberant moment, I ripped the door open and wrapped myself tight around it, pulling it closed faster than I expected possible for the weighty storm door. As the door shut, I heard a loud thud as a massive pressure slammed against the other side. What followed was an onslaught of banging and crashing against the reinforced door. I never had a chance to breathe before I heard it. A sound so blood-curdling and horrible. I just stood there, frozen in terror, blood like ice in my veins as every hair on my body stood on end. The sound was so far from human that it blew away any thoughts I might have had about hooligan pranks or intruders. As the pounding increased on the door and the unearthly screams filled the air, I thought again about the alarms, the locking doors, and the shuttering. They'd given me a sense of safety before, thinking that if no one could get in that everything would be okay. But now that just terrified me even more. Whatever that thing was just beyond the door, it was big, inhuman, and starting to shake the door frame with its assault. Even worse, if I were to call for help now, no one could even get in to help without a key. I remembered my cell phone on the table beside me, like some kind of miracle in all of this. Without a second thought, I grasped for my phone and pulled up my contacts to call another manager. I knew Jake, the day manager, would be opening in the morning and had a key to open the doors. If I called him, he could come with the police and maybe do something about whatever was outside now, thundering what sounded like hundreds of thrashing limbs across the floor and walls of the main office hall. My battery was at 2% now, as I heard the dial tone on the other end of the line. As soon as the ringing started, the sounds from the hall went silent, an eerie sort of silence that followed such a cacophony of noise from before. The coils in my stomach tightened again at this. As the ringing continued, my brain ran through what was happening. Whatever that thing was out there, it wasn't human. But worse still, it wasn't just some animal. It could hear me in that office. It could hear the muffled scream of the dial through the steel. It could hear the muffled sounds of the dial through the steel door, through my cupped hand, through my body. It could hear all of that, and was now so deathly silent that had I not heard it there before, I might have never known it was ever there at all. Whatever it was capable of hunting, in complete silence. And I thought then about the unease I'd felt walking through the store alone. Had it been following me? Stalking me throughout the aisles? How close was it then, lingering silently, just out of sight? If I hadn't gotten lucky, if I hadn't seen the lights click on when I did, I don't know what it could have done. The ringing stopped as an automated voice chimed up that had reached voicemail. I wanted to curse and shout at him for not picking up, but for all the anger I felt, the terror and panic swallowed it up as I realized my battery had dropped to 1% and was flashing red as the screen was dimming down to barely visible. I hit redial on the recent calls list, hoping and pleading. Pick up, please pick up. I whispered frantically into the phone as my eyes shot around the room for a charger, an outlet, a forgotten cell phone, something, anything to get help. The ringing stopped, and for a second I thought I'd gotten through. Jake, are you there? Hello? I was shouting into the phone in a panic. Hello? Are you there? Silence. I stared down at my phone to see the screen had gone black. I'd never gotten through before the battery died. I slumped to the floor, still staring at the screen. I wanted to cry. My body ached from all the stress, and my head was pounding. I just wanted to go home and forget any of this ever happened. And I almost did cry. I could feel the tears sting my eyes, and my heart climbing up my throat to choke me as the silence filled the air. And that's when I heard it. A sound like a squeaky wheel, or the wheezing sound you might hear when you let the air out of a balloon just right. That sound slipped under the door and stretched across the room like a haunting reminder of what was waiting just outside. I'd nearly forgotten in all my frustration what I was so afraid of. The sound broke occasionally and twisted on itself. Wheezing turned into a crackled sort of vocalization as it folded and stretched. I could hear it, pressed up against the base of the door now. I shuddered at the twisted-up assimilation of speech digging into my ears. I tried covering them with my hands, but it was practically useless against that unnatural thing. It wheezed to the crack under the door as the frame creaked against its weight. No! I screamed back, out of fear or frustration, I still don't know. But as the sound left my mouth, I regretted it immediately. It said back, more clearly than before, in a voice that began to sound a bit more human. I scrunched myself up tightly around my knees, pressing my hands to my ears. This was insane. This couldn't really be happening, I thought. No, it shouted as a bang hit the door. This couldn't be happening. I must have fallen asleep while counting the drawers. I must be asleep in the office. I'll wake up any minute now and go home. I told myself all of these things and more in my head over and over, just trying to keep my minds together as that uncanny voice on the other side of the door began sounding more and more like my own, but wrong, so wrong and off that it couldn't possibly be a proper mimicry. Hello. Hello. Clearly this time, it came through the door. Are you there? I felt my breath stop at this. The silence hung in the air thick like molasses as the sweat cooled on the back of my neck. My own voice was coming through the door, clearer with each syllable. Are you there? A sort of scratching noise ran across the base of the door, agonizingly slow, followed by a loud inhale of air, pulling the dust from the floor to dance. No, you are there, it said matter-of-factly. I was frozen there on the floor after this, silence hanging in the air, the beast outside the door, me trapped inside, no way of calling for help, and the certainty that it not only knew I was here, but it was smart, and seeming to learn me each second. How long until the door gave way, or it figured out some way to break the lock? How long until it got to me? How long until I went mad staring at that door? Hello. Something solid thumped against the door, shooting pain through my already stiff body. Hello. It slammed again, harder, as trailing sounds of tumbling limbs followed. Hello. It seemed to begin barreling at the door over and over as the slamming began again in earnest.
Hello, hello, hello. You are there. You are there.
A ruckus, rolling sound of scraping, thudding, and screeching beat against the door as I pushed myself as far back under the table as I could, pulling my legs tightly up to my chest. I'm not sure how much time passed like that. I sat there, staring at the door in silent terror, watching dust fall from the frame, knowing any second might be my last. The sounds echoed across the walls and swallowed me up. Somewhere underneath it all, I could faintly hear the poppy music, being swallowed up by the monstrous groans and screams. It wasn't until the following morning when the door finally did click open. After all that time frozen with terror, I was too shocked to do anything, as the door easily slid open. I stared at the door handle for what felt like eternity as it did, feeling almost betrayed that it would open so easily to leave me to that beast. But as the light of the hall came in and my heart was ready to explode, I saw him. Jake, the opening manager. He stumbled a bit as he made eye contact with me. "What the hell? What are you doing in there?" He stood in the doorway, staring at me, but I couldn't think of anything to say. I couldn't even bring myself to move from that spot under the table. I was too afraid to even take my eyes off of him. At the off chance that it wasn't really Jake at all, but some monster in disguise. He tried to approach, but I pushed back against the wall. "Whoa, are you okay? What's going on?" He crouched down by the door, and I could see behind him the morning light coming through the hallway. What time is it?" I asked, not realizing until that moment how dry and sore my throat had been. He told me it was 7 a.m. and that he was getting ready to open the store. He looked over the tills and money left on the table from the night before with a worried look. After that, he kept prodding me for what happened the night before, but I couldn't find the words to describe the events, or even know if I wanted to. I've been working at this location for almost 4 years, and never had I experienced anything like that before. As I struggled to get up from the floor and think of how to make him understand what really happened, I looked up at the monitor again. The camera feed buzzed across the screen as our morning cashier walked up the aisle with her coffee in hand. I could see the morning light dimly through the low-res feed. If only it had been recording the night before. I looked down at my dead phone, feeling numb and cold after the restless night. I think," I said, around my dried-out tongue, "I think I need to take some time off." He sighed shakily and gave me a hand above the concrete floor. "You think?" He gave me a half smirk, but I could still see the worry in his eyes as he tried to play it off. "Go home and get some rest. Just give us a call when you're feeling better, okay?" After that night, I slept for what felt like 3 days, unsure how to handle the thing I'd seen that night. I took 2 weeks off from work and tried to take my mind off of the event. None of my coworkers really questioned me about what happened when I got back, but I could see by the way their eyes followed me that they wanted to. It was definitely suspicious how I was found that morning, but nothing was missing, and no one seemed to want to upset me by asking about what happened. For that, I was thankful. It took me a long time to feel comfortable enough to even come back to work at all. I still work there to this day, and I've never had another incident. But from that point on, I never stayed in the store alone again. And every time someone asks to silence the store music, I feel a cold chill run down my spine. I've never told anyone what happened that night, and I didn't think I ever would. Until now.
766 today, I say in the usual customer service voice. You know, the monotone one that sounds polite and annoyed at the same time. Yeah, that one. My name's Dean. I work overnights at a gas station in the middle of nowhere. To be fair, it pays pretty well. All I do is smoke quickly and rip ass without any customers catching me, but let's be real, they always do. Except for one night. Some guy came in freaked out. "Oh my God, you have to help me. Please, I'm begging you," he says as I think, "Oh God, another one." "With what, sir?"
I say. My girlfriend, she's been kidnapped. He says. Okay, give me a minute, I say as I grab the phone from behind me. You mind giving some details? Where y'all were at, who took her, what happened? I dial 911. You're not going to believe me, he cries. Well, son of a bitch, I have to tell the cops something, I say, getting pissed off. Tusayan Police, says the cop. Hi, my name's Dean, and I have some guy telling me his girlfriend's been kidnapped. Okay, can I get the victim's name? The cop pries. What's your name, man? I ask. Ronnie, he mutters. It's Ronnie, I say, before I saw it. I can hear the officer saying something, but I tune it out. It must have been 6'9". I can't tell what it looks like, but it had antlers or horns. I drop the phone and slowly go for my gun, making sure I don't drop eye contact. It's staring at Ronnie. No, it's him. Ronnie cries and he runs to the back room. I'm getting really tired of how bitchy he is, but I guess I get it. Some tall shit staring at me would freak me the fuck out too. Gun unholstered, I turn off the safety, point, and aim. I blink and it's gone. I saw it run for a split second, but it must have been going about 60 miles an hour. I stood there, shocked. I reset the hammer on my gun and rush to the door. I lock it and try to find Ronnie. Ronnie? I shouted. I return the gun to its holster. Is it gone? He whispers. Where the fuck are you? I demand. Ronnie squeezes out from underneath the sink. He pissed his pants on top of it. Now I feel bad because there's no way that was comfortable, and now he smells. I sigh and help him out. What the hell was that, Ronnie? I ask. A skinwalker, he says. A what? A skinwalker, he whimpers. Oh, hell no. Get your stupid, superstitious shit out of here, I gripe. Hey, you saw it too, he argues. No, it's some jackass in a mask, I try to reason, lying. I have to admit, it was some weird shit. Nobody moves that fast. And you're saying that guy kidnapped your girl, I ask. She's dead. They die. They always die. If a skinwalker gets a hold of you, you don't come back, he says, monotone. No, we're not gonna start that shit. A, you don't know she's dead. B, I've already called the phone. We can... The lights cut out. Fuck, another outage? Or was this thing smart enough to cut power like that? The 2 emergency lights fill the room. Shit, I say. I pull out my phone. No signal, of course. I get my gun and pull the hammer back. Whoa, you're not going to go after that thing, are you? Ronnie exclaimed. Hell no. But if, and I say if, that guy is what you say he is, I need something to protect myself with, I reply. A gun's not going to kill it, he asserts. Really? Hollow points to a shit ton of damage. I don't know, but I heard that guns won't kill them, he says. What? How would you know? I asked. I called it, he sputtered out. That's some bold shit to say to a guy with a fucking gun in his hand. Why the fuck would you do something like that? How do you know this isn't just some guy fucking with you? How do you know this is a skinwalker? I demanded. I went to the medicine man, he mumbled. A medicine man? You mean like some kind of witchcraft bullshit? You're fucking with me, right? I say. Then you explain what you saw, he cries. A really tall fuck with a really good mask, I deny. I called it. I wanted him dead. I wanted her all to myself, and now they're all dead, Ronnie cries. What the fuck are you talking about? I ponder. Ronnie pauses. I'm native to these lands. I know that Native Americans get a bad rap around here. You don't say. I cut him off. He glares at me and then continues. But I know that this is real. I know that if I couldn't marry Savannah, I would rather be dead. Now, the skinwalker is out. They're always out, but I called this one.
There's no saving me. He gets up and begins to walk to the door. You're not making any sense. What the hell are you talking about? I yell. Ronnie stops. I called the medicine man. He gave me instructions on how to summon the skinwalker. I marked Savannah's father, and it killed him. Now it killed Savannah, and clearly he wants me. He ignores you. Just stay safe, Dean. He continues to walk. What the hell are you doing? I demand. Giving myself to the skinwalker. He'll stop once I'm dead, but he'll want more, eventually. He'll get you if you call. If you stare. If you're scared, Ronnie says. No, I'm not gonna let you do that. What makes you think it'll stop if you die? If you're not lying out of your ass. It just sounds like you're giving up, I say. He presses on the door before shoving it. Like I said, it's not going to happen. It's locked, and you can already see the wire in the windows. You're not going to die. Not if I can help it, I assert. Ronnie screams and begins to slam his hands and body against the doors. I take a step back and ready my pistol. Eventually he breaks down and just cries. That's when I see it. A police cruiser rolls in. It pulls up to the front parking spot and comes out. Officer Jenny. Not OJ. I have to do something. Move, I commanded. Ronnie scurries out of the way as I shuffle through the massive keys that I have. Then I see the thing, charging at her in the distance. No, I yell. I find the key, unlock and rip the door open. Dean, buddy, what's the issue? Asks OJ. I draw my gun. Hey! She yells and draws hers. Behind you! I yell. She realizes I'm pointing my gun behind her and sees it. Whoa, what the fuck? She yells. I fire my gun. Missed. She fires hers. Miss. She fires a few more rounds and missed. I grab her by her small frame and pull her in. She lands hard on her back, and she's out cold. I go back and turn the key, and the thing's locked out. Oh my god. I've never heard a gun get shot before, says Ronnie, astonished. He gasps. I turn to find the skinwalker standing at the front doors. It's strange. It seems to be slightly shorter than before, more agile, and his horns are more like goat horns now. Much smaller in comparison to the antler-like horns I saw earlier. Half man thing, half beast. This shit kinda looks like a naked man on the bottom and a goat or a bull on the top. It looks different. Is there two of them? I thought so. Until I saw it started growing taller. It made disgusting snapping noises as it grew. Its horns extended out. And next thing I knew, it ran away. We're screwed, I said. What happened to you staying alive? Ronnie says. Look here, it's you, me, and a passed out cop right now. Her cruiser is there. Maybe we got a shot at getting out of here. My car is... I stumble. Is what? Ronnie cuts in. The back door. Shit, it's not locked. I run while Ronnie follows. It's too late. We made it to the back room to find the skinwalker standing in the door. It points its face to Ronnie. He freezes. Thinking quickly, I slam the back office door shut. Ronnie, help me! I shout. We pick up Officer Jenny. To the cooler, it'll lock itself, I say. We pull OJ into the cooler with us, closing it all the way and locking it behind us.
OJ is still out cold. The fridge is locked from the outside, and Ronnie is on the verge of crying. What a bitch. Dean? Ronnie muttered out. What? I demanded. Is she okay? Is she dead? He asked. No, you dick. She just got knocked out. I say. Honestly, how stupid can this idiot be? I'm not going to lie, she hasn't moved, and I don't know how well she'd do in a cooler. Ronnie scurries his fat ass over to Jenny and leans in real close. The fuck are you doing? I demand. What if she needs CPR? Ronnie squeaks. Move your ass over, I say. I look over and do a once-over to see if she's bleeding from anywhere. Nope. I can see the condensation leaving her nose and mouth in the cold air. She's fine. See? She's still breathing, I say. OJ starts grumbling. Jenny. Officer Welsh, I call. I heard you the first time, OJ groans out. Shit. You really went all out on my skull, didn't you, Die Arch? She muttered out. Well, I say as she overlaps. You mind telling me what the hell you're doing with a skinwalker? Me and Ronnie are shocked. You mean... I ask and she cuts me off. Yeah, they're real. There's no hiding it from you, but... like I said, what are you doing hanging around them? She demanded. You know, OJ, just doing my job, before Romeo over here barges in and called one to take out his girl's dad. I glare at Ronnie. You did what? She asks. He stumbles. He called one to take out his girlfriend's dad because he didn't get the blessing to get hitched, I state. Jenny gives him the mom stare. Did you? She asks. Yes, he said. What the fuck is wrong with you? She demands, whacking him on the back of the head. Do you know what those things are? Do you know how many cops were lost to those sons of bitches? Do you know how many families we had to lie to just to cover them up and keep to say and protected? Skinwalkers don't hurt people unless they're called. Very rarely, if they need to hunt. Hey, I cut her off. Listen, we all hear a faint banging noise, growing more aggressive with each strike. We peer through the racks in the cooler to see through the glass doors. Next thing you know, the office door comes flying across the store and crashes into the register. It comes out, scanning the area. After finding nothing, it approaches the double doors and peels them off their hinges and tosses the frames behind. Oh my God, we're dead, cries Ronnie. No, Romeo, we aren't dead. Not yet, OJ says. For now, let's get our heads on straight. Seconds pass like minutes, minutes like hours. I check my watch, and it's only been 3 minutes in real time. We gotta think of something. That, and I don't have my gun. I must have dropped it when Dean pulled me in, OJ says. Hey, Die Arc, let me use your gun in the meantime. The hell you are, I say, giving her bitch face. You damn straight I am, she asserts. Oh no, guys, don't fight, Ronnie squeals. Shut up, Ronnie. Shut up, Romeo. We overlap each other. I thought you said he was Romeo, OJ says. Yeah, the Romeo to his now gone Juliet, I say. The silence grows louder. You're right. You'd have to pry my Beretta out of my cold, dead fingers before I'd give him up. Let's go out and find my gun, OJ says. Yeah, right. The door's locked from the outside, Ronnie says. Shit, she mutters. Any plans? Yeah, the shelf posts are bolted into the ground and the walls, but the shelves themselves, they're held in with a metal peg. Help me take off the product and we should be able to push open the glass door from the inside, I say. Well, what are we waiting for? Let's go for it, OJ exclaims. We begin taking cans, beer, and bottles off the shelves and throwing them behind us. Ronnie and I lift the metal shelves up,
and OJ helps us pull them out and get them to the back. After a few minutes, we finally have enough space for OJ to squeeze out. OJ, I think you can fit through there. Squeeze out and open the cooler door, I say in a low voice, handing her my gun. Are you sure, Diark? I don't want to get between you and your babe, she says, referring to my gun. She laughs and squeezes out. Quickly, she presses her back to the wall, pointing my gun to confirm clear. She makes her way back around and opens the cooler doors. We're clear for now. I hope you didn't miss your sweetie for too long, she says as she hands my gun back. Now cover me so I can look for mine. We crouch down and make our way to the front doors. We find her gun almost immediately. I'm assuming these things don't know what guns are, because I don't know about you. If I saw a free gun on the ground, I would take it, OJ says. Shit, who wouldn't? I chimed in. Me, Ronnie says. We know. It's okay, says OJ. Let's get back to my truck. We can make it down to the station. From there, we can have Sergeant hunt this thing down. You've killed one before? How? Ronnie says. You get a big enough gun, you can kill anything, OJ says. I'll drink to that, I say. Come on, we gotta move. The station is just a few miles down the road, OJ says. We make our way to our truck and get in, back out and drive. We're flooring it, going at least 70 to 80 miles per hour. It's so dark that we can't risk crashing, but OJ knows these roads like the back of her hand. Jenny tried calling into the station. Static echoes. Buckle up, boys. We're going for one hell of a joyride, Jenny says. We'll be fine, right? Right? Ronnie whimpers. Wrong. The Skinwalker is running behind us, catching up to the truck. Shit, they can do that? Ronnie yelps. Yeah, they're hella fast. Just don't look at him. If you do, stare him down, kid. You hear me? Stare him down, OJ yells. That thing's going to look at Ronnie, Jenny, and we all know he's not going to stare that Skinwalker down, I reply. Ronnie boy, you need to put on your big boy pants now. If he tries looking at you, you look back. You got that, kid? You got that? She screamed at him. But it's too late. The Skinwalker is already staring at a crying Ronnie. The beast tears off one of its antler-like horns and throws it under the car, causing a blowout. No, shit! Jenny yells. Jenny loses control of the truck, fishtailing from side to side. Brace yourselves, Jenny shrieks. Up ahead, I see the famous bend on the 64. I'm screaming no in my head, but I can't find the nerve to get it out. Dean? I'm scared, Jenny says. I turn to see that she's started to cry. Jenny, listen to me. We don't have time to be scared. On the count of 3, slam on the brakes, I shout. Jenny nods. 1, 2, 3. Hit the brakes, I yell as I pull the handbrake. The truck fishtails one last time before I can feel the tires lifting off the ground. Shit. Time freezes, like everything is going in slow motion. I turn to see the safety rails and think we might just be saved. But it's the rail that threw the car over the edge. Don't get me wrong, Arizona is pretty flat, but trying to brake at 80 miles an hour and hitting a low barrier sends a truck rolling. Everything goes black, which wouldn't be so bad if I didn't know Ronnie wasn't wearing his seatbelt.
I come to. The truck is still hissing. OJ is passed out, and Ronnie is nowhere to be found. Fuck him. Fuck that guy. Why didn't he just wear his fucking seatbelt? Luckily, the truck landed tire side down. I get out of the truck. Ronnie! I scream. Ronnie, answer me, you son of a bitch! I threatened. I hobble around the fields trying to find Ronnie.
I notice OJ is coming around. Dean! Dean, where are you? I think my leg is broken. Dean! Jenny groans. Just don't move, Jenny. I need to find Ronnie. I yell. That's when I see it. An irregular lump in the dry and rocky landscape. Is that Ronnie? I approach it. It's too dark to see. One step closer and closer. I reach my hand out, and just when I'm about to touch the shape... Dean, my door's stuck. I can't get it open. I smell gasoline, says Jenny. I turn, but it's too late. The back of the truck bursts into flames. Jenny shrieks. No! I yell, doing my best to run to the truck, feeling my own joints and bones aching and cracking. No, the door is stuck. You have to get me out of here. Jenny starts panicking. I'm going to get you out. I yell and make my way to the other door. Fire begins to envelop the dry shrubs and grass under Jenny's truck. The components under the hood catch fire, popping and searing. Dean, I'm running out of time, Jenny says, crying. I pry the passenger side door open and try at her seatbelt, but the console of her truck wedged the belts buckle between the base of the seat and the console itself. Jenny shrieks as the dashboard begins to melt and drop on her legs. She kicks at each piece of debris that falls onto her. Dean, I don't want to die, Jenny cries. I'm not going to let you die, I yell. I begin ripping apart the center console, bending it until the lid broke off. In the console, I found a buck knife. Welsh! I scream as I unsheath the knife and cut her belt over the lap. It was close enough to slide through the buckle's loop pretty quickly. I wedge my feet on the chair and the melting steering wheel and kick, causing both of us to fall out of the car, and Jenny shrieks. I realize her femur is sticking out of her leg. She passes out. I carry her out of the rock and burning shrubs, and gently lay her down about 20 feet away from the burning truck. I hear sirens. How? No one was on the road. Then I see it. The Skinwalker. It's walking towards the weird bump in the landscape. It crouches down and picks up the lump. It screams, revealing that it was, indeed, Ronnie. How did he survive the crash? No, no! Ronnie screams as the thing runs with him, dragging him behind and across the desert scape like a rag doll. I run after him, gun unholstered, but the Skinwalker runs faster, so I point my gun and take my shot. I hear the creature groaning and bodies tumbling. I hit it. I run as fast as I can to find Ronnie and the Skinwalker about 200 feet away. I can't feel my arms and legs, he says, crying, but I ignore him. Where is that motherfucker? Where's he at? Where are you at? I demand. I stomp around the area and finally find it trying to crawl away. I see my bullet hit its leg. It's dangling by a thread. I lost it. I unloaded the rest of my magazine into the fucker. And when I ran out of bullets, I pulled the trigger a few more times, just to be sure. Then I got on top of him and began to decimate the remains of the thing, using Jenny's knife to cut out its still beating heart, listening to it squeal, then die as I pull out its lungs. I knew he was dead. I was drenched in its blood. And if that wasn't good enough, I took the knife and cut around the circumference of its wrist and ankles, made an X-shaped incision from the torso to its extremities, and peeled its skin off. Or at least what was left. It was dense, coarse, and heavy. When I got to its head, I broke its neck with the butt of OJ's buck knife, and cut the muscles around the base of the skull, and pulled that son of a bitch's head off. It was still twitching when I began walking away from its hide. I was delusional, in shock. Ronnie? He was silent, almost the entire time. I'll never know if he was able to see what happened. Quite frankly, I don't give a shit if he did. He needed to grow a pair. I dragged the thing's hide back to the scene, and the cops and fire department saw me. They drew their weapons while the EMTs ran to see if I was okay. The cops demanded that they back off and commands that I put the deer down. I can hear Jenny in pain. Good. I know she's alive. When the cops got to me, they froze because they knew that I wasn't holding a deer. They patted me on the back and demanded the EMTs help this man now. They knew. So they silently and awkwardly patched me up, cleaned me off, and kept me covered. Most of the ride to the local hospital is a blur. I remember the ride was awkward and silent, The EMTs only checked on me to make sure I wasn't showing signs of concussion or other internal damage. Turns out I had a compressed spine, concussion, and a bruised rib, and minor internal bleeding. I remember the pain I was in, but was too shaken to really care. Ronnie was paralyzed from the neck down, suffering internal brain hemorrhaging. The doctors didn't know how he survived that crash. He was stabilized and went through the night. He ended up dying 2 days later. That fucker. Jenny was surprisingly okay. She suffered a broken femur, several concussions, and several second-degree burns to the shins and thighs. She has some trouble using her left leg now, but she's working through it. We went to the kid's funeral. It was the least we could do. They buried him and Savannah next to each other. They didn't find her body, but held a service anyway. And Savannah's father next to them. Well, at least his empty casket. It's a sick thing Ronnie did. But he was just a stupid kid. A stupid fucking kid.
Hey, Diarch.
Jenny broke my thoughts. What? I grunted.
It's a brave thing you did out there. You've saved my life, she said.
The kid died, I replied.
I know, Dean. That wasn't your fault. Nobody could have ever done this the way we did. We were just in the wrong place at the wrong time. Hell, I would be dead right now if you hadn't pulled me out of the fire, into the cooler, into the store. As far as the cops see it, you're a hero, she states.
Yeah? I asked, just letting her talk.
We need folks like you on the force, Dean. I don't know where you got your instincts from, but it would be a gold mine, she says.
I'll think about it, I say, ignoring her. She ended up getting me to cave, especially after she, herself, healed. It's been a couple of years since this all happened. Jenny stayed by my side the entire time, dedicated to take those suckers out. We know a 45 hollow point can take out one of those fuckers. We hunt them with 45s and up. We've only gotten a few over the years, but that's better than none. And it turns out they want revenge. We're waiting, and we're prepared. It's been about a decade since the first recorded death of a skinwalker in Tucson, but now we know that they're smart and fast, but still killable. We also know that they want the hides of their kind. We'll come and get them, fuckers. We're waiting.
You did fine, Dean,
OJ insisted. I appreciate it, but you need to know that could have gone smoother, I replied, disgruntled. We throw the dead skinwalker into the back of my truck and cover it with a tarp.
You don't get to complain, Dean. Your aim's better than mine, Jenny says. And all I can complain about is how much of a fucking mess you made when you killed these things.
Yeah? I joke. Show me how to shoot something without it bleeding. Then I'll show you what I can do.
That's not what I meant, Dean. You know what I mean, Jenny asserted. I get you're upset, and we're not exactly killing these fuckers in the name of mercy, but you've got some serious anger issues you got to work out.
The ride to the station was less than pleasant. I knew OJ was right, but I also knew she could be hard-headed. We made our way back to the station. Hey! It's Dean and OJ. Should I say DJ? Exclaims Daryl. Ha, gets me every time, I say, clearly annoyed.
Hey, Daryl, get back to filing your important paperwork, or I'll tell your wife you went to that club last night,
Jenny backlashed. The office roars.
Yeah, staying late my ass. If you actually stayed late, like you tell Heather, you'd actually have some field time and not a mountain of paperwork to finish, she adds on, slamming the office door. We both heard the entire office teasing Daryl as we peer through, then close the blinds. So were you going to tell me or what? Jenny insists. You were silent the entire ride here. I guess you're not in a good place, but obsessing over whatever isn't going to help you sleep at night. I would know. We do share a bed.
We're not going to do this. Not here, not now, I say, bolting towards the door.
Then when, Dean?
When are you going to figure out that there's never a good place or a good time to talk about it? I put my hand on the doorknob and freeze, realizing she's right. I know. You know that I've had a crush on you since I worked at that gas station, I say, locking the door. And saving your life has been the best thing that's ever happened because I know it's probably the only reason you said yes to my proposal. It's the only reason you said yes to any of my dates, and the only reason you're in my life as my wife. It's the only reason we had a kid. The only reason we're in this office, arguing about the petty shit. And I don't think you realize how hard it is to appreciate that from my perspective. I monologue. Then what is it about? Me appreciating you? God, it's like I have to fall to my knees and worship you to get it through your head that I do love you. Jenny exclaims. I never asked you to bow down to my will. I never asked you to worship me. I didn't ask for any of this. I feel like this shit we're doing is just so forceful and artificial that it pulls every past element in question. What's real, Jenny? You expect to know anything and everything there is to know, but never tell me what's up with you? I can't do it. You've got to tell me what's fucking with your minds, too. You're just stone-faced in and out of the office. I'm your husband, but you can still treat me like that cashier you met years ago. I said sternly. Just be real with me, Jenny. I'm not just another case for you to work on. I'm not doing this. Not now. She heads for the door. No, we are. You wanted to chit-chat, now let's talk. I said, blocking the door. Move, Dean, she states. You can't just do this shit. You asked me to talk, and I did. Now you're running away? I argue. Hey, is everything alright in there? Sounds like domestic violence if you ask me, Mark says, knocking harshly at the door. Yeah, Jenny says, unlocking and pulling the door open. We were just leaving. Thanks for minding your own fucking business, Davidson. She bitches. I'll take my cruiser home. See you in a few, Dean. She storms off. Ooh, Diarch. Nice to know she's got the pants in this relationship. The office roars. Don't forget your purse, buddy. Daryl chimes in. Hey, don't be mad that Heather has your balls in her purse, Daryl. We all know your ass is whipped, I replied. The office screams on as I leave. I rush home and get the Skinwalker strung up in the garage. I've learned to drain the blood on sight. It makes less of a mess at home. I'm almost done skinning the thing before Jenny comes in. I'm going to Addie's, Jenny says, breaking the silence. We still need to finish our conversation, I say, peeling off the rest of the hide. She pauses for a second and sighs. I don't know how long we can keep Dana. She's got schoolwork to do. Just get that thing out of here before she sees. I'll keep her distracted for you, but I'm shooing her away in 15 minutes. She nods, closing the door and leaves. I skin the thing and bury the body in a pre-dug hole, planting a tree on top. Same plan, same execution, done on time. We have 6 other trees like this one. Hopefully nobody gets nosy and tries to see why we're planting so many of them. It's not like anyone at the office is in the dark. It's the civilians that we have to worry about. I watch as Dana leaves. Bye-bye, Mr. Diarch, she shouts as she closes her car door and leaves. Of course, I offer the friendly wave. It's getting dark out, and Sage only wards off skinwalkers. It's no guarantee. I rush inside to cold food from McDonald's, again. That's when I hear a noise outside. I see the red eyes peering in the distance. For the second time today, I'm dealing with a skinwalker. Where's Jenny when you need her? I dart upstairs and search for and hide Clay. Clayton, son, wake up. Daddy? He mutters. Look, bud, we're out of time. We're going all in for real. A time to play cat and mouse, I say hurriedly. Clay springs up for joy. Really? For real? Yes, Clay, but you're mouse first. Hide in for the secret spot so Mommy doesn't find you, and remember to wear your super strong, super protective Diego the Explorer button. Daddy, it's Go Diego Go, Clay corrects. Yeah, kid, I know. Hide, I assert. Clay gets up and puts his Go Diego Go vest with his favorite stuffed animal and hides in the crawl space in the back of the closet. He turns on the lantern inside. Now, Clay, don't open the door to anyone. Not me, not Mommy, not Dana. Nobody. Got it? I ask. He proudly nods. Unless you say the magic word and open the door. Good. You remember, I exclaim. Now hush hush until you hear the magic word, okay? I see he silently nods and I close the door. I can hear him lock it from the inside. But what Clay wasn't expecting was that I would padlock the door shut on my side. It doesn't matter who showed up. If they don't know where to look, they can't find him. If they hear him, I don't know what I'd do. I'm not going to risk it. Not now, not ever. Jenny, answer the fucking phone. There's a skinwalker scoping out the place. Be careful. I love you. I leave one more message. I confirm that all the doors and windows are locked. Not that it'd matter. They're double pane, bulletproof, plexiglass. The doors are reinforced, lightweight steel. Nobody in, nobody out. I turn around to find Jenny standing behind me. Oh, Christ, I have my gun out. How'd you get in? Did you get my messages? I interrogated.
Yes, Dean,
Jenny says meekly. What does the last message say? Verbatim, I ask.
Baby, it's me. You don't have to ask me all these questions,
she says. You're not Jenny, I say, pointing my gun at her. Before I can pull, the fake Jenny looks up with those red eyes and blows some kind of powder in my face and runs. I'm careful not to breathe, but I think I inhaled some anyway. Fuck, they can shift into other people? I run to the kitchen and try to clean my eyes, ears, nose, and mouth of the foreign substance. But as I run to the sink, my vision becomes blurry, legs heavy, and arms flaccid. I'm blacking out. I made one last-ditch effort to activate the GPS on my phone so Jenny can track me. I blacked out before I was able to confirm it was on. I wake up, groggy, tied to a large wooden post that's been dragged through the woods. Hey! Hey! I yell. The skinwalker stops and peers at me. I know from Jenny that you can never break eye contact. It's never been this hard. Usually I peer at them with iron sights in between. This time, I have no gun. I'm bound and I'm alone. What do you want, you son of a bitch? Vengeance? I provoke. They know no words that could ever do you justice, you fool. I hear a woman speak. She's wearing an owl mask that covers the top half of her face. She walks towards me and continues. But I hear it's you who destroy my babies. What do you have to say for yourself? She demands. Your babies? You birthed these animals? I question, sickened. Birthed? No, these children are not of my flesh. They are the wicked, the divine. They seek out the world that hosts them. They are those who choose to live outside the life of humiliation, she said. Before I was able to add to her crazy, she gestures to the skinwalker and points to a pile of wood. The skinwalker drags me to the pile, lifts the stake, and presses it into the ground. So this is it, I ask. You kill me and think you're free? This won't stop the killings. This will not end the fight between you skinwalkers and humankind, I state. Kill you? You fool. We know you're the leader in your pack. We're not going to kill you. A dead leader creates chaos, but dead followers. That leaves one leader with nobody to follow. A madman, she says. Before I knew it, she turns into an owl and flies away. She's a skinwalker too. But her transformation was smooth and silent. Usually skinwalkers bend and crack in awkward ways before changing into something that usually looks like a deer or a wolf. I would know. I have their hides. I guess I wait. The sun is pretty much all the way down at this point. I'm just relieved they don't have Jenny or Clay. I watch as the stripes of red, magenta, orange, and yellow fade from the sky, one at a time. I feel the bugs biting and pricking my arms and neck. As the moon rules the sky, I can hear faintly in the distance, Jenny. We are currently in the approximate area where his phone last pinged. If the project pings correlate well enough with our info, he's here. Team 1, You will finish searching subsection A, then B, then C. We're not resting until we find my husband. I don't care if we, God forbid, recover a body. We're finding him. I hear her voice command. No. I know they're going to be picked off one by one if they split up. I've got to act quickly. I doubt the owl bitch is going to cut me a deal. I begin wrestling and twisting my wrist to loosen the ties. The owl bitch shrieks and digs her talons into my shoulders. That way! I hear Jenny yell. I hear the troops running my way. The owl bitch lets go and flies. Jenny comes first, followed by a moderately large group of men. Dean! OJ runs to me. No, it's a trap! Men, clockwork formation! I command. You hear him! Cover your sixes! Jean asserts. The troops arrange themselves in a circle, backs to each other, kneel, guns out, with OJ in the center. Dean, buddy, talk to me. What do I need to know? Jenny asks. Look for red eyes. There's 2 known walkers. One is Easy ID. The other is an owl, I say. Heard. 1 birdie, 1 walker, Jenny confirms. Keep your eyes peeled, she commands. That's when a large rock comes flying from the sky, knocking Jenny out. No! I yell. Maintain formation, I command, still bleeding from the shoulders. Davidson, Whitmore, Fabritz, focus, Bird. Gordon, confirm clear, then cut my ties, I command. Gordon scans the area, then approaches me, climbing on the mound. He stores his gun and reaches for his knife. He partially cuts free my hand before a blow dart nails him in the neck. Fuck, no, give me the knife, I command, but Gordon goes down, tumbling down the pile of wood before he can get to me. It came from my 1, I cry, the man focused to my 1. We get ambushed by about 4 walkers, who pull 4 men from the back of the group, then 2 more from the front. Guns fire, but to no avail. The formation was broken, and there is nobody. All 6 men have been successfully disarmed and pulled away from the group. I can still hear them yelling, but their screams are fading. Gordon is still at my feet, and Jenny is down. That's when I see the woman with the owl mask approaching me. You really believe you can defeat us? That was easy. Easy enough to lead me to believe that there's more. Any more magic tricks, Dean? I stay silent. Shame. I'm willing to make a deal with you. I'll keep your men alive, and they'll stay that way if you retrieve for me 1 thing, she remarks. I don't make deals, bitch, I grunted. Fine. Your rules, your way. She turns around and lights a bundle of wood on fire, transforms back into an owl and flies away. Shit, what is she going to do? I tear the rope and free my right hand, then grasp the stake and start pulling at the rope to tie and free my left hand. It wasn't too hard to pull apart. With my legs still tied, I let myself fall forward and try to reach Gordon's knife. It's too far, and the rope is clinching my ankles to the stake. Fuck, I mutter to myself. I push myself back up and try to crouch, feel around and undo the rope around the feet, which is harder than it seems when it's dark, and the rope is taut enough to inhibit my bending. It's almost like I can pivot my ankles with minimal clinching, but I can't angle the legs inwards or outwards to bend. That's it. I could try and pivot around the stake to loosen the rope. I firmly grasp the stake and pivot around it, flexing my calves to allow a saw-like motion to work away at the rope, but it didn't seem to be doing much. Shit, I mutter, defeated. I look up to find the eyes of a skinwalker in the distance, dragging one of my men towards me. I grasp the stake, hoping the thing didn't see that I was untied. As the skinwalker approached, it placed Daryl in front of me. Hey, buddy, Daryl says, monotone. I stay silent. Is it actually Daryl? He sounded like fake Jenny when he spoke. I need your help. I will die. I don't want to die. Will you help? Says Daryl. Before I could answer, the other skinwalkers approached my stake, dragging unconscious troops to my sight from all directions and piling them onto the mound of wood. I turned to find Jenny, only to see her being lifted by a skinwalker and gently placed at my feet. The silence grows louder. The owl transforms back into the woman and approaches me. Have you decided wisely? She asks. Putting my troops' lives at stake is the most cliché power play. Once the collateral is gone, what'll happen? You'd only be digging your own grave, I state.
Fair enough. But look at it this way. Once your forces are gone, there will be nothing stopping we skinwalkers from prowling the earth. You humans know so much, yet it only scratches the mere surface of the truth.
She replies, what will you gain from breeding your kind? Superiority? Dominance? There is no world to control without the chaotic nature of cat and mouse. You'd only be dooming yourself and your kind to turn on itself, just like mankind. I provoke.
You disdainful boar. The minds of free-willed flesh is the only mistake that's been had. Men amongst men will stall its progression, yet it's men among men who will catalyze its development. The sensuous and arrogant appetite is man's only downfall. We crave peace, solitude. Man is the only species who prevents us from our haven. We will not be driven from our land. You will extinguish our kind no longer. She refuses. Killing us will only bring more. First by the tens, then by the hundreds. The only way you can live in secrecy is to run away. It's a responsibility that's clearly too much for you to handle. Just run. Run while there's still time, I reply. Running will only allow you to take more,
she hisses. I look down at Jenny, only to see that she's crying.
It appears your companion is awake, she observes. I'll give you just a few moments to your love while you still both live.
Jenny drags herself up and finds her strength, or at least enough to loosely stand.
I love you, Dean. Never forget me.
She holds back her tears. I know, OJ. Give me one last kiss, I ask. She stumbles and clutches my shoulders. I can smell the blood coming off the top of her skull. Quickly thinking, I pull the knife off her side and on the gut of her hip and fire at the woman. But the skinwalker standing next to her jumps between me and her, taking the bullet. The woman shrieks. The skinwalker that took the bullet is now dying. Now it seems like a trance is broken and the skinwalkers become disoriented. One of the walkers comes and tears Jenny away from me. After regaining lucidity, my men search for their protection. While the woman and skinwalkers are distracted, I cut the rope at my feet using OJ's knife. I hear my men screaming, commanding, and teaming up, using their spare knives, guns, or weapons to fend off the nearest beast. A couple of them transform to an animal and flee. I run at the woman and tackle her, using my knife to cut her neck just a little. Bring her back, I demand. Tell the skinwalker that took her away to bring her back.
I can't. You broke the chain of spells. I have to see the skinwalker that took her,
she begs. In spite, I take the butt of my knife and break her nose. She screams in pain. Simultaneously, the living skinwalkers turn and peer at me. Soon after, they all charge at me. My men were able to pick off one or two at the tail end, but one got to me and hurled me off the witch. I feel branches and thorns pierce my skin and break my ribs as I land in a mesquite tree. Helpless, I can only watch as the witch turns back into an owl and flies into the night. The trip back to the emergency room was hell. First, we had to hike to the nearest road for ambulance access. Besides one of the troops breaking an arm or busting a lip, everyone was seemingly unscathed. That witch had enough power to control these skinwalkers, and these walkers have enough superhuman capabilities to have killed all of us. Why didn't they? For the first time, the fire beneath my ass is gone. I don't feel hatred or disgust, bitterness or revulsion. I'm scared. I know that I'm staring silently into the nothingness. I know that if I don't sleep, I can't save Jenny. I know that if I force myself to eat, I'll be strong enough to save Jenny. I'm literally watching myself spiral into an obsessive, compulsive fit of controlled rage. The guys at the office tell me they'll keep searching. They tell me that we'll save her. She's Jenny. She's a fighter. but I already know that the chances of finding a missing persons after 48 hours MIA is almost a guarantee to the possibility of finding a body. It's been 3 weeks. I already told Clay that Mommy is gone and she'll be back. I told him not to worry. Needless to say, Dana has been practically living at the house. She knows I can't possibly pay her for all the time she's been over. She feels bad because she knows Jenny is missing. Almost anyone in Jenny's life has been over to try to help me cope. If anything, they're forcing me into my tunnel vision. They need to stop, or else I will do something stupid. I've got to step away emotionally from this situation so I can clear my head.
You've been cleaning your gun all night.
Dana finally breaks the silence. I glance at her, knowing she needs to go back home, knowing she's probably tired, and knowing she can't pay her bills or college tuition on free babysitting.
Look, Mr. Dyark, I know that Miss Dyark is your wife, but the obsessing isn't going to help.
She speaks. I think it's time for you to go. I bitterly reply.
Fine,
she says, grabbing her backpack.
I know I've overstepped my bounds. I'm sorry. I'm just trying to help.
I stare, expecting her to leave.
If there's anything you need me to do, you have my number,
she says. She's right. I need to do something. Clay comes running down the stairs.
Daddy, Mommy's shirt is in the trees,
he says. I feel the chills run through my spine as I sharply turn towards him. Really? Show me, I demand. Clay leads back up the stairs to his room, where he finds Jenny's flannel casually hanging from the tree branch. No blood. Nothing. It looks just like the night she found me 3 weeks ago. Clayton, stay here. I'm going to go and see why Mommy's shirt is there, I say, closing and locking his door. It's a classic trap. I call for backup. After about 10 minutes, the search team arrives.
Buddy, how you doing?
Daryl asks. Fine. The shirt Jenny was wearing at the time of disappearance is located at the east end of the property, in a tree. I'm pretty sure the skinwalkers are baiting. For what? I don't know, I state.
Dyark,
Hank calls. Look at this. He points out some writing on each of the trees.
What are these, runes?
Daryl asks. Why only on one of those trees? Hank asks. I think they know, I stutter out.
Know what?
Daryl asks. These trees are where I buried the bodies of the skinwalkers I hunted, I reply.
Hey!
Hank yells, pointing his gun out into the open. I look in the direction to see that someone's there, hiding in the wilderness.
Tusayan police, show yourself,
Daryl blares out. The three of us go to see who's spying on us. Before we know it, a woman jumps out and runs away into the wilderness.
Hey, stop right there,
Hank says. We all chase the woman, but she's fast. After a minute or two of running, we're barely within sight of my house. I can't keep going. Clay's home alone, I assert.
Then go back. I'll call Heather. She'll watch your kid. We'll keep looking for the woman in the meantime,
Daryl says, pulling out his cell phone. It's getting dark out. I expect you guys to be using the phone trackers. We can't afford to lose anybody, I bark.
Yes, sir,
Hank and Daryl affirm. They turn on their GPSs and head out. I run back home and look for Clay, expecting for him to be doing something in his room behind his locked door. I get through the back and head upstairs. Clay, I call out, knocking on the door. There's no answer. Clay, I bang on the door, reaching for the top of the door frame for the key. Bingo. I shove the key into the pinhole-style lock and unlock the door, shoving it open. Clayton, where are you at? I demand. I look under the bed. Nothing. The window is still closed, so I go to the closet door to see if he's in the crawl space. Clay! I shout, ripping the crawl space door open. I find Clay, clearly scared. Why didn't you answer me? I yelled. He points behind me to the owl I recognized from 3 weeks ago. but before I can get up and charge at the witch, skinwalkers come in and bombard us. "Daddy!" Clay screams. "No!" I shout. They take Clay and run as another skinwalker grabs my arms and another grabs my legs. This is it, isn't it? They're going to kill me. But they stop. The witch approaches me. "You'll regret the day," she says. She gestures and the skinwalkers take me into the wilderness, full speed. It's like an odd dream, like I've been here before. Eventually, I see that famous bend on the 64. I realize we're going north, towards the Grand Canyon. Besides the occasional annoying tourist attraction or hiking route, there's really nothing there. So I'm assuming that's where I am to be slaughtered, massacred like I did those other skinwalkers. At least I'll be able to see Jenny. I already know she's dead. There was so much blood dripping from her hair when they took her away. There's no way they let her live. Even if she did survive, why wouldn't they kill her? She hunted them just like I did. I wasn't going to fight. There's no use in getting road rash. These things run at 60 to 70 miles an hour. I'm unarmed. The only thing I had to live for was Clay, Jenny. But now I don't know what's going to happen. Besides the occasional bump, nick, or scratch, I am relatively unscathed. We reach the south end of the Grand Canyon. All the skinwalkers seem to gather near the edge. Then, one by one, they jump off the rim. "Holy shit!" I exclaim. Then the two skinwalkers carrying me line me up, paralleling the canyon. No, I scream and fight. They hurl me over the rim. I let out a scream, but the group of walkers that jumped before me harshly caught me, knocking the wind out of me. Feeling the adrenaline rush, I put up a fight. Worst case scenario is that they kill me. To no avail. They hold me down. I can't even really squirm in my position. "Ah!" I scream in frustration. More like grunt out because I still can't breathe. After my fit of rage, they continue alongside the Colorado River, seeming to move in a more calculated manner. Eventually everything falls silent. No insects, no river, silence. I can only hear the sounds of my own breath and a fluttering in the night. Then I see her. The owl dives from the sky above and lands in front of the walkers. She turns back into a human and walks towards a flat side of the canyon wall. She mumbles something and takes a vial, pours its contents into her hands and begins drawing on the wall. They looked like some kind of pictographic runes, similar to the ones of the trees I planted. The runes slide down to the ground. Behind us, I can hear rocks scraping as the riverbed pulls itself open. A dim light emits from the hole. She jumps in. The skinwalkers follow, jumping in. Same as the last time. I am thrown down to the pack of skinwalkers, caught, then restrained. It appears she's been established here for a while. The cave-like hole seems to burrow further into the canyon. We follow the witch. We walk for a moment or two before I begin to hear someone crying. I think it's Clay. "Clayton!" I shout. "Daddy, I'm scared," he screams. "I know, buddy. Just stay strong for me, okay?" I assure. The two skinwalkers carry me to a cell-like cave and hold me down. The others in the group wedged thick wood posts in the cracks of the rock, ultimately fashioning a jail cell. It's weird being on the other side of prosecution, with no intentions to protect. Not for me, not for Clay. By the looks of it, we're being guarded. I look across the cave and see another cell, made the same way with a woman inside. All I can see is her back. I wonder what she did to deserve this. To my left is Clay's cell, and to my right, another cell. I wonder who's in that one. Maybe it's empty. We wait. I have no concept of time to communicate. There's no light besides the torches in the fire pit. These skinwalkers just sit and stare. They are still as stone, not even really blinking. Occasionally, the witch has brought some kind of dead animal or plant. She ultimately throws all or some of the items into the fire, mumbling. Suddenly, a skinwalker approaches the witch. She stares at the skinwalker. "Bring me the remains," she commands. The skinwalker bows and leaves. "Dean Dyark," she summons. Seeing that I didn't respond, she turns her head to me and asks one more time. "Dyark, Dean," she provokes, semi-sensually striding towards my cell. "You're not going to monologue, are you?" I gawk. "Because I really don't want to hear it," I continue. "Oh, I think you do," she says, surely. "Right," I reply. The skinwalker comes back with a long box, maybe 3 to 4 feet long and 1 to 2 feet wide, and props it open to face me. "Do you know what's in this box?" she asks. "Your hopes and dreams?" I provoke. You could say that. More like my despairs and incubus," she says, monotone. She opens the box to reveal a seemingly human skeleton, arranged with an empty slot on top, and what I can assume are the pelvis, legs, and arms of the remains. "As you know, I treat these creations with the temerity of my own kin. If they find themselves in trouble, I write a spell. If they're hurt, I heal." Yeah, what's your point? You care. Good for you. Maybe next you win the next presidential election or Nobel Peace Prize, I say sarcastically. "That's quite the audacity for someone in a jail cell, officer," she states. "Especially since we have your very pride and joy, your love and hate," she says. "Your point?" I gawk. "When one of my skinwalkers betrays me, I take it personally. I cast a spell, I cast them out, whatever the case may be. This one," she gestures to the box, "betrayed me." "Oh, so let me guess. You killed him, iced him, laid him down. Yeah, I got that. What's the moral of the story? Don't hurt your feelings, or else?" I say. "Wrong again, Mr. Dyark, as usual," she says. "This one I cast out for the night. Perhaps he'll strike fear to the locals. Maybe he'd sleep on the rock of the canyon, or maybe he'd come back and atone from his betrayal. Or maybe he'd come back and atone for his betrayal," she says. "And?" I ask. "Clearly, Mr. Dyark, none of the expected bechance," she said. "And?" I ask. And this skinwalker happened to meet another witch, or shall I say, a wise man, those damn do-gooders, because he performed a simple ritual to summon skinwalkers. A ritual weak enough for most skinwalkers to ignore. But him, he was a novice at best, so he couldn't resist the spell and answered to the summons," she said. I sit, silent. He was given a task, a feeble task that only mortals could ever be weak enough to request a skinwalker to do. It was to kill another mortal. Oh, please, give me a break. Just do it yourself, human. Don't distract yourself by having the supernatural entities do your petty work. She dramatically turns and gestures to no one. So I communicate to my skinwalker, telling him to ignore it and report back to me instead. He ignores me, and thought out that he would bring back the 3 marked entities here and sacrifice them at the altar. Now that was an idea, she says with sarcastic excitement. I commanded he come back, but he never did. "So?" I say. She turns and directs the skinwalker behind her. It goes to the cell across from mine and pries open the wooden bars. The woman inside freaks out and backs up to the wall. The skinwalker grabs her and leads her out, throwing her in front of my cell. "Do you know who this is?" the witch asks. "No," I reply. "Oh, she was the topic of the night. You likely know this one as Savannah," she says, putting her hands on her hips. My stomach dropped. I look at her, and she's starting to tear up, face pressed into the ground. The missing persons case from 5 years ago, I mutter.
Correct. There's a point for you. I would present to you her father, but he died during his stay. The remains are well disposed of. As for the third one, what's his name? The blubbery one. She gestures to the skinwalker who twists Savannah's arm. Ronnie! It's Ronnie! She yells in pain. That's the name. Ronnie. She repeats in disgust. The lardacious coward who summoned us to begin with. The one who earned an easy death.
The one who started all of this, I mutter.
Oh, I wouldn't go that far, Dean Dyark. I would have cared less for those weak, feeble mortals. But you have to butt in and save the day. Save the girl, get married. You even went as far as to have this disgusting child. She melodramatically gestures to Clay's cell. Why do you even care, witch? Why does my life matter to you so much? I cut in. Oh, don't be hasty, Dyark. The skull. Where's the skull? She pointed to the box. I don't know, I reply. I loathe these games, Dyark. You have to know where it is, she says, getting angry. I don't even know what you're talking about, I argue. The skinwalker you killed 5 years ago, Dean. Where is his skull? She demands. I say, it was taken from me by the police that night. I don't know. You are the cursed chief of police. You know where it's at, she demands. I defend. It's a shitty fucking skull. Why do you care so much? Because he's my son. She overlaps me, yelling. The cave falls quiet. We can only hear the witch heavily breathing. Savannah is sobbing now. Hanging in my office, at the Tusayan police station, I reply. A trophy. You made my son a trophy, she asks, rhetorically. And as for the hide, she asks. Stored in the detached garage, inside a wooden crate. There you will find 7 hides, I reply. Thank you, Mr. Dyark, she says through gritted teeth. She continues. You heard him. Go, she commands the skinwalker. It leaves the room. Savannah's sobbing grows louder. Oh, shut up! The witch picks her up and shoves her. Savannah trips and lands in the fire. She shrieks. The witch glares at her actions and walks away. After regaining some level of control, Savannah rolls out of the flames while rapidly rubbing her hair to put it out. At least what's left of it. It's mostly charred scalp. She just lays there, twitching, moaning, and crying. Eventually, she drags herself back to the cell. Ages later, the walker returns, hauling the hides of the skinwalkers. Excellent, she says, sifting through them and picks up one of them. I'm assuming it's her son's. Seeing the others were buried to some proper degree, there's no use in keeping their skins, she says, throwing the hides into the fire. As soon as the hides hit the fire, they scream. They sound distant, only fading away after a minute or two. She mutters more. The smoke turns white. I can see figures leaving the hides. Spirits. Did you know, Mr. Dyark, that a skinwalker's spirit remains with the hide after death? Since you blindly preserved the hides, the spirit cannot pass on. Since the bodies are beneath the trees, I cannot put the hides back. Burying them will eventually lead to the decomposition, but in the meantime, fire shall purify, she says. I stare, not really caring, but I have to admit, it is scary to know that those spirits of the skinwalkers were still hanging around my house. It explains a lot, actually. Bring me the child, she commands. No. Whatever it is, witch, your beef is not with him. It's with me, I demand. Oh, you'll see, Dean Dyark. I'm not going to do anything I wouldn't do to my own child, or myself, for that matter, she replies.
I'm not playing your fucking games. Whatever it is, let him go, I command. The witch glares at me, but the skinwalker in Clayton's cell has already brought him to her. She pulls a knife off her person, provoking me to charge the wood bars. The two skinwalkers in my cell grab each side of me and throw me to the back of the cell, pinning me to the wall and ground. The witch scoffs and slices her own palm. Child, burden, curse, she addresses Clay, kneeling. Today will be the best and worst day of your life. You will know pain, but you will also know love, she says. No, Clayton whines. Yes, fear not. I promise I will show you no harm, she says as the skinwalker holds him in position. She covers his mouth with her wounded hand. Clayton tries to scream but can't. All he can do is cry. No, what are you doing to him? I demand. One of the two skinwalkers in my cell holds their deformed arm across my mouth, silencing me. Clayton stops and falls silent. The skinwalker lets him go. He doesn't run. He doesn't cry. He doesn't flinch. He just stands there. After a second, he looks at me and cries, having a complete and total meltdown. The witch begins to click her tongue at him. It's all right, child. Your daddy loves you very much, and he means well. You already see that he loves you, right? Clayton nods yes, and heads to the cell across from him. The wooden bars are pried open, and he is let in. The skinwalkers let me go. Poor fool, she comments. What did you do to him? I ask. The witch stares at me, approaching my cell. I showed him what you've done to my own, how you've murdered them. I told him the truth, she says. He's just a kid. He doesn't need to be seeing that shit, I yell. Just like we never needed to see our own die, your own die, she says. The skinwalkers let themselves out. I stand confused. Reveal yourselves, the witch commands. The skinwalkers begin to bend, crack, and shriek, shedding their bloody hides. They're people, human. These monsters you've been exterminating are human. The same ones you swore to protect and serve, the witch says. Hello, Mr. Diarch, one says, peeling off her hide. Dana, I confirm. She nods and grasps one of the wooden bars of my cell. I've seen your good side and your worst. Quite frankly, Mr. Diarch, I wish I could defend you, but I can't, she says. She walks away towards the cell Clayton is in. He rushes to her, hugging her arms through the cell bars. These epiphanies always bring out so many emotions, just like battle, the witch says. I can only sit and watch in my own guilt. What can I even do? Even if I do save my son, even if I do bust out of here, I still have to live knowing I killed people. I didn't know they were human. But what am I going to do? I sit there, then lay. Reassume yourselves, the witch demands. The people reapply their skins and transform back into skinwalkers, circling the fire. I'll make you one last offer. A pact. You leave us alone, and we will leave you to the rest of your waking life, for however long you may live, the witch says. The skinwalkers approach and pry open my cell. You're not playing games. No conditions, no strings, I confirm. Only one thing. I want my son back. You killed him, but you can also bring him back, the witch says. How? I pry, more so demanded. A sacrifice. Pure atruvi, she says. I'll do it, Savannah cuts in from her open cell. Don't be so zany, darling. The divine won't want your broken soul. And your body doesn't have much to offer either. It's not like you're a virgin, nor do you have virgin blood. If you were, I just might have said yes, but you have nothing to live for. The witch scoffs. Silence. Savannah just cries more and more. No, I can't. Not my son. I retract.
I thought so. Alternately, the witch says. Me. It's me. I'll do it.
I hear a woman mutter from Clayton's new cell. She barely walks out of the cell. She's lost so much weight. She's bony, frail. It's Jenny. Jenny! I leap forward, only to be stopped by the skinwalkers. I can't. There's another way. There's always another way, I say.
I'm afraid not, Mr. Diarch, the witch says assertively. The hands of the killers must kill. And your wife, tortured soul, weak body, yet she still offers all she has left to save her son and you. She even has virgin blood. The divine shall be pleased.
No deal. She has to live. Jenny and my son have to live, I demand. The witch gets angry.
Don't say I didn't try.
She charges at Clay and transforms into an owl.
If I can't have my son, I'll have yours.
She sinks her talons into Clayton's arm and rapidly flaps her wings to drag him to the fire. No, I scream. Jenny grabs him and it slows the witch down, but she's too weak to hold on. The skinwalkers charge at Jenny and separate her from Clay. Thinking fast, I grab her son's hide and throw it into the fire. The hide begins to shriek. The witch wails and lets Clayton go, diving into the fire to save the hide. A skinwalker throws me down to the ground and holds me there, compressing my chest. She pulls the hide away and begins to rapidly flap her wings to put the hide out. She transforms back into herself and lifts the hide from the ground. If I didn't need you to perform the ritual, you could have called yourself as good as dead, she hissed at me. You will feel pain. She dashes at me with her knife and commands the skinwalkers to hold me down. She tears my shirt and starts to carve at my chest. I scream in pain. The skinwalkers pick me up and put me in Jenny's cell with Clayton. I cover my chest and we all back up into the corner. We're sealed in. United once again. But why? Why this way? Clayton clings to his mother once more, and she clings to me. I cry in silence because I don't have the slightest clue nor the slightest way to even fathom how I'm going to save the family I was sure I already lost. I peer, seeing the witch, frustrated and crying while smothering her son's hide with some kind of gel, grooming it. For the first time, I'm pretty sure I understand how she feels. Fuck, I mumble, pressing my head against the cave's wall. Bring me the boy, she commands. The skinwalkers open the cell once again and go for Clay. Jenny grasps harder and I dive in front. They shove me out of the way one last time and snatch Clay away. Mommy, he yells as he's being dragged to the witch. The witch scrapes the gel off the hide and throws it onto Clayton. The witch and Clay shriek as the gel is being thrown. It seems to be searing his skin, transforming the burns from the hide. Enraged, I charge at the witch. She transforms one last time, dropping her knife in the bowl of gel, and flies away with the hide, leaving me with my burning child. The skinwalkers evacuate. As soon as they leave, the hallway closes itself off. I do my best to wipe the gel off and accept the burns. Desperately, I wipe off as much as I can and try to flick it off, but it clings to my skin. I lift my son to embrace him. His breathing is slowing, but he's still alive. I know what I have to do. I'm not letting my son die like that. I stand, carrying him to the knife the witch had dropped, and shoved it into his heart. He lets out one last whine and dies. I wail, cry, sob, and shake. I begin to have a panic attack and cling to my son. He still bleeds. I embrace him tighter. Jenny drags herself to me and cries. She hugs us, accepting the burns too. Our flesh peels and sticks to each other. "It is done," the witch says, standing behind me. I try with all my might to attack her one last time, but the simple sight of her gaze stops me from doing so. I let go of Clay. Jenny holds him and falls to the ground. She peels my shirt away from the knife wounds. They are scarred and healed. "To sacrifice your own, you bathe in the blood of your kin. Shall you live as the beast of the divine?" says the witch. I feel my bones break, snap, and rearrange themselves. I grow taller, my vision turns red like fire. And to the divine do we serve and seek, to obey and give. I find myself thinking, following her mantra, kneeling and bowing towards the witch. I take the hide of her son and place it over my son, resurrecting his body. But it's not him that appears, but her son, who takes my son's vessel. I can hear the witch commanding me to kill Jenny and Savannah, remembering what she said. "Fire shall purify," echoes through my head.